Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was neglected and taken by mystical tribes, Harry x Daphne. It will have more than 10+ parts with 2 seasons, so please subscribe. It's part 8, season end. Also, join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Room of Requirement. Harry had waited for the students to gather in the Room of Requirement before he started addressing them. This week I realized one thing which I had not thought about. As we prepare to fight you-know-who and his minions, he has a number of creatures in his service, namely dementors, werewolves, etc. I have given you a basic idea about how to elude or even bring down a werewolf. But I had honestly forgotten about dementors. As you all know, the best way to repel a dementor is the patronus charm. It can drive them away due to the fact that the dementors are fiends which suck all happiness out of us, while the patronus is made up of all the positive feelings. Starting today, we are going to learn the patronus charm. The ancient and mysterious charm conjures a magical guardian, a projection of all of your positive feelings. Remember that only those pure of heart can conjure a patronus. He took a pause for a minute and then started again. While a patronus looks warm and comforting, but conjuring one is hard, especially for those who never had any happy memories. It is a complex spell which requires a great deal of energy and focus. It is fueled by your emotions. I learned it with a boggart and it took me the great part of 4 months to be able to pull it off. Before you all conjure the spell, I invite you all to sit on the mats provided to you. Mats appeared beside the students and they sat as he had directed. He now ordered them to close their eyes and said, "Now think of a happy memory. The happiest moment that you can remember, and let the feeling overwhelm you. Let yourself bask in that feeling. Sit in this position for 10 minutes and then we will go further." After 10 minutes, he raised them. "Before we start casting, please repeat clearly after me, expecto patronum." The students did so a couple of times, and after Harry was satisfied, he started addressing them again. "Now take this stance, thrust your wand forward and clearly say the incantation while reveling in the feeling of your magic. Let your mind drown in positive feelings, happiness, elation and joy." Within a minute, the hall was filled with cries of expecto patronum as students were trying to cast the charm. As Harry expected, none of them were able to produce so much as a silver wisp from their wands. After 10 minutes of trying, Hermione asked him, "Why don't you show us the charm, Harry? Maybe we would get the idea." Harry acquiesced. He closed his eyes and raised his wand while thinking of the moment that he had seen his parents in limbo and was embraced by them. Giddiness came over him and he whispered, "Expecto patronum." A big 4-legged animal burst out of his wand, making the others gasp. He opened his eyes to find his friends looking at him and his patronus each in their turn. The rest of the students were busy watching the patronus that he had conjured. Hermione asked the question he knew was coming. "Harry, what happened to prongs?" Ron added, "Wasn't your patronus a big animal with antlers?" Harry shrugged. A patronus can change shape with changes in personality of a wizard or from some emotional upheaval. With a near-death experience at the end of last school year and everything I did over the summer, I guess that my patronus has changed along with me. Hermione now looked at the creature closely. "What is this creature?" It was Luna who answered, "It is Blizz." Hermione opened her mouth to speak. "Luna. Snow leopards are." Her words were caught in her throat when the patronus actually walked up to Luna as if he wished to be petted. Luna smiled. "I see that you have got rid of your Raxpert infestation, Hermione. This is a snow leopard." Hermione had shut her mouth and her lips resembled a straight line. Harry continued teaching, "So you all have seen me conjuring a patronus. Now try and do not worry if you are not able to conjure even a wisp of silver at first. It is incredibly hard and would require time. Remember that you need happy memories and positive feelings for it to work. Everyone started trying, and by the time the lesson ended, many of them had managed to conjure wisps of silver. A few had managed to conjure an incorporeal patronus. The one who was farthest ahead of the others was Luna. She had a hair running around her by the end of the lesson. Hermione had conjured silver wisp around her but was not able to get anything more than that. It was the same with Susan and Hannah. Neville, however, was not trying, and Harry decided to ask him about it later. Daphne was trying and had a silver wisp. The twins had conjured incorporeal patroni. Ginny's face as scrunched up in concentration and her eyes were closed in thoughtfulness. However, she was not able to conjure anything yet. Harry had a suspicion that she would find it very hard to conjure a patronus due to her past with the diary. Everyone else was trying hard to conjure up a patronus, but nobody had gone beyond the silver wisps yet. After about an hour, Harry dismissed them, telling them to practice more in their free time so that they would have a better chance of success in coming sessions. As students were leaving, he asked Neville to stay back. Susan, as had become the practice, also stayed back with Hannah. Harry turned to Neville. "Mate, when did you learn the Patronus charm?" Hannah stated her disbelief. "No. Neville does not know how to conjure a Patronus." One look at Neville told her that Neville did indeed know how to conjure a Patronus. "During the summer, my great-uncle Algie taught me the Patronus charm. So I already know it." Hannah crossed her hands in front of her chest. "Show me." Neville whipped out his wand and cast the charm. A vast four-legged creature burst forth. Harry saw the creature and guffawed. "A bear. That is incredible, and I would say rather fitting considering your personality." Hannah was poking him in the chest. "You knew how to conjure a Patronus and yet you did not tell me. To your girlfriend." "Why?" Harry took Susan's hand and started to drag her away. "Let's leave them here. They will likely take a lot of time to reconcile their differences." As he was escorting Susan down to the dungeons, he found the fifth-year Slytherin prefects on patrol and could not resist the temptation to commit some mischief. He had not pranked anyone for a few days anyhow. Staying in a dark corner, he sent a few spells their way, whispering under his breath, and turned to Susan. "Let's leave this place as soon as we can. There is going to be mayhem." The next day, they would hear that the Slytherin prefects had been fixed to the ceiling on the 6th floor with their tongues glued to the roof of their mouth, and no one had seen anyone who might have done it. The teachers almost immediately suspected that Harry was behind it, and they were right, but proving it proved to be more difficult. For one thing, Susan had vouched that Harry was with her at the time when it had happened. For another thing, Priori Incantatem on his wand at Snape's hands revealed nothing. There was nothing to be found, of course, because he had not used the acacia wand but the sandalwood wand for this deed. 4th floor. Harry had sent a message to a few people to come meet him in the space behind the mirror on the 4th floor. They were Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fletchley, Mandy Brocklehurst, Terry Boot, Daphne Greengrass and Duvant. As they all took their places at the table, he started addressing them. "I suppose that you are all wondering why I invited you all here and not anyone else. The reason is that I am planning a prank, the likes of which will be talked about for years from now. I am informing you in advance that this may earn you detentions and the wrath of the headmaster and the teachers. So, if any of you want to back out of it, please do so now and there will be no hard feelings. If, however, you choose to stay and sabotage my plans, I swear by Mother Magic that I will make your life hell." No one moved. Daphne asked him, "I can understand others, but why are we here, and why not Hermione and Ronald or the twins for that matter?" "Because you are an important part of what I am about to do, Daphne. The prank needs your help to execute it. Hermione, Ronald, Hannah and Ernie are all prefects, and I would rather that their reputations remain unblemished. As for the twins, they are often at prank war with me and I want to rub it in their faces for once. The prank will happen in all houses on the same day." Justin started speaking. "I am honored that you invited me to be a part of this venture. I want to hear what the plan is before I commit. If it is life-threatening, then I must refuse." Harry nodded. "That is perfectly understandable, Justin. The prank I am planning is based on runes and some transfigurations. As to what it will do, that will be revealed at the time when these take effect. I must warn you that we will all end up becoming victims of these pranks to avert any suspicion on us. In addition to the warning, I assure you that it will be perfectly harmless." Susan eyed him suspiciously. "And exactly what will it do?" Harry grinned. "Sorry Sue, I am not telling you yet. Let it be a surprise for everyone." The prank took place 2 days later. There was the little issue of the portraits to be looked after because they could spy on them and get them caught. To that end, he had to give up on some of the things that he wanted to do. He gave up on the initial idea to enter a common room of another house because he knew everyone would suspect that he was behind the wrongdoing and everyone knew about his invisibility cloak. Add to that, stunned portraits and it would leave a trail for everyone to follow. He had convened a meeting again of his lieutenants and told them what to do. He told them of the runes that he wanted to be drawn. There were 14 sets of runes, one for girls and one for boys of each year. The only similarity was that all students of one year would suffer from the same prank, i.e. if one 5th year was seen with a horn on his head, then the same would be for every student in the 5th year. What he had not told them was that the students would be impersonating teachers and famous personalities from the wizarding world. The runes for glamour in the cluster had been tweaked to give them the desired appearance. That night, the students went to work after midnight when everyone had gone to sleep. Duvant had etched the runes on the doors of the boys' dormitories while Daphne did it for the girls in the Serpent's Pit. Justin and Susan did the same in the Badger's Hole. Boot and Mandy did it in the Eagle's Nest. Harry did it in the girls' dormitories under his invisibility cloak while Neville did it in the boys' dormitories. Harry eagerly waited for the next day when things would hit the fan. There were a lot of holes in his plan. Harry took it to be almost for certain that they would be caught. The first hint was that the prank was the same for every house, which meant it was done by people working together, and right now, there were no other groups working together in all 4 houses other than his circle of friends, which had grown to be vast. The second thing was that the only other prankster group, that being the Weasley twins, would be baffled with the prank because they had no idea who did it. That would leave only Harry as the plausible suspect. The third thing was that Dumbledore would surely try passive legilimency on students, and he was sure that Boot and Mandy did not have elaborate protections around their mind. Snape, no doubt, would ask Harry to be tested by the headmaster, and his refusal would seal his doom. There was no way he was going to let someone in his mind. The trouble started the next day at breakfast. It was out half an hour after breakfast had started when people started changing. It started with the first-year boys turning into Phileas Flitwick as the first-year girls turned into Poppy Pomfrey. The charms professor, who liked a good joke as much as anyone, left the teacher's table and joined in with the first-year students, helping them act more like him. The Medi Witch, who did not have any critical cases this morning, joined in with the laughter once the students were over the initial surprise. 2 minutes later, the second-year boys turned into copies of Gilderoy Lockhart, complete with the shin, wavy hair and the idiotic grin, as the second-year girls changed into Professor Pomona Sprout. The older boys pointed and laughed at the second-year boys. It was hard to tell if the herbology professor was more amused or annoyed. The laughter kept up for another 2 minutes until the third-year boys suddenly all looked like Vikram Ram and the third-year girls looked like Aurora Sinistra. The Dada professor chuckled while the astronomy professor looked starry-eyed at her imitators. A minute later, the fourth-year boys all turned into Cornelius Fudge, complete with lime green bowlers and pin-striped cloaks. The fourth-year girls turned into Amelia Bones. Some of the boys tried to look stern and scowl, which just made it funnier as they tried not to laugh. A few others took the bowler off the IR head and tried spinning them as they had seen Fudge do when he was nervous. When Susan saw who the girls had changed into, she was horrified. Her auntie would hex her into the middle of next week if she ever heard about this. By the time it was the fifth year's turn, Hermione was sweating and muttering under her breath. Ron heard such profanities coming from her mouth that he could not have thought that his girlfriend could be so brilliant at expletives. The boys changed first into the likeness of Hagrid with his beetle black eyes and untamable, wiry hair, but without his elephantine girth or towering height. The next moment, the girls changed into the history of magic professor, Professor Martha Hughes. Even Hermione had to admit that it could have been worse. The 6th years had started to sweat by then. Harry knew they were just hoping that they did not change into something horrible. Their hopes were dashed when in the next minute, there were dozens of replicas of Professor Snape, complete with hooked noses, greasy, lank hair and black robes, sitting around in the Great Hall. The girls changed into Professor Trelawney complete with the frizzly hair, shawls and her oversized glasses. The 7th years got the best of it with all of the boys getting Dumbledore's appearance. The girls got Professor McGonagall. Fred and George, looking at each other, pointed and said, "Wow." Were identical. Angelina, who looked like McGonagall, gave Fred and George detention for terrible jokes in her best imitation of Minerva. McGonagall, who was scowling now. Harry and all of his accomplices were sitting together at the Ravenclaw table eating breakfast and were deliberately not looking up. They were enjoying the mixed reactions of the students around them and knew that looking up would give their secret away. He knew that many of them were scandalized. But many more were enjoying it, like the Weasley twins who were showing off their long fine beards. They were standing in their place, Ace and trying to mimic Dumbledore, making others laugh. Dumbledore too was chuckling seeing their antics. At the teacher's table, Flitwick was genuinely happy and enjoying the fact that the students loved that they were looking like him. He was also moved by the fact that the students loved him so much. Of course he knew that he was one of the favorite teachers at Hogwarts, but to see the love being shown so openly was a nice touch. He inwardly resolved to award 20 points apiece to everyone who was involved in it for a prank well executed. Poppy Pomfrey was usually a very laid-back witch who was generally not shocked by anything except when it came to the well-being of others. The way someone had glamored students to look like her was touching and a lovely gesture. Pity she could not award D points to students, but she would have loved to know who the ones behind the prank were so she could pat them on the back. Professor Sprout was amused that students liked her enough to glamour others to look like her. It was a lovely gesture from whoever had done it. If her suspicions were correct, like the other teachers, the culprits were at the Ravenclaw table. Vikram of course knew the handiwork of Harry and how much the youngest marauder loved to prank, considering Harsh had taught him one prank too many. Aurora Sinistra was happy thinking that students actually paid attention to her, even if for a prank, and that they had said indirectly what she had wanted to. Hagrid was amused and blushing a little. He had no idea that the students liked him so much, and to see it so openly was indeed the best thing to happen to him this year. It was too much for him to take in any more, and he took out his handkerchief and profusely dabbed at the corner of his eyes. Professor Hughes was amused. Becca Hughes, whoever did it, had guts to do something considering her reputation. She had seen all sorts of pranks at the school when she had studied at Hogwarts and was a few years behind the Marauders. Now she was delighted to be involved in one, even though indirectly. Needless to say, she was thrilled and would have awarded points to students if she knew who they were. Professor Trelawney was not in the Great Hall as was her custom, so nobody could know what she thought of it, but Snape was looking murderous. Ever since he had changed his opinion of Harold Peverell, the brat had started to make efforts to prove him wrong again, that he was indeed his father's son. Snape had been a classmate and far too often the victim of the Marauders' pranks. Harold Peverell was turning out to be one like him. Until the last year, he had been involved in death-defying adventures and no pranks like his father, but now he had done more spectacular pranks than his father in one term alone. Merlin knew where it would lead. However, one thing was certain: Harold Peverell was like his father and a marauder at heart. Dumbledore was of course enjoying the prank. It was not done to hurt anyone and only bring laughter all around for the students. Minerva McGonagall was, however, Minerva McGonagall after all. She would not remain idle and let the mischief makers go unpunished. She had tangled with the marauders and came out on top, even though she had got her hairs white with them. No son of a marauder could defeat her. Harold Peverell would pay. Colin Creevey was meanwhile busy clicking pictures across the Great Hall and laughing his head off. He had become Cornelius Fudge after all. Harry was planning to ask Colin to duplicate the picture and to keep a copy for himself to rub it in Sirius's face. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was readying himself for action. The way the Ministry had made it mandatory for werewolves to register, he knew the Aurors would be given unbridled powers to apprehend werewolves, and his faithful who did not register would be hunted down. Things were already getting hard for him without the Ministry actively engaging against him. Even in the last war, there had not been people who had the guts to make hard decisions. The former minister Millicent Bagnold, who was hailed as a hero at the end of the last war, did not have it in her to authorize lethal force. It was only when she herself had been attacked that she had authorized lethal force to be used. Voldemort thought he had killed all those men of Ironwell in the last war, but perhaps there were still some out there who could make the tough decisions. If he wanted to stay ahead of the ministry, he had to do certain things at once. The first thing he needed most was gold to fund his campaign. He had a lot of followers who would be asked to contribute towards his campaign, or more like, he could confiscate their vaults for his purposes. Perhaps it was a suitable time to test the loyalty of the crafty Malfoy. He clapped his hands and a lowly new recruit entered the room and bowed low to him. "Yes, my lord." "Go and send Malfoy to me," Voldemort ordered. Lucius entered after 5 minutes, looking hesitant, his skin pale, and his eyes darting around with a frightened expression on his face. He bowed low to Voldemort. "My lord, you called." Voldemort sneered in his cold voice. "Took you long enough, Lucius." As Lucius shuddered, he leveled his wand at him and intoned, "Crucio." The elder Malfoy kept withering under the curse for 2 minutes before Voldemort ceased his torture. Lucius sat on his knees after gathering a lot of his strength, yet he was shaking with fright. "I require a service of you, Lucius," he said coldly. "I want you to transfer all your liquid assets to me. I want all the gold that is in your account to fund my campaign. It is a great honor which I have decided to bestow upon you. I presume it is not disagreeable." Though he made it sound like a question, Lucius knew better than to answer otherwise. No, my lord. You were most beneficent to have selected me for this honor. There is no higher pleasure than to know that the Malfoy wealth would be used to fulfill your noble goals." As they were talking, Lucius had not yet stood up and did not dare to look up in Voldemort's eyes for fear of being caught lying to him. Over the years, he had transferred a lot of his wealth to the gnomes, so that if something untoward was to happen and the ministry seized his fortune, he could escape and still live a lavish lifestyle. The wealth that he had squirreled away with the gnomes was almost as much as was with the goblins. He had made some heavy investments after the last war on the advice of the gnomes, and they were paying healthy returns. Malfoy had suspicions that the wealth might have been coming from investment in the Muggle world, but for him gold was gold. He did not care where it came from. "Lucius, I require you to go to the goblins and ask them to transfer the gold in 7 equal parts to new accounts which shall be opened in the names of Goyle, Mulciber, Yaxley, McNair, Parkinson, Flint and Selwyn. In case something happens to you, the money shall be used to fulfill the noble purpose of our victory, of the realization of our dream. I want you to do this by today, Lucius, or you will suffer my displeasure." Lucius nodded. Of course he could not suffer the Cruciatus curse too many times a day, or he would slip off the deep end. The Dark Lord had a lot of plans, and Lucius had dreams around those plans. He could not risk giving up on those plans. The wealth in the Malfoy vault was nothing to the dreams which would be realized. As Lucius left, Voldemort started thinking about the second problem. There was the chief issue of recruitment. Greyback was an alpha. He could recruit werewolves for him, but still, he did not have as many recruits as he would have liked. He needed to step out of Wizarding Britain and gather some troops. Perhaps a tour of the neighboring countries and defeating Dark Lords here and there was in order. He could claim the rights of victor against the followers of said Dark Lord and meld them into his own followers, thus boosting his new members, but that would have to wait until he could break his most trusted followers out of Azkaban. He needed someone in charge of his troops in his absence, and no one among his current followers was worthy of that honor except maybe Snape, but he was artfully employed where he could serve him in a more beneficial manner. Third was the prophecy. The blasted prophecy was what had restrained him all these years, and yet he was not able to get his hands on it. He would have to increase his efforts. As soon as he could get the prophecy, he would be able to make a move to seize power. The Ministry's Hall be the first, followed by Hogwarts, where he would finish all his enemies in one fell swoop. Hogwarts. The students were still flabbergasted about the prank. The teachers had gone to work instantly to try and undo it, but to no avail. Snape had tried many spells which otherwise would have undone any spell, but nothing could counter the pranks. Minerva had tried to reverse transforming the students, but it had not been possible. Vikram had not made a move to undo it. Snape looked at him and drawled, "This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Vikram. Why don't you try to undo it, or is it beyond your talents?" Albus knew that Snape was trying to goad Vikram, but the mystic was nonplussed. Now that he thought about it, it was the first time that Albus had seen Snape behave erratically towards the defense professor. Unlike the previous defense instructors, Vikram was popular among the students, and it was natural that Snape would be against him, but Albus had not seen any visible signs of it until now. Vikram was smiling. "As I remember, I am teacher of defense against the dark arts, Severus. There is no dark magic here. This is a prank. It is a combination of charms and transfigurity, on which is expertise of Filius and Minerva. They are more than competent to deal with this." Dumbledore stood and addressed the Great Hall. "Since it is not practical for you to attend classes with this disruption, there shall be no classes today. I request that the prefects join us in the staff room shortly. The rest of you students stay here. You shall remain in your seats, here in the Great Hall. While we find out who is behind this prank." The prefects rose as one and followed Dumbledore and other teachers to the staff room. It was disconcerting to see 4 Hagrid, 4 Martha Hughes, 4 Snape, 4 Trelawney, 4 Dumbledore and 4 Minerva following the teachers to the staff room. The only difference between them was the trim of their robes. Ron glared at Malfoy, and even their beetle-eyed glares were identical. The staff room. The prefects stood before the teachers and Dumbledore started, "Now we are all here to find the ones behind this prank. Those prefects who were not on duty yesterday are free to go. First, I would like to hear from the head boy about anything unusual he saw or heard or was reported to him last night." Most of the Dumbledores, McGonagall's, Snape's and T. Trelawney's left while the Hagrids and Hughes remained. It was a fact that 5th years were assigned patrol duties more than anyone. One of the Dumbledores stepped forward, the head boy, a Ravenclaw named Dorcas McLeod, headmaster. "I noticed nothing out of the ordinary in the castle last night. I myself had the first patrol from 10 to midnight last night. I did not notice any student out of bounds in the castle." Dumbledore nodded. "Now I would like to know the report of the Gryffindor prefects who had their turn at patrol last night." One of the Professor Hughes spoke in Hermione's voice, "Headmaster. We patrolled the corridors from 10 to midnight. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the castle. In our common room, the students had gone to sleep by the time that our patrol began. He portraits kept vigil in the common room, and they noticed nothing out of the ordinary either. No student had come out of the dormitories after we had gone on our patrol. After they were done, he turned to Ernie and Hannah. Did you two notice anything? One of the Hagrids spoke in Ernie's voice. No, Headmaster. We did not see anyone, nor did we notice anything out of the ordinary in our common room either. Students were gone to bed shortly after. Curfew and the portraits and the house ghost claimed to have seen no one. Dumbledore nodded. Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson, do you have anything to add to what they observed in their dormitories? It was strange to hear Malfoy's drawl come out of a replica of Hagrid. Nothing worth reporting, Headmaster. The students were in their beds before curfew and nothing happened during the night to make me get up and investigate. Dumbledore had been dismissing every prefect as they were done with their reports. It was standard procedure to keep the deliberations and musings secret from the student body. They after all had no say in the matter of the administration of the school. Finally Dumbledore turned to the Ravenclaw prefects. Do either of you have anything to add to what has already been said? The final Hughes spoke in Padma's voice. Headmaster, I have seen Harold Peverell consorting with students from all the houses in the last few days, particularly Daphne Greengrass, Conrad Duvant, Justin Finch Fletchley, Mandy Brocklehurst and Terry Boot at times. Other than that, there is nothing substantial that I can add to what others have already said. Very well, Miss Pottle. You both may go to the Great Hall now. Do not discuss this with anyone. As the last two prefects left, Dumbledore turned to the teachers. So you have heard what there is to be told. What do you all think? Minerva began. I suspect that this is the handiwork of Harold Peverell and his associates. The Weasley twins might be able to do the magic involved. in this prank, but they have no access to the other house common rooms. Vikram interrupted her. Minerva, there is nothing to suggest that someone not allowed has accessed the common room of another house. Flitwick chimed in. However, we have seen evidence of what he can do. His performances in his classes so far this year are evidence of that. We all have heard what Bathsheba had to say about his runes prowess. He had never studied runes before, but he can create rune clusters which are not possible for many of the 7th years. Snape also put his 2 nuts in. I think that he is involved in it. He has the knowledge and resources to do a prank like this. He must have asked people to help him in rule breaking. The real Martha Hughes asked him, even the Slytherins, Severus. I never though. UGHT that students of your house would help him. Snape's expression soured. While it pains me to admit, but yes, I believe that students from my own house were involved with him in this prank. Dumbledore asked him, what do you suggest we should do to confirm our suspicions? Snape turned to him, call them into your office and ask to see his memories. If he refuses, he is guilty as charged. Minerva interrupted, you are not going to perform legilimency on him, are you? Of course not, Minerva. I would ask him if he agrees to it, but I will not force it. The teachers returned to the Great H. All in Dumbledore addressed the students. I would request Harold Peverell, Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, Justin Finch Fletchley, Terry Boot, Mandy Brocklehurst, Daphne Greengrass and Conrad Duvant to report to my office immediately. The named students who had been sitting together at the Ravenclaw table stood as one to follow the headmaster. The other students watched as the 4 pairs of Hagrids and Hughes made their way out of the Great Hall. On the way up, Susan muttered, to Dumbledore's office again. So much fun. Harry snorted but said nothing. Dumbledore, who had heard her muttering, said over his shoulder, I heard that, Miss Bones. It seems to be your nature to be a troublemaker that you end up in my office again and again. Dumbledore offered them seats in his office. Shortly they were joined by Severus, Minerva, Phileas and Pomona. As the heads of houses joined, Dumbledore turned to them. I do not have any direct proof about your involvement in this prank so far. There are reasonable grounds to suspect your involvement. There are statements of witnesses which connect you to the happenings of this morning. The most prominent name which has been put forward is Harold Peverell. Mr. Peverell, would you let me read your mind to see that you are not complicit in what happened today? Harry shook his head. Headmaster, I have secrets which can put people's lives in danger if they are known, so I will not let you cast legilimency on me. Snape's lips curled upwards. Why, you little... But Albus cut in before he could finish his sentence. Severus, I am talking with them. You are to sit and observe. He turned to Harry again. Mr. Peverell, if you do not agree to let me see your memories, it would be assumed that you are guilty and you will be punished for it. Harry was relieved. He could take the blame on himself and others would not be punished for the act. He responded to the headmaster, I will bear whatever punishment you will see fit, Professor. No one else was involved in this prank with me and I did it myself. Dumbledore was not surprised. It was Harry's nature to act unselfishly. He addressed him, if you so accept, then you are found guilty for this prank, and... He could not finish his sentence before Neville and Susan said at the same time, Headmaster, we are also involved with him. We are equally liable. Harry sighed. He had thought that he could deflect punishment from other students, but that was not to be. Susan and Neville had accepted their roles and Dumbledore would punish them along with him. By this time, the rest of them also stood and claimed responsibility for the prank with him. Severus was frowning at the behavior of his students. It was so unlike them to stand so loyally behind someone, but there was nothing he could do after they had openly admitted their guilt. Minerva was part angry and part proud. Angry for obvious reasons and proud because Neville stood by Harry and did not let him take the fall for everyone. Flitwick was indifferent in outward appearance, but inwardly he was thinking of ways to negate the punishment which would be awarded to the students. Pomona was proud of the loyalty her puffs had shown to their leader. People often thought that she did not care, but Pomona always kept her eyes and ears open and had noticed how Harry was becoming a leader among the students. Dumbledore said to them, Since you have all accepted your culpability, it is decided that we will be lenient to you all in your punishments. Letters will be written to your parents or guardians to acquaint them with the Gr. Avity of your crimes and 50 points apiece off each of you with a week's worth of detention with. He paused and asked the 4 heads of house, which of you shall be taking them? Everyone washed their hands of them at once. Minerva did not need 8 students from all 4 houses to be serving detention in her office at once. Flitwick rarely put a student in detention, so he had little experience in his matter, while Pomona flatly said that there were enough students to do detentions in her greenhouses for now. Snape had looked at Dumbledore in such a way as if to dare him to send the students to him for detention. It was well known by now that he would not supervise a detention where Harold Peverell was concerned. Dumbledore had half-heartedly suggested Filch and was silenced by Minerva telling him that last time Harold Peverell was serving a detention with the caretaker, Filch had spent 3 days in misery and had resolved to never supervise over those blighters in detention again. At last, Dumbledore had agreed that the students will be sent to Rubeus Hagrid for detention. He was more than enough for them. Surprisingly, everyone had seconded his decision. When they returned to the Great Hall, every student was still sitting in their position. A lot of glares were sent their way from all the tables. At the same time, encouragement was also shouted at them by the students who appreciated a good joke. This was a moment that a prankster lived for. When Dumbledore asked him about countering the prank, Harry told him that he had no knowledge about how to do that. It fell to the headmaster to figure it out. Dumbledore beckoned a Flitwick look-alike towards him and started casting detection spells at him. After about 5 minutes, he was smiling as he analyzed the results of the detection spells. He stood and beckoned Minerva closer. This is a combination of partial human-to-human transfiguration and glamour charms, so you have not been able to counter it. Take a seat, Minerva, and I will undo it in a trice. He stood and waved his wand over his head in a wide arc and inaudibly sent a spell at the students. An enormous wave of magic spewed out of his wand like a blanket and settled upon the students. Within a minute, everyone had returned to their original forms. First let me get my rant out of the way. I received in total 2 reviews for the last chapter. Was it really that bad? I know it was not up to the mark, but then I thought I had already said that it would be so. I carved for the reviews, and I know what agony it has been to see no reviews to the chapter. Now I want you to tell me what patronus you think should be given to characters. As you have already read, Longbottom is a bear, Hermione is an otter in canon, twins are 2 magpies, Ernie is a boar, Seamus is a fox, Cho is a swan. Ginny is a horse and Luna is a hare. Now I want you to tell me about what you would think befits other major characters in this story, like Susan, Daphne, Tracy, Justy, and few others who may have caught your eye. Now here is a treat for you all, an excerpt from one of the upcoming chapters. Unknown Castle. The man appeared outside the castle and ran inside, but not daring to stop and catch a breath. Lucius tried to stop him, but he pushed him aside and burst in Voldemort's chamber. Voldemort, who was in his chair reading a letter which Severus had just sent. The letter said that Dumbledore was going to pick that prophecy from the Department of Mysteries along with the brat. He was already furious, and he read each line. An interruption irked him. He raised his wand and roared in cold fury. What is the meaning of this? The man immediately went of both his knees before him, kissing the hem of his robes, and wheezed, "My lord, Peverell and Dumbledore are going to the Department of Mysteries at this moment. I have seen them in the corridor which leads to the department." Voldemort understood what he wanted to say in a moment and roared, "Lucius." Lucius had just walked into the room and fell on his knees. "My lord," he said in his cold pitch voice, "gather the faithful, Lucius. We are going to the ministry." He turned to the other man. "You have served me well today. Come see me tomorrow for your reward." The man, who was frightened of the ire of his lord, turned tail and walked quickly out of the chamber, not daring to break into a run while trying to do so. 5 minutes later, 60 wizards were ready to storm the ministry behind their dark lord. Voldemort and his band of fools appeared in the ministry with portkeys that he had made for them, but their portkeys were made in keeping with wizard wards and not goblin-made wards which were being erected as soon as the last man popped in. He told them to take positions while he started to walk towards the lifts when Harry Potter emerged out of air before him, going somewhere. Tom. Chapter 41. Hogwarts. Harry was wisely avoiding everyone's company that day because he knew they were itching to have a go at him. Hermione was the most vocal one, and if she hadn't respected authority figures, she would have pummeled him right there in the Great Hall. There were a lot of 6th YARS who were giving him menacing looks, and Harry knew why. Hardly anyone would be happy with being turned into Severus Snape or Sybil Trelawney. He and all of his associates had decided that they would pass the day away from general populace, and to that effect, Daphne had gone with Tracy, who had no problem with looking like Martha Hughes. Conrad Duvant had sat with his friends in Ravenclaw, who were welcoming of him, while Neville had tagged along with Harry and Susan, telling him that he had no other place to go like the dormitories or the library or the mermaid's sanctuary, where Hannah's wrath would not reach him. The looks that Hannah was giving him were enough to curdle fresh milk. Justin, however, had been welcomed with open arms in the Badger's Hole by his friends for a prank well executed, with the exception of Smith. Of course, Turpin and Boot had no problem returning to the Ravenclaw Tower because they knew others in their house would be more interested in knowing the details behind the prank, seeing it was great piece of magic. Harry, Susan and Neville had taken refuge in Hagrid's hut for most of the day, where the care of magical creatures professor openly told them that he had been proud of them. He reminded Harry that his father also used to perform such pranks and then would spend days avoiding others while planning more mischief. Sometime during the day, Hermione and Ron had came looking after Harry and Neville, and Hagrid had told them that he had not seen Harry since the morning, making them go their way. It was finally late in the night when Harry and Neville had returned to the tower, having no other recourse. Being absent from the tower after curfew would have earned them another round of detentions, and they were in the mood to enjoy the success of this one before they were put in detention again. When they reached the fat lady, she beamed at them. Well, if it isn't the new pranksters in residence. Harry asked her cautiously, what is the mood inside the tower? She smiled mysteriously, you will have to see for yourselves. Just to tell you, I am proud. The twins were getting arrogant after being unchallenged for so long. As they opened the portrait hole, arms reached out and pulled them both inside. There were life-size photographs in the common room papered on the walls showing students changing. Some other life-sized posters show Wed Fred and George acting like Dumbledore. There were some other photos, and an impromptu party was in progress. There was a large banner in the middle of the common room which read, Prank Mage Peverell and Prank Lord Longbottom. The twins beamed at them. Brilliant, Harry. It was brilliant. We could not have thought pulling it on all 4 houses at once. We are glad that you are taking up our legacy. Harry raised an eyebrow. And exactly what do you mean by that? The twins explained. The legacy of the Marauders. When we found the map, we had decided to take up the legacy of the Marauders. We dubbed ourselves as the new Marauders. There were many others who came to congratulate them. Ginny had eyed them warily and told them that while she thought it was a good prank which had been enjoyed by everyone, but there were some who thought otherwise. There was Dean, who congratulated him on the feat, while Seamus asked him if there was a prank where he would need the Irish wizard's talents. Harry let Seamus know that he was at the top of the list if Harry needed something blown up. Several others had also come up to congratulate them or to apply for being part of the next prank. Harry also noticed that Hermione and Ron were being kept engaged by the students so that they would not be able to chastise the duo for the prank. Finally, Hermione managed to get free of the grasps of Parva, Chi and Faye, and made a beeline for him and Neville, where they were talking to the twins. Harry noticed Hermione coming towards them with a storm in her eyes. He asked the twins, do something about her, will you? On it, said George, and he stepped forward to offer a butterbeer to Hermione, standing in such a way that he covered both of them. Harry took that moment to escape to the dormitories where she could not harass them anymore. They decided to turn in right away or Ron would bite their heads off. Not because they had pranked the students, but because they did not include him. Badger's Hole. Susan had been given the same kind of applause in her common room, though not as rowdy as it was in Gryffindor Tower. The students had congratulated her for the prank, and a couple of them had even asked her to let them in on the next one. She had been having a great time until Hannah dragged her to the dormitory with other girls following. After Susan had made herself comfortable on her bed, Hannah started ranting. What did you think you were doing, Susan? You pranked all of us, and you even included poor Neville in it. His father is minister, and how do you think he will react when he learns of it? Think about how Auntie will react when she hears about it. She already had threatened to punish you and you did it again. Susan had been chuckling. Exactly how long have you been keeping it all pent up? I know Neville's father is the Minister of Magic, but he knows we are students and we get up to these kinds of shenanigans at times. Hell, he attended Hogwarts at the time of the Marauders and my parents and lived through all of sort of pranks that they pulled. As for Auntie, she loves me real well and would not give any serious punishment. Hannah mumbled, we will see when the owl post comes. Black Town House. Sirius Black had just returned from the ministry to find a Hogwarts owl sitting patiently on his desk with a letter in its talons, and it puzzled him because usually creatures see old take delivery of a letter when Sirius was not in residence. He untied the letter and the owl took off. He opened the letter to find the slant cursive handwriting of Minerva McGonagall. Dear Mr. Black, this is to inform you that your son Harold James Peveril has been found guilty for rule-breaking and pranking the whole school at once in concert with several students of other houses. This letter has been written to you in hopes that you will take corrective action towards him and curb his rule-breaking habits. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There was a postscript to the letter which said, I know it is a fool's hope that you would rein him in, but the school rules make it my duty to inform you. The letter was dreadfully lacking details about what had happened in the school, and the way it was written showed that the teachers had been bothered terribly with the act. He walked to the fireplace, threw in a pinch of flow powder and called, Moony's lair. A few moments later, Remus Lupin was visible in his office in his manor working on something. At the sound of the flow, he looked up. Padfoot. Has something happened? Sirius adopted a troubled expression. Moony, did I bother you at the wrong time? Were you busy with something? Moony waved him off. Just some paperwork which is almost finished already. What do you need of me? Sirius said hesitantly. It is about Harry. Something has happened and I have no idea about what to do. The werewolf came running to the fireplace. Step aside, Sirius. I am coming through. Moony exited out of the flow, his eyes turning to the shade of amber. What happened with Harry, Padfoot? Tell me everything at once. Sirius handed the letter to him. This came from Hogwarts this evening. Remus read the letter and glared at Sirius. He has been caught in a prank, that is all. Why did you have to worry me out of my wits? Sirius started laughing. It was funny to see you come running like that. However, the letter is woefully short on details and Minnie has written that she has no hopes of me that I would admonish him. Thing is, I want to admonish him like Prongs would have. Remus snorted. Prongs would have thrown a party in his honor and filled his trust vault to the limit. However, I would accept that. I am curious what he did this time. Let's ask Minnie then. Sigh. Sirius and threw a pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and called, Deputy Head Mistress's office, Hogwarts. A minute later, Minerva's office was in view where she was sitting in a chair. Sirius said cheekily, Good evening, Minnie. She said to him through gritted teeth, What do you want, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin? How can I serve you? Minnie, I got a letter a few hours ago that my son has been caught in rule breaking. Can you throw some light on that? She told everything in detail about what had happened that day, including the choices made year-wise for the students. When she was done telling, Sirius was laughing so hard that Minerva sent a stinger at him, irritated. It was only with his quick reflexes that the marauder escaped harm. However, the spell fire ended the flow call. Moony had been in the background sitting in an armchair and was laughing uproariously, tears leaking from his eyes and clutching his stomach. Sirius turned to him. What a prank, Moony. The lad has outdone himself this time. I cannot even begin to comprehend how he pulled it off. Can you imagine how Snape would have reacted seeing his lookalikes sitting in the Great Hall and sneering at everyone? Lupin, who had just managed to control his laughter, broke into laughter again. Sirius, however, was adopting a sober expression. I think I will have to send him a howler. While Messrs. Padfoot and Moony were enjoying the pranks of their son and nephew, owls were flying towards homes of other students who had been his accomplices in crime. Similar letters were delivered to the residences of the rest of the students, and the parents had decided to punish their children when they came home for winter holidays. For now, a letter would do. Great Hall. The next day, Harry received the first howler of his life. He had actually forgotten that letters would be sent to their homes as part of the punishment. He was sitting with Susan and Neville at the Gryffindor table with the twins and the Quidditch team around him. Hannah was still not talking to Neville and Harry was avoiding Ron and Hermione, so they figured that the twins would be perfect barriers to save them from the wrath of others. As the owls started coming in, Harry noticed Hedwig flying straight to him with a horned owl behind her. Hedwig just dropped the red letter before Harry while the other owl landed on the table, extending its leg to Susan. Malfoy, who had been watching gleefully, shouted, "Look! Peverell has got a howler." A few of the students snickered while George said, "Mate, open it or it will open anyway." Harry was eyeing the letter warily and was frowning, wondering why Sirius would send a howler to him. He was not exactly the model of disciplined behavior either. While he was wondering, the letter started smoking, then opened by itself. The great hall was filled with the voice of Sirius Black. "Harry, what a prank. Merlin's beard, I am proud. You have made us proud. Moony might send you a letter admonishing you, but don't pay attention to it. He is just playing the good order, but he has not stopped laughing since we read the letter." By the time the howler ended, Harry was chuckling with the others while Malfoy looked like he had swallowed a lemon. Hermione looked furious. Ron was heard moaning, "He gets a howler and he is applauded for a prank." Harry then noticed Susan was shaking like a leaf. He asked her with concern, "Sue, what is the matter? What happened?" She said nothing but extended the letter to him wordlessly. He started reading the letter, which obviously was from Amelia Bones. "Susan Amelia Bones, I am disappointed, young lady. I am in fact furious that you were involved in a prank. When you snuck off to Godric's Hollow, I decided to let it pass, but you have made it a habit. I will see to your fitting punishment when you are home for the winter holidays. Amelia Susan Bones." He read the letter and pressed her hands to calm her down. "Sue, I knew this could happen and I had warned you. I am sorry that she is angry with you, however, if it helps, I will take the blame on myself." She shook her head. "I will not let you do that. It was me who decided to participate in it and you did not force me. I will face the consequences myself." Just at that moment, Hector landed before Neville carrying a letter from Alice. Neville was tensed till he finished the letter when his shoulders slumped in relief and he turned to Harry. "Mother says that we are children. We can get involved in a prank or two. It is perfectly okay. She has invited you for a dinner the day we return to London for vacation." Harry nodded. "Okay." But inwardly he knew Alice would deal with them when they were in front of her rather than shouting herself hoarse from a howler when one could chuck it in fire straw. Either apply a silencing charm to it and it would be ineffective. He noticed that Daphne was keeping a distance from him. He wanted to ask what was bothering her but was intercepted by Astoria. "What do you want, Harry?" she had asked. "Astoria, why is Daphne being so cold towards everyone?" he asked, curiosity writ large on his face. Daph got a letter from father this morning and he was angry with her for two reasons. Firstly, for being involved in a prank, and secondly for being caught after she had decided to participate in it anyway. Harry snorted. He was angry that she participated in a prank on one hand and then angry because she was caught. Astoria nodded eagerly. Mother also had her say. She said that the Ice Queen had thawed and since then Daphne is trying to act like the Ice Queen again. Okay. Do I need to worry about getting threats from Cyrus or Roxanne? Astoria replied, "No, but I want you to teach me a few tricks. I have a few students to prank." A week later, Hagrid's idea of detention was to divide them into groups and take them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to gather some ingredients for some obscure potions which Snape needed or to perform some other harmless menial tasks, and he did not seem to mind if they used magic to do it. The first night, Hagrid had them walk around the edges to find bowtruckles so he could mark trees fit for wand wood. The wand maker Ollivanders had been looking for trees which could give him wand wood for new wands, and Dumbledore granted his request on account of their age-old friendship. They had an enjoyable 2 hours in the forest, with the only problem being the snow. That had also been the night when Harry kissed Susan for the first time. Hagrid had sent them in pairs to look for trees and Harry had conjured blue bell flames for everyone as Pashupati had shown him all those months ago. They were walking for quite a while in the forest when Harry asked, "Have I ever told you about the time I ended up in a detention in the Forbidden Forest?" She eyed him warily. Don't tell me that you actually ended up here for detention." He laughed. "We did. It was the time when Hagrid had Norbert." She asked him curiously, "Who is Norbert?" "Norbert is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon." She squeaked, "There was a freaking dragon in the school." Harry chuckled. "It would be better if I tell you the entire tale. You see, Hagrid told me at our first meeting that he would like to have a dragon. Sometime during that year, Hagrid met a hooded man in the Hog's Head Inn who lost a dragon's egg to him in a card game. Hagrid as elated to have the egg and started making preparations to hatch it in his hut. We had seen the dragon being hatched and convinced him somehow that he should send the dragon away and it would be in the best interests of everyone, including the dragon. We wrote a letter to Charlie Weasley, who was a dragon handler in Romania, and he told us that he was sending some of his friends to take the dragon away. Somehow, Malfoy overheard our plans. He then informed Professor McGonagall of it the night we were smuggling the dragon out of the castle. She caught me, Hermione, Neville out of bounds that night. Me and Hermione because we were smuggling it away from the castle. Neville because out of the goodness of his heart, he was coming to warn us about it, and also Malfoy because he was also out of bed during curfew hours. Ron was in the hospital wing because the dragon had bitten him on the hand and his hand was swollen. We all lost 50 house points each and got detention. Realization dawned on Susan. That was the time in first year when Gryffindor had lost 150 points in a night. He chuckled. Yes, as it turned out, Filch handed us to Hagrid, who took us into the Forbidden Forest to look for something that was hunting unicorns. Me and Malfoy came upon a unicorn dead in a clearing and a person was drinking its blood. When it saw me, we tried to run, but I tripped over a root and fell on my rump. The being glided towards me, perhaps to try and kill me, and was almost upon me when one of the centaurs in the forest, I think his name was Firenze, saved me." Susan had been clutching his arm, and her nails were digging into his flesh painfully, telling him that she was scared when an owl hooted, making them jump, and they both realized that they were in the Forbidden Forest. It was at that moment that some small animal brushed Susan's leg and she jumped in fright and hugged him fiercely. She had buried her face in his robes, and it was only when Harry assured her that it was nothing that she dared to raise her face to look into his eyes. In that moment, Harry felt something tugging at his core, a feeling of want, of longing, and he had pressed his lips to hers. It was short-lived because Neville chose that moment to appear looking for them. He saw the kiss, turned back and said over his shoulder, "Did I come at the wrong time?" Harry shrugged. "No, Neville. It is all right. We were done anyway." Susan, however, was cursing Neville's bad timing under her breath. A reckless prefect. The second night of detention, Hagrid had them tend to the herd of hippogriffs that he had bred. It was not a punishment for Harry because he had lot of practice at it and actually loved being near the animals, while Neville was indifferent because he had learned to tend to hippogriffs at the Longbottom Castle since he was a child, and perhaps liked it much after herbology, of course. Harry also saw that Hagrid had found a mate for Blackstorm. It was a magnificent animal with a variety of colors, and his familiar was obviously besotted. The third night, he had them collect a few ingredients which were needed for some potions. The ingredients would have otherwise cost the school lots of gold, and not everything could be found in the greenhouses. The routine had been the same every night, and the detention had passed peacefully. Harry was already planning for the next prank, which would take place just before the winter holidays. In the meantime, he had patched things up with Hermione 2 days after the prank when she had stopped him in the common room. "Harry, why are you not talking to me?" "Because I want to keep my limbs intact, Hermione," he had replied. "You are incorrigible, you know that," she said, rolling her eyes. "You pranked the entire school and you did not include us in it to help you do it." Harry was dumbfounded. "Hermione, you are a prefect. You are expected to stop me from pranks or rule breaking." She grinned. "We are allowed to be ourselves at times, Harry. Besides, Professor Lupin was a prefect, and yet he was credited to be the brain of the Marauders, so I can do that for you." Harry nodded in all seriousness. "Okay, Hermione, next time I will try to include you in it." "You better," she had said. The room of requirement. The next session for Patronus training had been more successful than the last. Many of them had spent time meditating on their happiest moments and practicing. Many were able to conjure at least an incorporeal Patronus. A few managed corporeal ones too. Harry answered many queries from different students about the charm and how they could cast it easily. He had told everyone that they needed to have happy thoughts. The memory that they chose did not need to be real, but they could think of something that would give them infinite happiness, and the same feeling could fuel a patronus. The most intense discussion had been with Hermione because she had been trying hard to conjure a patronus and had not been able to conjure one so far. Harry had to explain to her that a patronus did not just depend on wand waving and incantation as she was doing, but it was based on emotions more. One who could relive happiness from their positive memories could conjure one without any effort, but for those who looked for logic to go into it would always have trouble conjuring them. She had tried the charm in all the spare time that she had, but it did not work for her. It was only when Ron had taken her aside for a few minutes and they returned with goofy grins on their faces that Hermione had been able to conjure a corporeal patronus with great effort, which was an otter. However, she still had problems with the spell, and it always took her more than one try to conjure a patronus. Ron had been able to conjure a patronus which was a Jack Russell Terrier, and Harry had ribbed him that his patronus was also chasing Hermione's patronus the same way as he was chasing after her. In this second session on Patroni, the twins had been able to conjure corporeal patroni. Theirs were identical magpies. Harry guessed they had no problem with conjuring corporeal patronus because they knew what it meant to be happy. Ginny had conjured an incorporeal patronus in the third session. Harry had no doubts that she would have won before the year ended. Susan had also been able to cast a corporeal patronus charm in a private lesson after the third session. She later told him that she used their memory of the forest for the charm. Her patronus was a badger and she was proud of it. Hannah had been able to conjure an incorporeal patronus by now, with appreciation from Neville, who was also helping her to achieve this. A few others had been able to conjure corporeal patroni. One was Cho Chong, who had a swan. Ernie Macmillan had a boar. Seamus Finnegan's was a fox. Harry was kind of looking forward to see more of his friends successfully conjure patroni. The meeting. Harry had called a meeting of his chosen friends to ask for help from them. He had chosen Susan, Neville, Ron, Hermione, Hannah, Ernie, Daphne and the twins because they were some of those whom he could trust and were better at casting than others. The meeting was supposed to be T.O.D. in the space behind the mirror on the 4th floor, and they all arrived one after another. After they were seated, Harry started addressing them. I have called you all here because I need your assistance. I am happy that you all have progressed quickly and are able to hold your own. I have been pulling my punches when it comes down to it because I have not been getting the same amount of practice as I am used to. I feel like I am getting rusty with lack of serious practice. Ron asked, how can we help you, mate? I want you all to duel with me. All of us. Ernie asked, all of us at once. Harry replied offhandedly, yes, all of you at once. I will cast while you will defend against me. The twins asked him, mate, are you sure you are not getting a bit ahead of yourself? Sure. We know you are powerful, but we are too many against you. Harry replied indifferently, no, mates. I am serious about it, and do not worry. We are not using lethal spells for safety's sake. Hermione made the decision for them. I do not know about them, Harry, but I am ready for whatever help you need of me. When others nodded their assent, he cautioned them, I would like to remind you all that you cannot tell about anything that you see me doing in these practice sessions. If news were to go out, it would be detrimental to the interests of all of us. Please agree to it only if you think you can face the world and not give me up. Even if it is old Tom who is threatening you. Ernie, who knew the barest details about this, Tom said to him, Harry, while I do not claim that I know you as well as them, but I would not give you up to anyone. We the Macmillans have always stood behind the Potters throughout these centuries, and while they do not say that, where a Potter goes, a Macmillan will follow. The Macmillans and Potters stood together even before the Longbottoms arrived. If you are worried, I would take a magical vow to that effect, if you want. Such a display of loyalty was Enig to convince Harry that none of them would ever give him up. At last everyone agreed that they would help him in whatever way they could. Susan had been quiet during the meeting because she agreed with the decision but did not like it. She knew that the face-off between Harry and Voldemort was unavoidable. Even though she did not wish for him to go off and face that monster, she was not going to stop him from doing what was his duty. She would stand by his side and help him do it. She also had deaths to avenge. The snake-faced monster had taken too many people from her and she would be damned if she stood by and let him do it again. He cheerfully asked them to report to the room of requirement that evening for the first practice session. When the selected students arrived that evening at the room of requirement, Harry was already inside and dodging spells from 4 dummies at once. They all stood watching him dodge the dummies easily. They all had learned dodging in their sessions with him, but they realized that they were nowhere near as nimble as him. He was doing it so easily and made it look like a dance. He was not sidestepping or trying the slippery fish, and they were all in awe of what he considered simple dodging. After about 10 minutes, Harry ceased his practice, and noticed the others. I did not realize that you guys had arrived. It was Ron who broke the silence. Wicked. Where did you learn that one? Harry chuckled. It was dodging, Ron, plain and simple. With enough practice, agility and speed, anyone can do it. Hermione spoke. Not everyone can do it, Harry. Maybe the senior Aurors in the ministry or some professional duel masters can do this, but not mere students. Harry waved her off. It was practice, plain and simple. However, I want to know if you guys are ready to give me some practice. They all nodded and Harry asked them to adopt the stance for dueling. As they did, he pulled his sandalwood wand and took his position. Now, I am going to take on all of you at once. I want you to defend, dodge or cast the best you can. Your goal is to stop, stun, disarm, paralyze the best you can. No lethal spells. I will be doing the same to each of you. His friends all looked a little incredulous, but they spread out in a semicircle, leaving enough room for each of them to move and dodge, then raised their wands. At first, Harry wanted some practice dodging against live casters. While these were not the mystics, but they were the best thing in the present circumstances. When the first volley of spells rushed at him, he neatly sidestepped all the spells, making them halt briefly. When his friends realized that he was not casting back and that their spells could not hit him, they picked up the pace and the spells flew at Harry in volleys. It didn't take Harry long to figure out their rhythms, and he closed his eyes as he danced, allowing the light from the spells that made its way through his closed eyelids to guide him. He started maneuvering, pulling his friends out of position. Then a stunner meant for Harry hit Hannah and took her down. The next moment, Ernie took a similar hit. The ones who were still standing conjured shields and repositioned themselves in such a way so they would not hit their friends. Harry opened his eyes and started casting at his top speed, sending spell after spell in all directions. He used a wide variety of hexes, jinxes, charms, transfigurations and animations while he still danced out of the path of every spell. He still had not conjured a shield. He sent a stunner which Fred took on his shield. At almost the same time, Hermione deflected a petrification hex with the same shield she started with. A levicorpus was rustling towards Daphne, who had made the mistake of dropping her shield and found herself being hoisted by her ankle. No one else could help her because they were hard-pressed to defend themselves from him. As Daphne was being hoisted to the ceiling by her ankle, a shield breaker had shattered Neville's shield. But having enough experience dueling with Harry by now, he had immediately ducked to avoid the stunner which passed through the space where he had been a moment ago. Soon after Neville had ducked, Ronald had decided to risk attacking Harry and had dropped his shield. Before he could cast, his wand was flying across the room to Harry's offhand. Susan had sent the tickling hex his way, which he sent right back at her. She doubled over laughing. George's wand arm was attacked by a dog transfigured from a chair. As Fred tried to defeat the dog, he was taken down by a stunner. Hermione tried to start attacking, but in the same moment, Harry's fire whip was roaring through the air, making them all duck. While they were all distracted and ducking, she found herself tied in chains while George had lost his wand to the dog, having failed to transfigure it back. Harry stunned him too, leaving Neville the last one standing. Harry started peppering him with bolts of fire, forcing him to hide behind a shield, and sent a stunner at him and an incarcerus at the same time. Neville risked slashing the rope which was trying to find him, and the stunner took him down finally. Harry was standing proudly over his fallen comrades, grinning smugly. Ernie and Hannah had been knocked out at the start by friendly fire. Hermione was tied in chains, trying to free herself of it with her wand having fallen out of her hand. Neville was stunned and so were the twins. Daphne was hanging by her ankle. Susan was just getting over the effects of the tickling hex that had been reflected back at her. Ron had lost his wand during the fight and had been an easy target for a stunner with no way to raise a shield. After that, Neville had fallen at last. Harry enervated everyone. WHO had been stunned and freed Hermione of her restraints and released Daphne of the Levicorpus jinx. When they all came around, they were flustered that they had been bested by him so easily. Not one of them had got a hit on him, and that was when he had not shielded against them. Daphne broke the silence. That was incredible casting. Where did you learn that one? Sorry Daphne, but trade secrets are just that. It is not something that can be taught. Proprietary magic, you can say. Proprietary magic was one's personal magic and could not be shared, and therefore there was no reason that anyone can pester him to teach it to them except maybe Hermione, but for once, she was keeping her peace. While they were all catching their breath, Harry gave them some feedback. I know that none of you have any real combat experience. Before we go again, there are some things you should know. First is the way that Hannah and Ernie went down. That was friendly fire. Fred and George, you were so intent on trying to hit me that you failed to take into account that you might hit one of your own when I dodged out of the way. This is called tunnel vision. You must pay attention to everybody's position when you are in combat, or you just might end up taking out one of your own. Second thing is shields. You never know what kind of spell is coming your way. Shields are great against wide area spells which are exceedingly difficult to dodge. But they take energy, they can be shattered, and they do not protect you against everything. I want to see all of you dodging everything you can. Save your energy. The spell that cannot hit you cannot harm you regardless of what that spell is. George, when an animated transfiguration attacks you, you are better off to try and take control of it or vanish it. Those things cannot be injured, and it is nearly impossible to undo the transfiguration if you do not know how it was created. Daphne, you still had your wand until you dropped it, trying to keep us all from seeing your bloomers. Next time, hang on to your wand and make a surprise attack on one who may have dismissed you as being out of combat. Ron, for a disarming spell to work, it has to hit you. It doesn't take much to get your wand out of the way by sending your wand in your holster and make the spell useless. The rest of you, sure, put up a shield as a precaution, but dodge and learn to cast around the edge of the shield. You will be a lot less vulnerable that way. Any questions? They all sort of looked around at each other and shook their heads. Harry noticed that they had all caught their breath. Okay, let's do it again. Remember, no lethal spells. We don't need anyone getting hurt. Neville opened with a bludgeoner which Harry neatly sidestepped. Others were not far behind, and soon, he was sidestepping stunners. Petrifiers, Incarcerus and Incendio too. They were posing no challenge to him at all because they were only firing at him and not in directions he could go in case he dodged or sidestepped, and it made it easy for him to dodge better. He had yet to raise a shield since none of their spells had connected with him. He had sidestepped another volley of spells and was thinking how nothing was connecting with him. However, in that moment it seemed that some understanding passed between them, and they started casting at different angles and one after the other, freeing in all directions that he could go while sidestepping a spell. Laughing inwardly that finally they were making progress, he raised a reflector shield and sent Ron's spell back at him, who was in MIDDLE of casting and could not dodge fast enough. As Ron collapsed, Susan had sent a shield breaker at him, which he sent at Neville by flicking it off of his wand. As a trained reflex, Neville conjured a shield which immediately shattered under the hex. As Neville's shield failed, Harry flicked Fred's hex at George and George's hex at Fred. As he had expected, they had fired prank spells at him, and Fred ended up looking like Headless Nick, complete with the ruff around his neck, while Fred looked like someone had hit him with Furunculus hex. He sent Hermione's Incendio back at her, and her cloak caught fire, which Susan put out with the Aguamendi charm. He sent Hannah's petrification hex at Neville, whose attention was distracted by the fire, and he paid for it. He reflected Ernie's stunner at Anna and Hermione's Incarcerus at Ernie. Daphne had fired a spell chain of petrification hex, disarming spell and Incarcerus, of which he dodged the petrification hex, flicked the disarming spell at Susan and the Incarcerus back at Daphne. Hermione was the last one standing and she started peppering him with incendio and he kept sidestepping, taunting her, telling her that she could not touch him. And when she did not realize what he was doing, he sent her stunner back at her and she collapsed. When he enervated them or released them from their predicament, he raised his wand and asked, "Shall we do it again?" They practiced twice more and every time Harry came out on top. He still had not needed to perform the slippery fish, raise a shield, nor did he cast with both wands. The rest of them were showing some real improvement. The disarming never worked again. There were no more hits from friendly fire and they were dodging more. He had practiced rapid casting and he was sure that it was sufficient for Tom for the first meeting. In the next meeting, however, he would show him the dance of death. Classes were in full swing now with the teachers giving them more and more assignments to do. McGonagall was teaching at her leisurely pace as she was used to in managing to get her point across to all of them. She had ensured that all of them had mastered the inanimate conjuration when she had started on vanishing. Vanishing was in 2 steps. Firstly, they all tried to vanish simple invertebrate organisms, and when all the class had been successful in it, she had turned to each them to vanish more complex organisms. She cautioned them against trying to use it on humans because they were most complex organisms and the spell may not be successful at all or would result in a disaster, and both of the scenarios were bad. Snape was teaching them one of the potions that he told them would certainly feature on their owls. While he was still being evil to them, he was trying to help students in his own twisted way. However, Harry knew the damage was done and most of his year mates would end up getting an E at best. However, if Snape allowed people in his course with E grade next year, there may be hope for some potential future Aurors or healers. Flitwick was the most laid-back teacher in Hogwarts and he did not create a fuss over what he taught to them. He mostly made them revise what they had learned in the previous years in addition to new things. His classes were the best to talk because there was generally so much chaos in his classes that people could talk without fear of being overheard. So far he had them revise the Banishing Charm, the Summoning Spell, Mending Charm, Severing Charm, and had them learn the Locomotion Charm, Impedimenta Jinx, and the Growth Charm. Babbling was teaching runes and Harry was finally coming to terms with the theories, which were a major headache for him. He had learned the practical well enough but had only read through he theory enough to help him to learn the concept. Now he was reading the theories and trying to understand what they said or what concept was in them. There were no major theories in runes yet, but there were so many things that he needed to know, like translating the runes, listing their uses and other little things. He was trying to enjoy the challenge as much as he could. He did not need to war. Why about defense, as it was a subject where he could breeze through it on his practical work alone. He knew that there was no way that he would ever score anything below outstanding in this subject. With so many students performing at the same level, there were going to be a lot of outstanding grades in this round of owls. History was all about reading, but with Martha Hughes as the teacher, it was an enjoyable subject now. Her classes were also helpful in filling the gaps in his education about the history of Avalon and consequently magical Britain, which had been lacking in Rachel's education. Rachel had so little time with him that she was only able to teach him enough so that he would not end up making a fool of himself in the Wizengamot or appear to be an arrogant, self-obsessed pureblood like Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid had shown them Thestrals and was planning to show them Kelpie next. Wherever he would get hold of one, Harry had no idea. Hermione told him that once Hagrid had told her that he was trying to acquire a chimera, which was a XXXXX creature. Its eggs were class and non-tradable articles. Harry had shuddered at the mere thought. A chimera was an infernal beast having a lion's head, goat's body and dragon's tail. They were considered to be impossible to slay. In the only instance of chimera slaying which was known, the wizard who had slain it fell off of his flying horse due to exhaustion and died. Since Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn had taught the students about the chimera when he was the professor, Hagrid was continuing his lessons. Hermione had been able to discourage him, telling him that it was a bad idea because it would lead him to presentation before the Committee for Care of Magical Creatures. Last week he had shown them a Porlock. It was a creature that grew to a height of 2 feet on average when fully grown and covered in large amount of rough shaggy hair. It had a large nose, small arms ending in 4 stubby fingers, and walked on 2 cloven hooves. It was a native of England and Southern Ireland and was a horse guard. Harry had often seen one around Blackstorm, but it never stayed when Harry tried to approach it. He had also seen them in the stables around Adrashpuram, and Pashupati had told him that he had brought them on board the Marichika about 40 years ago and they had never left. It generally nested in the straw of the stable or in the middle of the herd it was protecting. He had also shown them Fairy, which was fairly dull when it came to Hagrid, but they were beautiful little beasts and the students had really liked that class. Hagrid was going to show them Krups in the coming term. Until then, he was making them revise what they had studied in the last 2 years except for the blast-ended Scroots, but every student was happy to have nothing to do with those abominations which he had bred for the tournament. Professor Sprout was the same as ever and taught them of the things that she knew would feature on owls or would be more useful for the students to know. She was also teaching a few of her students about the plants which were in the newly made greenhouse, and only a select few of her students from the present owl class were allowed into it. A few weeks later, December was halfway through and Harry had told them that he would not be teaching them till the new term as they have had enough for now. The last few weeks had been absolute chaos with pranks happening left and right, and surprisingly Harry was not always responsible. It seemed as if some other students in the castle had taken a leaf out of his book and were starting to indulge in pranking, with Harry already giving them a run for their money and some new unknown variables vying for the position of prankster in residence. The twins were forced to up their game. They were liberally testing their products on the students when they could. There had been instances when they were put into detention even when they did not do anything. In addition to the students, Peeves was also trying to contribute to the mayhem. He would often pelt students with dung bombs or with the blowgun that he had come to love so much. There was only concession he had made to Harry and never tried to prank him, but was ready to do his bidding lest Harry again tie him into chains. There had been one day in the Great Hall, just after dinner started, that dung bombs started raining down from the ceiling and going off. Peeves the poltergeist was up there, hovering and cackling like a maniac. Thanks to quick reflexes, Harry had been able to raise a wall around him and his friends before any of the nasty smelling shrapnel had ruined their dinner or fouled their clothes, while bubble-head charms provided fresh air to breathe. From that time, Harry made it his mission to track down and prank Peeves every chance he got. Once he hexed him with Langlock and then stunned him. With Peeves incapacitated, Harry shut him up in a suit of armor. The poltergeist took hours to wake up and get free of the armor. Peeves, being a slow learner, immediately set off to find Harry, supposing that he could even the score. This time, Harry bound Peeves in chains and left him in a deserted corridor, where he stayed for 2 days. After that, the poltergeist became Harry's minion, doing Harry's bidding rather than risking his displeasure. When Harry told Sirius about it, Marauder could not believe it at first, but after showing Peeves obeying him in the communication mirror, Sirius had to admit that his pranks were far more phenomenal than his own. There had also been several instances when he pranked other students. Like one day, he had made all the words disappear from all the books in the library. Harry would have escaped punishment for this one, but unfortunately for him, one of the ghosts had seen him and told Dumbledore. Harry had lost 50 points for that and served a detention with Hagrid. There were many other small incidents which happened, but none were pinned on him. He was also careful to earn all the points which he lost, because otherwise Gryffindor would have fallen behind. He earned most points with Hagrid for knowing much about creatures, while the rest were compensated in Flitwick's classes or Vikram's lessons. McGonagall, however, never gave him a chance to make up for the lost points and did not let him answer any of the questions she asked. He was also told by Dumbledore that the Death Eaters were getting brave due to no resistance being offered to them. There were reports of threats to shop owners in Diagon Alley or other places and attacks here or there. A wizard had been killed in Nocturne Alley when he had apparently tried to refuse to sell an artifact to one who threatened him in the name of Voldemort, but retaliation had been made by Aurors, who had arrested several of Tom's minions. Rufus Scrimgeour was in constant action as head of the law enforcement patrols and tried to be part of every team which was sent into the field. He had also been apprised of Moody's plan after Yule. The said plan was to be executed at midnight after Yule celebrations. Moody had chosen the atrium for the skirmish, and Croker had finally developed the wards which would be employed at the ministry entrances. They would prevent Death Eaters from entering or leaving the place, but those wards would not go up until Tom had shown his snake face in the atrium of the ministry. There were 50 Aurors ready for the occasion. Moody had not briefed them about the specifics of their mission, but only told them that they were being trained as part of special operations such as Minister's security detail, or protecting the head of DMLE or Moody himself. The plan was that on the chosen day, the Aurors would be in place by the time of the attack. Harry would go to the ministry on the appointed day with Dumbledore, where they would take one of the flow entrances in the atrium and would go towards the Department of Mysteries in plain sight. One of Voldemort's spies, who was a lowly ministry worker and often lurked around the Department of Mysteries, would overhear about Harold Peverell coming to pick up something from the Department of Mystery. And he surely would let Tom know of this tidbit. However, once they were inside the entrance to the department, Harry would hide under his cloak and return to the atrium while Dumbledore would intercede when Tom was finally out and about. He could directly travel to the atrium with Fawkes the Phoenix. A few particular sections of the atrium were already put under Fidelius by Moody, and it was air that the Aurors would hide in waiting. As soon as Tom Riddle came out into the open, they would step out and engage his forces in duel at Harry's signal. It was also made clear to him that no one except him would engage Tom in a duel. However, the rest of his minions were free game for the Aurors. Remus Lupin had been added to the contingent under the request of Sirius and recommendation of Frank. Sirius's job was to lead one of the divisions, while one would be handled by the minister himself, who was desperate to score another one on old Tom. One of the divisions would be handled by Rufus S.C. Rimjor, who had apprehended several minions of Tom by now, and was eager for more action. Moody would be watching over the whole operation and led one of the divisions. There was another one under P. Proudfoot, who was a senior Auror and was touted to become the next head of DMLE in case Amelia were to step down or something were to happen to her. Amelia was to stay out of the skirmish and apprehend any who tried to flee. Since the atrium would have anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards up, the only way out was the flow network, which would be redirected to take the user to a designated spot. Amelia would be waiting with her wand. Harry was also told that if he spotted Nagini, he was to decapitate her on sight. Since the Great Snake was a horcrux, it was unlikely that anything less than a sword of goblin wrought silver could kill her. With Nagini dead and destroyed as a horcrux, that would leave Tom with only one horcrux that was not already in the hands of his enemies and one step closer to death. They knew that they could not kill Tom in this encounter because he still had one of those abominations left, but the purposes of this ambush were to bring him out into the open and to thin the ranks of his followers. While it was not part of the plan, but Harry had decided to use some of his choicest curses on Voldemort, and if possible then to trap him and maybe throw him through the veil. Even if Tom somehow managed to come back through his last remaining horcrux after that, it would certainly put an end to his mischief for many years. There had also been a Hogsmeade weekend, where his friends had gone to the village to shop for the holidays while Harry and Susan had stayed behind. He had asked her if she wanted to go to the village, and she had refused, telling him that Hay could always do their shopping in Diagon Alley when they got home. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was in thought. The past weeks had been chaos but still entertained everyone quite a bit. The NKS which had been sweeping through the school had done well to uplift the gloomy mood. They had brought laughter and joy, which was a welcome diversion in these times from talk of war. He was also contemplating about the last horcrux, which was out of Tom's reach when the gargoyle alerted him to a visitor. Vikram came into his office a few moments later. "Dumbledore, I have news," he said. "Have you finally had the chance to see Gryffindor's gauntlet for yourself?" he asked eagerly. "Yes, Albus, and as I have told you, it is not a horcrux. It is secure in a glass cabinet, and even the ICW had kind of forgotten about it. The Guardians of Archives keep it under some really serious protections, and it would be a fool's venture to try and steal it. In fact, Grand Master Flammel had secured it in the archives, and the protections are not broken on it. We had him check it for us." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose up high on his forehead. "Master Flammel is still alive?" The mystic chuckled. "Of course he is. He is one of the honorary mystics who never renounced old life and was ineligible for the cloak. Guruji himself sought him out on his island in France. But the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed," Albus said. They told me that they had only enough time to put their affairs in order. The mystic started laughing. Albus, he pranked you. Yes, the stone which was kept here in the castle was Destro. Yet but honestly you do not think that it was the only one when he himself had made it. He had another which he hid from the world but we knew about. Maybe there might be more but we do not know about it. Albus was befuddled. He had in all honesty thought that Flamel had died or was close to death. Since the alchemist was a recluse, Albus had not been able to contact him. To think that he was an honorary mystic was just the icing on the cake, as the Muggles say. So, it narrows our search to Ravenclaw's diadem, which can be the horcrux which we have not been able to find yet. A little piece of information that I have been able to find is that the diadem was not with Rowena when she died. She had lost it years prior to her death, and as per her own admission it was her daughter who stole it. The whereabouts of the diadem after it was stolen are not known, and I cannot even begin to guess how Tom Riddle was able to find it, provided it is the final horcrux, Vikram said. Dumbledore heard what Vikram told him with rapt attention. He of course had studied Rowena's family tree because he had been fascinated with the diadem and the powers that it was said to contain. Rowena had a daughter, who had died sometime before Rowena's death, and that was all that was known to him. He would have to look into more places to find where the diadem could be. Now Albus, I trust the plans to lure Tom out are in place, Vikram asked him. Yes, Alistair has seen to it. They are training regularly. The Aurors are being trained to kill if necessary. Other small details are being worked out. I hope that by the time Yule arrives, everything will be in place. I swear that once this is over, I am going to retire and spend the rest of my days in peace. A bloke deserves his rest after having fought 3 wars and 2 Dark Lords, doesn't he? Quote, the mystic chuckled. One can always hope, Albus. Great Hall. Susan and Harry had just ambled into the Great Hall for lunch without their friends around. Neville, La and Hannah were off doing who knows what. Hermione was in the library as usual. Ron, for once, was ignoring food in favor of his friend. Ernie had finally asked Lilith Moon out a few days ago. Sink. Then he was often in her company at the Slytherin table or the Hufflepuff table. Justin had taken a shine to Megan Jones and they were spending time together. Ginny, to his astonishment, had started to see Colin Creevey, not that he was opposed to her choices, only that Colin was a laid-back guy while she had the Weasley temper. Harry shuddered to think that they might be discussing Harry Potter fan club business. Harry, what do you say about a date? Susan asked him. I would say that I am in favor of the idea, Sue. Do you have something in particular in mind? Lunch in the 3 Brooms Street. Ix followed by a stroll around the village sounds lovely to me. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. Getting out of the castle is no problem, nor is evading any teachers or Aurors we may happen to encounter along the way. The real problem is evading Sirius and Remus. They are in Hogsmeade and on the lookout for me in particular. They know my magical signature and no disguise will fool them. Sue grinned impishly. Well then. That leaves only 2 options. Harry put on his lopsided grin and asked, and what would they be, Sue? She answered, either you can admit defeat and stay here where it is safe, or you can go out there and get the drop on them before they can capture us. Well then, let's go. We will have to take one of the secret ways out. I do not want people to know that we have escaped. They went out as if to take a long stroll in the grounds. Then, they took the tunnel under the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack. Susan was initially reluctant, telling him that it was the most haunted building in Wizarding Britain. Harry had the audacity to laugh at her statement. She had viciously elbowed him in the ribs and he had explained that he laughed because they lived in a magical castle with actual ghosts, and what could be more haunted than that? He also told her that the noises were made by Remus during his transformations, and when the rumors spread, Dumbledore had encouraged them rather than curbing them. When they had emerged in the shack, they had found it to be transformed. The walls had new wallpaper. The smashed furniture had all been replaced with desks and chairs. The kitchen had been refitted with a new pot-bellied stove, table, chairs and a full larder. There was a brand new fireplace, big enough for a man to stand up into. There was not a speck of dirt in the place. There were also banners with the insignia of the Ministry of Magic on the walls. Harry had been dumbfounded until he found his cousin, Nymphadora Tonks, in the shack. Who tall? D-him that the building had been borrowed and repurposed by the ministry to serve as the Hogsmeade Auror outpost and an easy way to reach the school in case there was an attack or something. There was at least one Auror always present in the shack. When Harry had asked her not to tell on them, she had agreed provided that they returned to the school in less than 2 hours or she would hunt them down herself. As he was leaving, he noticed that Nymphadora was not her usual exuberant self. Her hair was dull brown, which perhaps was her original color, instead of the bizarre bright colors she often sported. There was sadness about her which he had not noticed before. Glamoring themselves, they went to the 3 broomsticks where they sat in a private parlor. After food had arrived and he had cast the usual wards around them, Susan started talking. Harry, have you thought about the trip we were talking about? Yes, Sue, I have, but we cannot go there till the new year. Why is that? She asked him. We will be free of our obligations just after Yule. Harry stroked his forehead. Oh right, I have yet to tell you. This year I am hosting the New Year ball. Remus has already sent the invitations to others. I was supposed to invite our friends and I forgot about it. She nodded. But we are going for the trip, right? That we are, Sue. I just have to decide who we are going to invite. Pay for the ride along because no one would come by themselves but bring one with them, and that will be a lot of people. After they finished lunch, they decided that a stroll through the streets of the village would do them some good. It was snowing and the weather was chilly, so Susan was kind of hugging him while they roamed the streets. Susan said suddenly, that day Longbottom ruined our moment. He could not have chosen a better moment than that. Harry chuckled. It was not his fault, Sue. He was just looking out for us, however why bring it up now? She caught hold of his collar, pulling him towards her and kissed him. Hey guys, I cannot even begin to tell you how overwhelmed I am with the reviews that I received. Thank you everyone for those lovely words which encourage me to write more and more for you all. The excerpt you read in the author's note for last chapter belongs to chapter 42, so I guess you will have to wait till then. However, you do not need to be sad about it. I promise it will be worth it. Below is a little something for you all. Sirius had directly engaged Lucius. He saw Lucius, bellowed and ran towards him. Lucius, today you will pay your reckoning. Lucius had his wand out and sent a curse at Sirius, but the marauder had sidestepped it the moment it approached him. It was a little trick he had learnt after watching Harry do it so many times. While he was not as fluent as him, he could ward off the likes of Lucius Malfoy. Frank and Alice were standing back to back in the atrium and fending off 3 at once. They both had known each other's moves since forever and could communicate through their actions without talking. It was easy enough for them to fight together with 3 to 4 at once. Ellipsis. Rufus was fighting 2 of them and was enjoying it. One of his boys had fallen to a bone breaker and Rufus has stepped in to engage his opponent too. He was fighting with grim determination, and as they fought, he kept them on their toes. Ellipsis. Uni had already killed 1 and was fighting 2, and his power, which came to him due to being a werewolf, was enough to give him leverage against his enemies. He was casting at faster rate than others, and his opponents could not dodge in time. Ellipsis. Moody was having the time of his life. He had fought these vermin all his life and had a lot of grudges from past war. He wanted to engage Snakeface himself, but the lad had taken it on him. Ellipsis. As Voldemort stumbled out, Harry roared again, taught him, and a lightning bolt erupted of his wand and would have smite Voldemort, but true to his fortitude, the Arch Lord at the last moment was able to raise a mage shield which made a horrible sound of clang GG, and the spell was ineffective. Chapter 42. The potion had finally been released and had been a money maker as was expected. The ministry had worked rapidly on the registry, and at the last count there were 500 werewolves in Britain. The registry was now being well maintained and looked after by Amos Diggory with 3 wizards working under him. The potion had been an instant hit and Remus was getting requests from abroad to export the product. Remus had asked Ted to obtain the export license fro. The ministry, which was issued on the same day, and Remus had not wasted a moment to contract with companies suggested by Cyrus Greengrass using the prices fixed by Harry. So far, they had started to export the product to all of Europe and were considering partners for other parts of the world. The coffers of House Potter were getting filled faster than Remus could count, but he knew Harry would know. He waste a moment to spend it where the gold was needed. In the meanwhile, sales of Wolfsbane had plummeted. It was expected that within a month or two, the product would be taken off the market. The inventor of Wolfsbane, Demicles Belby, had written a letter to Harry congratulating him on his achievement. Harry had invited him to the New Year ball being hosted by him. For the ball, Sirius had opened the Black Manor, which contained a ballroom almost as big as the ballroom at Potter Manor. He had also told Harry to personally invite whoever he wanted to the ball and sent him portkeys to the plaque. For those who were not getting the invitations which Sirius was sending to others. Harry had invited almost all of his friends from his inner circle for the ball and many from those who participated in the training sessions in the Room of Requirement. There were a few Muggle-born among them who were given portkeys because they needed a way to come, while others who belonged to Wizarding Familia could flow indirectly to the manor. The flow address was in their invitations, or Harry could tell it to them. The flow room for the manor was in a little building set aside from the main manor so that if any unwanted guest came along, they could be dealt with before they caused any trouble. Hogwarts. Susan and Harry had not talked about the kiss which happened in Hogsmeade the other day. While Harry still grinned when he thought of that moment, his face adopting a pleasant expression, he was trying not to raise the topic again because he was not comfortable talking about these things. Susan had done it because she had been wishing he would try again after that night when they had been disturbed by Neville, but as people always said, he was clueless. So she had to take the initiative, but now she was waiting for him to make a move. Since the last prank, Harry had not pranked a single student or caused any more mayhem. Instead, he was spending his time in the Chamber of Secrets practicing arcane magics or in the Room of Requirement facing his friends and dueling with them. He was delighted that he had retained his speed and accuracy. He was waiting for the confrontation, which was just a few days away. Dumbledore had briefed him about the last Horcrux and told him that it was the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, since it was the only relic belonging to a founder which was missing and they knew about its existence. He asked Harry if he had any idea about where it was, and Harry told him that he did not know about it but would try to find out. He was already planning to ask someone who could point him in the right direction. He had promised Susan that they will do their Yule shopping together when they were in London. There were not so many shops in Hogsmeade and therefore not much choice, while Diagon Alley was suitable for their choices. He would have to go to Muggle London to get something for Arthur, though. The Weasley patriarch was wildly enthusiastic about everything Muggle. "Will you be my girlfriend today?" The students were ready to leave for London, while most of them were taking the train home, but Harry had decided to flow there from the cottage on the hill. It was within walking distance and he would be home in no time. As it was, there was too much to do in too little time. Susan had agreed to join him with Neville. It was easy enough for them to go to their own residences once they were in London. Harry had wanted to ask others to join him, but Hannah, Hermione and Ron were prefects, while Ginny had recently started seeing Colin Creevey and they hit it off at once. For all Harry knew, they were planning more for the infamous Harry Potter fan club. For the twins, it was one of the last times that they would be taking the train back home. They might not have agreed. By the time the Hogwarts Express was pulling out of the station, they were already home. He had not told anyone that he would be coming home this way and was ready to surprise Sirius, but the Marauder was away at work. After lunch and being fed to their heart's content, Neville flowed to Green Hues while Susan had deliberately stayed behind. When they were alone at last, Harry decided to tackle the issue head-on. It was no use to try avoiding it anymore. He asked her, "Sue, why did you kiss me that day?" She eyed him skeptically. "Did you not like it?" He immediately backtracked. No, it's nothing like that. It is just that I have heard that generally the guy takes the initiative." She said to him coyly, "I waited for you to get the hint after the day when Neville had interrupted us, but you did not seem to get it." Harry blushed. I am not good with feelings and things as such. I suppose I need lessons of my own for these sorts of things." She chuckled. "Don't worry, Harry. Boys generally don't get these things and we girls seem to make it hard for them deliberately." Harry had been looking at Susan while she spoke. Lately he had started noticing how she bit her lower lip at times when she was thinking about something, or how her eyes would spread in surprise, or her smile was actually pleasant, or that her laughter was a melody in ears and her blue eyes were captivating. Her full pouty lips only enhanced her beauty. He remembered how she had looked absolutely gorgeous at the start of the summer, and with all the training that they had done, she looked like a celestial now. She was beautiful then, and now she was like a goddess born as a mortal. Things had been a bit difficult when he had learned of the contract, but she was giving him enough room to breathe and not stifling him with affection, and that was what he liked about her. She would let him make his decisions and not try to impose her will on him. He also remembered how devastated he had been at the start when he first learned of the contract, because it took away his liberty to choose. All the thoughts about dating a witch or two before he settled down were gone in a moment. He had been miserable about it. But then he thought about Susan and how she might have made plans if the contract had not happened. Neither of them had the right to choose, but they could have all the other joys which any other couples did. "Sue, I just had a thought," he said earnestly. "I noticed that has been happening a lot lately," she said playfully. Harry rolled his eyes. "Sue, I do try to think about everything. I just had a thought that the contract may have taken away our right to choose, but we can have other things like every other normal couple, right?" "What do you mean?" she asked, while I knew hardly she had a good idea exactly what he wanted to say. "What I mean, Sue, is that just because we are betrothed by contract, but that does not mean that we cannot have other joys like dating," he said seriously. "I suppose that is true," she said. "However, I would ask your pardon if I do not understand what you want to actually say." He huffed. "You are not that daft, Sue. You know what I want to say, and yet you want me to say it loud and clear." She chuckled. "Well, I am not supposed to make it easy for you, am I? If we are doing this, then I get the whole package with the bells and whistles. So, I am not exactly going to make it easy for you." Harry scowled. "You are a really hard taskmaster. All right, Susan Amelia Bones, would you give me the honor of becoming my girlfriend?" She immediately replied, "Of course I will." As she said this, Harry pulled her up close and kissed her. That was the best kiss that they had, and they kept at it for a minute, or maybe it was a month or a year. Harry had lost all sense of time in that moment. He could only think how soft her lips actually were, or of her fragrance, which smelled like roses and night-flowering jasmine. A warm feeling arose in his chest, like sunlight in the early hours of the morning that he had often experienced in the Himalayas. "How long do you reckon the two of them have been at it, Moony?" said Sirius, who was standing in the doorway. Harry and Susan hastily parted when they heard the marauder's voice. They both seemed to realize then that they were in the meeting room of the Black Townhouse, and Sirius and Remus were at the door to the meeting room, looking at the two of them and sharing a smug grin. "When did you two arrive?" Harry asked them. "I did not hear the two of you come in." "Of course not," said Sirius. "You were busy melting her brain out of her head." "I was not that bad," Harry protested, and then shut up as he realized what he had said. Sirius was laughing and Remus was fighting a losing bat. Let us stop himself from guffawing at the expression on Harry's face. Susan in the meanwhile had hidden her face in her hands, muttering about the consequences if Andy heard about it. "What are you two doing here anyhow?" Harry asked them. "As I remember, you are supposed to be at work at the ministry, and Moony should be either at the Rosier estate or in the office. As it happened, Hermione sent a letter to the headmaster, and she was absolutely hysterical that you three had disappeared mid-ride. Dumbledore informed Frank, who wanted to send a team of Aurors to look for you, but Dumbledore told him that you three were seen walking towards the village after school was let out. It was not hard to put the pieces together from there. However, I will give you fair warning that Amelia is absolutely furious that you did not inform her. Sadly, it seems she has been doing that a lot lately whenever a Hogwarts owl comes to her to complain about one more detention that Susan has been put into." Remus added, "So Amelia has entrusted me with the responsibility to bring her back and to make sure that she does not get lost along the way." Susan sighed. "I suppose I better get going before she shows up here, looking for me." She pecked Harry on the cheek and walked out of the room with Remus following her. Sirius watched Harry deflate a bit as Susan went out and asked him, "Something the matter, pup?" "Nothing, father. I had just asked her out officially," Harry replied. "We thought we would do things like a normal couple does and enjoy every bit of it before it is time to marry." Longbottom Manor. As he was invited to, Harry went to Longbottom Manor that evening for dinner. He did not want to make Alice angry because he feared that she would come over then. He had a whim that she was definitely angry with the prank. As he stepped out of the flow, Alice hugged him. "Here comes my wayward son." Frank chuckled. "Let him breathe, Alice. I am sure that he is worried that you are going to reprimand him for the prank that they pulled on the school." She guided him to the dining table where Augusta was already sitting and she hugged him. Frank gave him a warm handshake. After Harry was seated, Frank started speaking. "Harry, I may be the Minister of Magic, but I do not mind when children are acting their age. You both are children yet, and it is perfectly normal for you to engage in pranks and chase after witches and have fun in general. I do not mind the detentions either, but I am peeved about you three disappearing without informing anyone. None of your prefect friends nodded. Ed that you three were missing because they had to go to the prefect's meeting. It was only when the meeting was over that your absence was noticed and a letter was sent to me. Please never do that again and we will be fine." Alice turned to him. "Now that Frank has it all out of the way, let me ask how things are going with Susan." Harry took some time to answer. "At the start, I felt some resentment, but now things are fine between us. In fact, she can understand me in ways that no one else can." Alice was giving Frank a sly smile. "Of course, son, of course. James said something like that about Lily once." Frank nodded. "That is good that you feel this way towards her. However, I just realized, Harry, that I never asked what you would like to do after Voldemort is gone for good. I have thought of a lot of things. Being a potioneer sometime in the distant future is definitely on the list. I would like to play Quidditch professionally for a couple of years if some team would find me competent enough to play for them in some capacity. Maybe if I am feeling adventurous enough I would apply to the Aurors." Neville snorted. "Are you mental? You should have heard the scouts at the last match. Their eyes were the size of galleons when they saw you dangling upside down on your broom. If you were in your last year of your education, they would have signed you up on the spot." Frank smiled. "You have James's talent and more. He wanted to go professional before his AL year and was even ready to apply to Puddlemere United, but something happened in his 6th year which changed everything and he joined the Aurors." Harry had a smile on his face. "Thank you for telling me that. Sirius has not told me anything about this. All he ever talks about is how he and my father terrorized the hell out of Hogwarts." Alice chuckled. "Of course he does. They were the pranksters in residence for 7 years and unchallenged except perhaps by the Pruitt twins." Frank asked him to report to his office in the ministry the next day early in the morning under glamour charms because Moody wanted to see his preparations and to brief him about the plans. Harry in his turn invited all of them to Yule's celebrations at Potter Manor by passing a piece of parchment to them which contained the secret to the manor and told them that the extended family of Harry Potter would be there. Hogwarts. Harry They appeared to leave the school peacefully, but he had ensured chaos during his absence from the castle. Since most of the teachers did not have a family, most of them stayed there during their winter vacations. Many Muggle-borns and half-bloods had decided to stay at the castle too because Albus had announced that they would be celebrating both Christmas and Yule, and the Muggle-borns had wanted to see for themselves what Yule celebrations were like. Harry, working with the twins, had laid traps in the castle for people to walk into. He had left a swamp in the middle of the Great Hall which was one of the twins' products. He had just tweaked it enough so it would be activated at dinner time in front of the teachers. Just so that he did not miss it, he had asked Vikram to take photos of it. The were also firecrackers which he had obtained courtesy of the twins, and he had made arrangements for them to be placed in the Great Hall to go off when Vikram sent a wordless wandless finite at the crate of firecrackers. There was also the stuff that the twins had perfected like Tung Toffee, braying butterbeer and canary creams which would be mixed in with the Christmas dinner party buy-in. Accomplice Harry had asked to act in his absence. When dinner was well underway, suddenly a swamp opened in the middle of the Great Hall. It had formed between the Ravenclaw table and the Slytherin table. A few students had fallen into it but were quickly retrieved and dried off by Madame Pomfrey. The swamp was not deep. One could hardly be more than up to their knees in it, so there was no harm done. Dumbledore chuckled. "The pranksters have sent their compliments." Flitwick vanished it in a trice, but not before Vikram had been able to capture photos of it. The next day, Hermione Granger dragged her parents to Diagon Alley in the morning. She had returned home worried about Harry but had been told that he flowed to London from Hogsmeade and she had gone home. Since the end of her 3rd year, she had spent little time at her own home but lived more at the Burrow in the last 2 years. The summer also had been abruptly cut short when she had to return to England via the Phoenix Express to train with the others. Her parents were already going to France this year for skiing a day before Christmas. She wanted to join them but she was torn. She also wanted to be at the manor house of the Weasleys where Arthur had invited her. So, she had decided to spend the little time she had with her parents enjoying their company and then joining the Weasleys or going to the Black Townhouse wher. Either was a room always available for her. This morning, she was on a mission with her parents in tow because she wanted to get the inheritance ritual done. Harry had written a letter to Griphook telling him to help her with the ritual, and even if no magical ancestry was found, he would pay the costs of the test. She had tried to make him accept money from her but he told her that it was an early gift for Yule to her. He had given her a ring with the Potter crest and asked her to show it to the teller Ironjaw, who would take her to Griphook promptly. Hermione had asked one of the guards about the said teller and he pointed to one teller sitting behind a counter. She approached him cautiously and said respectfully, "Excuse me. I am here to see Griphook." The goblin did not look up from his register and sneered. "Griphook is not an ordinary goblin, human. He does not see every human who walks through that door demanding to see him." Hermione remembered the ring and tossed it on the counter before the goblin. "I am told he is expecting me." The goblin initially wanted to snarl at the insolent witch before her but controlled his tongue when he saw the crest and internally shuddered. Hastily closing his register, he climbed down and motioned for her to take a seat in the lobby. "Please take a seat. Griphook will be here to see you shortly." Griphook came in about 2 minutes later. ND motioned for them to follow him to a room at the other end of the hall. The room was simple with the walls being bare and there were some chairs on either side of a table. As they made themselves comfortable, Griphook started talking. "As I understand from the instructions I received from Lord Peverell, you are here for an inheritance test. Is that right?" Hermione nodded and he continued, "There are a few things that I want to explain to you before we get to it, Miss Granger. The first is, do you know of wizarding customs, in particular the system of vassals of houses, cadet lines etc.? Hermione nodded. "I have the basic idea about them." "Very good. Now the thing is that the tests may reveal something about your magical heritage and there may be inheritance tied to it or there may be nothing. Since Lord Potter has sent you here and is bearing the costs of the test, it implies that you are under his protection, and if you were revealed to have magical heritage then you would be considered as a vassal to the House of Potter no matter what your magical heritage might be. Is that agreeable?" Hermione took her time to think about it. Molly had told her about vassals but she had not told her about anything like this. Also she was certain that if she had some magical inheritance then Hermione would be the only descendant alive, which meant she would have to seek the protection of one of the houses. If it came down to it, there was only one choice. She turned to the goblin. "I understand what you have told me and agree to it. Please proceed to the ritual." The goblin produced a parchment and a blood quill. "Please write your name on this parchment with this quill." She took the quill and wrote her name upon it and grimaced while the quill drew her blood to write. After she was done, words started to appear. Name: Hermione Jean Granger. Father's name: Daniel Hector Granger. Mother's name: Anne Granger née Paxton, prospective heir to House of Granger. She read the parchment on CE and then read it again and turned it to see if something else was written on the other side, but there was nothing. She handed the parchment to the goblin, who took a look at it, pulled out a stamp. ND returned it to Hermione after properly stamping it. "Congratulations, Hermione Jean Granger, heir to House of Granger," he intoned and then pressed a rune on his table. A goblin entered and he barked orders to him. After the goblin was on his way, Griphook turned to her. "I have sent him to fetch the relevant documents related to the House of Granger and we will be able to answer any questions you might have within a few moments about the status of your vaults and estates etc. If you have a question other than that, feel free to ask." Hermione had a lot of questions and she did not know how many she could ask before the goblin would refuse to tell her more. She decided to take the cautious approach. "What can you tell me about the House of Granger?" The goblin gathered his thoughts. For a few moments before he started saying, "The family had broken off from one of the ancient families, though I do not remember which one, sometime in the middle of the 16th century. The family loss. Ted for 8 generations during which they made their name with feats in potions though nothing like the Potters. The family was supposed to be ennobled sometime at the start of this century and would They got the status of noble house of Granger in the next generation. However, the last Lord Hector Dagworth Granger who founded the extraordinary Society of Potioneers was hairless. He had a brother Jonah, then who was a squib, so he could not take the title of Lord. Jonathan moved away from the family sometime during his teenage years and sired his own family. That is the information available to us right now. The family tree might be able to tell us more. Just then, the goblin who had gone to fetch the documents returned and placed them on the table before Griphook. He dug up the family tree and studied it for a long time. Then he turned to Hermione. As it turns out, Jonathan had a son who was named Hector after his brother. Hector, who was a squib like his father, who being a second-generation squib. He likely knew nothing about magic. He turned to Mr. Granger. I trust he was your father. Daniel Granger nodded. So, what does it mean? It means, Mr. Granger, that you come from a family of wizards and your ancestors were magical. Since she was born within 5 generations from the last magical ancestor, your daughter is a half-blood witch. She is the heir to the House of Granger. She will become the head of house when she reaches the age of majority on her 17th birthday. He picked up a wooden box, carved with intricate designs, opened it and presented a ring to Hermione. This is your heir ring, Heiress Granger. She accepted the ring and placed it on her finger. After scanning her for quite some time, the ring was satisfied and fit itself to her finger. The goblin was looking into a ledger. Your family vault has gold just shy of 2 million galleons, since Hector Dagworth Granger did not think to invest it at that time. He also sold off all the estates of the family since there was no one to take care of them. The family home is still in Plymouth under stasis charms. Your heir ring can take you to it when twisted rightwards. He tossed the ledger to her. Your family vow. Lieutenant number 250 is in the deeper levels of the bank. You can access it according to the wishes of the last head of house. You will need to appoint a manager for your accounts, however, and I would recommend Ironjaw. While he is young, he has enough experience to deal with accounts such as yours. Is there anything more you want to ask? Ministry of Magic. Harry had arrived at the ministry with Sirius this morning. Sirius had gone to his job while he went to meet with the minister. As Frank had asked, he had done glamour on himself. He had brown hair falling down to his shoulders, a broad nose, beetle black eyes, short stature and a dense beard to rival Hagrid's. Frank welcomed him warmly. Harry, welcome to the office of the Minister of Magic. Thank you, Minister. What may I do for you? Just T.H.N. Frank's secretary brought in tea for them, and after some idle chit-chat about the daily business of the ministry and efforts being made to ready the orders for Voldemort, Frank sent for his senior undersecretary. His undersecretary walked in after a few minutes. Mr. Weasley, please take Mr. Peverell here to the head of the Aurors, Alistair Moody, and tell him that I will join him shortly. Percy accompanied him to the Auror floor. Lord Black, he started to say, but Harry interrupted him. I am always Harry to you and your family, Percy. Percy shook his head. I want a favor from Lord Black and not Harry Potter. Harry understood at that moment why Frank had sent for his undersecretary to take him to Alistair Moody when it was clearly a job belonging to a secretary or to one of the guards of his office. He wanted Harry to hear out Percy while it was upon to honor his request or not to. He straightened a bit and, looking at Percy in his eyes, authoritatively said, if it relates to family business, then you should come meet me in the current seat of residence of House Black this evening at 7 o'clock. You will receive the address this afternoon. However, be warned, I do not tolerate insubordination under my roof or callous behavior either. Percy nodded, and by that time, they had arrived at the Auror floor where Moody was in his office. Percy informed the grizzled old Auror that Frank would join them shortly and left. Moody offered a seat to him. Take a seat, lad. A few more people will be joining us. 10 minutes later, Sirius Black, Frank Longbottom, Proudfoot and Rufus Scrimgeour had arrived. When they were all seated, Moody started addressing them. You are all here because you believe the rumors and reports which have been coming in these last 6 months, in addition to what Albus Dumbledore had said in June that you know who. Harry wanted to tell him to call him Tom Riddle, but held his tongue as back from the dead. As of now he is hiding, so we cannot do anything. AC. Tively against him or half the Wizengamot would be after our hides. You all know about the plan and this lad here will play a crucial role in it. He is the bait that will bring you know who out in the open. As we have discussed, we will keep the skirmish contained in the atrium. We will not let it spill out through the lifts or to the flow entrances. We have about 50 oars with us. Under your command with each of you leading 10 of them except Proudfoot and Rufus who will have 15 each. Proudfoot will be in the back and would join it happens that we find ourselves on the losing side. I want to keep the backup as a surprise for him. I will be there and I will oversee the execution of the plan. We are to take as many of them captive as we can. Also, we are authorized to use lethal force because you can be sure that they will. Don't take any chances and kill them if they won't be subdued, but I do not need to remind you that use of the unforgivable curses will still get you a one-way trip to Azkaban. Anyone who fails to follow my orders will be drummed out of the oars promptly. Any questions? Proudfoot asked. Are we going to use a child as bait? Are you out of your mind, Alistair? He would not be able to hold his own against him for a moment. We do not use children as bait. Harry, who found it hard to resist a prank, did his best to look completely gormless while suppressing his urge to laugh out loud. Alistair turned to Proudfoot. The child is more than his match and no mere child. If you aren't willing to take my word for it, then why don't you duel with him, Proudfoot? You just might learn something. Proudfoot was scowling. I do not fight children. Sirius looked amused and baited him. What's the matter, Proudfoot? Are you afraid of being shown up by a child? Don't you think you can beat him? You don't have to hurt him. Disarming him will do. Proudfoot looked thoughtful for a moment then said, all right, I will duel with him and if I win, he is going home. Sirius readily agreed. Of course. You win and you will be calling the shots. The duel was set in the practice ring. By the time they arrived for the duel, all the Aurors who were there had arrived to witness it. Alice, who had just come in, hissed to Frank, have you warned him about what Harry can do? Frank shook his head. No. Moody tried and Proudfoot would not believe him. I suppose that Harry will have to convince him. Dueling the Auror. The two duelists took their stances and bowed to each other. Proudfoot, thinking that he could settle this before Harry made a move, did not waste a moment in lashing out with a disarming jinx at Harry which Harry sidestepped easily. Having seen his first spell miss, he started sending stunning spell, petrification hex, banishing charms at him. Harry sidestepped all of them effortlessly. Moody, who was watching, said to Frank in an undertone, Proudfoot is about to embarrass himself badly today. Frank just nodded in response. Proudfoot had RTED sending every non-lethal spell that he knew of like banishing charm, stunning spell, incendio, stunners, but nothing could touch Harry who had yet to cast a spell. Harry, wanting to egg Proudfoot on, raised his left hand to his mouth and yawned. In response, Proudfoot sent a spell chain at Harry which Harry dodged with ease as if he was walking in a garden. Proudfoot was one of the best Aurors in the Ministry, but he was nowhere near to the level that Harry was used to. Is that the best you can do? Harry taunted him. Your aim seems to be off. Even my best mate can cast better than that. That was enough to get Proudfoot's dander up and he started using some lethal spells at him mixed with non-lethal spells and Harry kept sidestepping them like he was dancing. It had been 10 minutes since the duel started and Proudfoot was beginning to sweat and he was breathing hard. Harry didn't want the Auror worn out before the real battle, so he decided that it was time to end this. Finally he raised his wand and said, now, it is my turn, Auror warrior. He sent a very powerful bludgeoner at Proudfoot which knocked the wind out of him. He was thrown back a few feet with the force of the spell. But to his credit, he tumbled and landed back on his feet instantly and sent an incendio which Harry caught on his wand, and with a subtle flick of his wand, it was turned into a fire whip which he brandished to lasso the Auror. The Auror ducked and rolled to avoid getting ensnared. As he stood, he was met with the glacius which he shielded and Harry shot a bone breaker at him which he dodged. Harry started sending fire bolts at him making him dodge without giving him a chance to retaliate. Proudfoot was frustrated with a child keeping him on his toes and when he sensed a lull in casting, he sent an overpowered bone breaker at Harry which to his horror was sent back towards him. However, having been trained by Moody in the last war, he had not lost his wits and raised a shield in T. Ime which stopped the bone breaker from disfiguring his face. Before he could decide what he was to do next, a spell chain of Reducto Shield Breaker Confrigno was rushing at him and he threw himself to the floor to save himself. The spells whizzed past the space where he had been a moment ago. Then he had to roll away to save himself from a stag galloping through the middle of the ring. He could not even begin to think where the stag had come from. After he was clear of the hooves, he stood up and found chains traveling towards him. He raised a shield to protect himself. While he was rendering the Incarcerus ineffective, Harry sent arrows at him. Proudfoot had to raise a wall between them to take the arrows. There he made the fatal mistake. As the arrows embedded themselves into the wall, it suddenly came alive. Grasping Proudfoot in its hold and even gagging his mouth, Harry lazily sent a disarming spell at him and his wand flew to Harry's outstretched hand. Harry released him from the bonds and returned his wand to him. It was an honor to have dueled you, Auror warrior. Proudfoot hung his head low and said to him, I am honored to have crossed wands with you, Mr. Peverell, and I take back my words which were said in ignorance of your prowess. After that, they all talked some more about the plan and it was decided that they would meet on the day of Yule for the skirmish. Moody invited him to come over any day to practice or have a duel with Alistair. With the viciousness that Harry had shown towards Proudfoot, Moody was itching for a duel like that. Black Town House. When he returned to the townhouse, he remembered to ask Dumbledore to send the Fidelius secret to Percy and Flo called Susan, Bones Manor. Susan was sitting in a chair in front of the fire. She perked up when she saw his head sitting in the flames. She bent at the rug in front of the fire. Now you remember me, my handsome boyfriend. I was caught up at the ministry, my gorgeous girlfriend, and when I came home I was expecting that you would be here waiting for me. She shook her head. Sorry Harry, I cannot come over. Why? He asked. Are you breaking up with me? He asked, raising an eyebrow at her. She groaned. Hardly. Auntie did not like the fact that we failed to inform her that we were not taking the train and she has me grounded till further notice. What? He almost shouted. But what about our plans for Yule? What about the holidays we were planning? I do not know Harry, she sighed. Auntie has asked Tweaky to ensure that I do not leave the manor and she has barred all the entrances and exits of the manor preventing me from going out. I have tried everything that I can think of but I cannot go out. Don't worry Sue, Harry said trying to calm her, I will talk to Auntie. Has Hannah come over? Susan rolled her eyes. She didn't. I expect she is giving an earful to Neville right now or maybe mouthful. Harry wrinkled his nose. I do not need that image in my mind, Sue. I think I'll obliviate myself just to forget it. She giggled at his facial expressions. Percy arrived that evening in Black Townhouse and immediately went on his knee. Lord Black, I have a boon to ask of you. Harry authoritatively said, state your wish, Percival of Weasley, and I will grant it if it is just. Percy took his time to form his words. I had believed the words of the former minister and acted under his authority against you and the headmaster. I even went so far as to defy my family and act against the patriarch of the family, but he has been merciful towards me in not banishing me from the family tree. Lately I have been trying to ask forgiveness from my father after I realized the folly of my ways, but he refuses to give me an audience. I beseech you to intervene on my behalf as patron of the family in your role of Lord Black and ask him to give me an audience so I can ask my forgiveness of him. Harry thought for a while over his request before he acquiesced. I will ask Arthur to hear you out, but I will not command him. You will receive a portkey with an invitation to the Yule celebrations in a day or two where the extended family is invited. You may have your audience with him then. Percy nodded and stayed for dinner after Harry insisted that he had dinner with him. Sirius had told him that he was going for a date with Emmeline today while Remus was surely busy in Rosier Estate, so Harry was by himself in the townhouse. He could go to Bones Manor, but he did not know how Amelia would react and he wanted to give Neville time alone with his parents. Weasley Manor was out because he knew Mrs. Weasley would have gone off on him for not taking the train and for failing to inform others that he was not taking the train. Next day, Hermione arrived the next day saying that her parents had left for France. She also told them about having gone through the inheritance ritual and finding out that she was actually a half-blood and not a Muggle born. She had visited the family vault, which was full of so many books that if her father had not dragged her out of There, she would have been there still. As it was, she was planning to visit again with a trunk with extension charms and get as many of them as she could manage. Harry told her it would be a good idea if she waited to do that until she had an opportunity to see her family home when he could ensure that the house was in pristine condition. The house was sure to have a library and she could put all the books in there, and then she should make a move to get those books out of the family vault. She had begrudgingly agreed to it and had asked Harry to take her in as a vassal to House of Potter, which he readily accepted. He had also tried to talk with Amelia to convince her, but she had not budged and told him in no uncertain terms that she would not change her decision. Harry could only wait for her to release his girlfriend. In the meanwhile they had a long chat on the floor with each other. Seeing him in such desperate shape, Sirius handed him some handmade notes about a product that the Marauders had made. Grinning from ear to ear, Harry had got on to make the said product. Christmas. While Harry had learned the wizarding customs and festivals and was celebrating Yule, he had sent gifts for Christmas to his friends and extended family like every year. In return he had received piles of gifts. The morning started with a snow leopard ambling into Sirius's room and growling near his ear. Sirius opened his eyes a little, noticed the snow leopard and jumped down from his bed yelping, "Merlin pup. You scared the hell out of me." Harry changed back and hugged him. "Come down, Padfoot, there are gifts waiting for us downstairs." Hermione was already in the kitchen ring through her substantially smaller pile while there was an enormous pile waiting for Sirius. To his surprise, Remus was also there with a mountain of gifts of his own. The first one he opened was from Susan, which she had probably ordered from Diagon Alley. It was a black dragon hide jacket with red trimming and hints of gold thrown in between on the trims. Harry put the jacket on immediately. There was a pair of dragon hide boots from Amelia to go with it. Neville had sent him a dagger of goblin silver which he had taken out of the Longbottom vault, and it could go through any kind of armor and cut through most of the major enchantments placed upon a door or a lock. Frank and Alice had sent him yet more books. The next was from Sirius, which was a grooming kit, something that he had not thought about. Emmeline had sent him a scarf of the finest wool. Remus had given him a set of books on defensive magic. Tonks had sent him a miniature version of his firebolt. Hermione gave him a bow on runes which was really ancient and she had found in her vault. Harry teased her as to why she did not send him a homework planner, and she had scowled at him, telling that they had come a long way from homework planners. Ron had sent him a big box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hannah sent him a big box of chocolates. Ernie sent him a book on defense. Terry sent him a book. Mandy too did the same. Justin had sent him a book. Professor Dumbledore sent him a pair of thick woolen socks, making him chuckle remembering the first year when he had asked Dumbledore about what he saw when he looked in the mirror of her eyes. Professor McGonagall sent him a book on Animagus transformation. Mrs. Weasley sent him the usual Weasley jumper. This time, she had worked the black crest into the rig. HT sighed on the chest and he had to smile at her thoughtfulness. There was a box of chocolates he assumed was from Mr. Weasley. There was also a framed photograph of his which was sent by the werewolves he had employed at the Rosier estate. A silver bracelet with a radish which he suspected had come from one of Luna's ear rings from Luna, a box of products bearing the mark of Weasley's wizarding W.H. Ease's had come from the twins, while a bracelet with a ruby had come from Daphne Greengrass, and finally a pair of seeker gloves from Faye Dunbar, which was a surprise because he had not thought she would have sent him a gift. He had also received a painting from his elves and a t-shirt which proclaimed him to be the best master ever. He had bought a jacket for Sirius since he had no idea about what else to buy for him. A massive Honeyduke's gift hamper for Remus. He found a rare book on Metamorphagus which he had sent to Nymphadora. The book had tips about how to get comfortable with the transformation and how to use it effectively. Since there had been no Metamorphagus in Black family for at least 300 years, the book was on a shelf gathering dust. He had found it when he was running Thrug H.A. catalog and kept it to send as a gift to Nymphadora later. He had found a book on arithmancy in Flourish and Blots which he had heard Hermione had been wanting for ages and sent it to her. Keeper's armor to Ronald, Chaser's gloves to Ginny, some products laced with pranks to the twins, a lady's coat he had found in Muggle London for Mrs. Weasley, a complete set of wrenches and spark plugs he had picked up from a store for Mr. Weasley with a note to have fun enchanting, a pair of ear-rings he had picked up in Diagon Alley to Hannah Abbott. A book on dueling to Ernie. A set of silver ear-rings with diamonds for Alice since he was clueless and Sirius told him to give her something that would not offend her. A golden necklace to Amelia. A book on defense to Ernie, on transfiguration to Terry, on runes to Mandy and on defense to Justin. A book to Duvant about charms. A pair of woolen socks to Dumbledore. He had given gold to his elves to buy gifts for them since he could not give clothes to them. A silver necklace for Daphne. A framed photo of Blizz to Professor McGonagall hoping that she will make the connection. He had also ordered a set of dueling robes for Frank and a hat with golden lace for Augusta. He had not already bought a gift for Faye but he sent Dobby to buy a beater's bat and gloves and to deliver them to the Dunbar residence. He had ordered a set of dueling robes for Neville too since he knew there was no plant that he could gift Neville that was not already in his greenhouses. He had also requested the Mystics to get him a Byongoma, a legendary bird portrayed as wise, fortune-telling birds and native to India and sent it as a gift to Luna. He had sent diamond ear-rings to Emmeline and thank you for the scarf. After the gift-opening ritual was over, the elves served them a huge breakfast. Thereafter, Harry left for Potter Manor to spend the day there. Padfoot and Moony tagged along with him saying that they wanted to revisit the place. Today Harry was going to unveil the portraits spread throughout the manor. When they entered the manor, the marauders had wandered off in different directions to their personal favorite spots in the manor. They had spent a major part of their school vacations in the manor with James Potter. It was natural that they wanted to relive the memories. They both, however, had gathered in the dining hall after around 20 minutes with their eyes red and faces blotchy. It was obvious that they had cried their eyes out. The first portrait that he unveiled was of Charles and Doria in the Lord's study. Charles looked up at him critically. "Who are you, young man? You are not my James, are you?" Doria kindly said, "He is too young to be James. You are Harry, aren't you?" It confused Harry for a moment that they did know. She remembered him from their time in Limbo but then he realized that the portraits only remembered what their occupants had experienced in their lives and not what happened afterwards. Harry had talked with them at length about everything that happened in the last few years and they had been proud of him for how he had conducted himself during all these years. After a heavy lunch, he unveiled the saint of the portraits which were of his other ancestors and he made small talk with all of them for some time before eventually taking his leave. They had spent the entire day in their Bones Manor. Susan Bones had all of her usual haul that she got every year at Christmas. But this year, she was looking for Harry's gift in particular. His gift was a mirror which was etched and cut with a beautiful design around the edges. There was a note which briefed her that the mirror was a communication mirror made courtesy of the Marauders. She could use it to talk with Harry without going through a flow call. He also wrote that he would call her on the mirror later that night. He had some chores to do all day. There was also a golden necklace which he had selected for her interlaced with charms with a blue stone matching her eyes embedded in the middle of it. Hannah had finally come over today and told her that Harry had sent a pair of silver ear-rings for her while Neville had brought her a necklace. Susan had received a silver necklace from Hermione and a jumper from the Weasleys. Harry had told her the story of how Mrs. Weasley used to send a jumper to him every year at Christmas and that Ving received a Weasley jumper meant that she had accepted the recipient as part of her family. Ronald had sent her a box of chocolates. Apart from them, it was the usual haul of every year past. Harry called her that night. They had talked at length and made plans to follow. Susan told him that Auntie had given her consent to allow her to go to the Yule celebrations next night. Black Manor. The Yule celebrations were supposed to take place in the Black Manor where the New Year party would also be held later. He had already invited everyone for it. Harry, Sirius, Emmeline, Remus and Hermione had flowed there in the morning and the elves in the manor worked with vigor to make it habitable for the party. As it was, none of them were planning to stay at the manor after the celebrations. People started to trickle into the manor when it was nearing evening. First came the Tonks family. Andromeda hugged him and gave him his gift which she had brought to give him personally instead. Nymphado Ra hugged him tightly thanking him profusely for the book which was a great help to her in stabilizing and having better control over her powers now. The next to come were the Weasleys. Arthur came first, followed by Ginny, Ron, the twins and Charlie at last. The twins immediately started laying into him about how their room was practically destroyed by the gifts he had sent. Thankfully the Weasley elf had been able to save them from any harm. Molly, as he had expected, had immediately started telling him off for failing to inform her that he was not taking the train while fawning over him at the same time. He led the guests to the meeting room in the manor while his elves worked on making preparations for Yule. Harry remembered Percy was supposed to be coming and took Arthur aside. "Mr. Weasley, can I have a word in private?" "Sure, Harry," he said, and followed him to a little room. He started saying nervously, "Mr. Weasley, a few days ago Percy met me when I was at the ministry and asked a boon of me as Lord Black. I could not refuse to hear him out. He wanted me to talk to you to give an audience to him. I told him I would tell you about it, but I would not force you to agree to it." Arthur nodded. "And you have invited him here today. I cannot honestly say that I am over what he said to us last summer, but I can understand what made him do so. I will hear him out, but I will only forgive him if I feel he is completely sincere. You might want to talk to the family beforehand lest they start to torment him," Harry suggested. "Oh, Merlin," he exclaimed, "that would escalate things quickly. I'll go and talk to them right now." Harry gave the Weasleys a room to talk and put some strong silencing wards around it. He was thankful for it when they came out at last. By the way their emotions were pouring out, Harry was actually glad that Susan chose that moment to come, and he rushed forward, picking her up in his arms in a hug and twirling her around. After a minute or two of deliberately prolonged joy-making, when he was sure that the Weasleys may have cooled down, he returned to the table in meeting room. Bill came sometime later with Fleur, and Harry noticed that Mrs. Ashley was not as warm towards her as she was towards Bill. That was so much out of character for her that Harry decided to ask her about it later. He shook hands with Bill and Fleur kissed him on the cheeks, asking how he was. Harry also noticed that her allure had weakened for him. Sure, he could still feel it, but he was not touched by it. Susan noticed how almost every other male had fallen before the allure, but Harry was just slightly dazed by it and was rewarded with an ear-to-ear grin. Percy came just before they started the celebrations. He bowed to Mr. Weasley. "Lord Weasley, I come to make amends for my foolishness and to seek your pardon." Arthur said to him stiffly, "Speak, Percival Ignatius of Weasley, so we may know you carry no malice in your heart." Percy spoke slowly and deliberately, "Father, I am ashamed of my conduct and of the words I said to you and the rest of our family in a time when I was blinded by my ambitions. I said some horrible things which I should not have even thought about, and I do not know if you will forgive me or not. I would not be hurt if you chose not to forgive me, but I thank you for hearing me either way." Molly threw herself into his arms. "Oh, Perce." But her other children were watching him skeptically. Finally Bill asked, "What changed your opinion?" "I was blinded by the idea of grandeur that Fudge wove around him and me." He tried to resent himself as one who can never do anything wrong. The twins said, "Why come back now? Is it because the family's social standing is higher than ever?" Percy had the decency to look ashamed. "I see and understand how you might believe that, since Lord Black has restored our family honor and fortune. But I alone carry the shame for the way I treated you. I am sorry to all of you for my words. Now I should not be forgiven for it, and I am only presenting my apologies to you all. I will be going now." However, before he could go, the twins said, "While you were a prat and thought of you RSELF like the Minister of Magic himself, how your head is always in the clouds, yet you are our family." This time Charlie finished the twins' sentence for them, and family never abandons one of its own. That had been a tearful reunion which made Harry emotional. He felt a little longing to belong. Susan perhaps sensed that and hugged him a little more tightly, and it was then Hermione noticed their hug. When did that happen?" Harry said cheekily in an undertone, "Perhaps when you were busy patrolling the inside of a broom closet with your fellow prefect." Hermione blushed, and Ron, who had heard the last part, had his ears turn beet red. Apart from the extended family, Neville had to refuse his invitation, saying that he had his own celebrations to attend in addition to the invitation to a ball which the minister had received. As the heir, it was his duty to respect the wishes of his lord. The said invitation was also received by Harry and refused to by his steward, saying that Lord Black was holding a family dinner that night and maybe next year, he would be able to honor their wishes. It was the first such occasion for the Black family in many years. Amelia also had excused herself but had agreed to send Susan. Harry was also getting excited about the skirmish that was happening in a few hours. The minister had informed him that all those aurors who had been selected for the task had been given leave for the last 2 days to have rest and to enjoy time with their families before they were to report back at the ministry. It was planned that they would meet at 10 o'clock, and news would be leaked to Tom Riddle's mole at 10:30. Just to be sure that news reached Voldemort, Frank had a couple of aurors dressed like unspeakables saying something big was going to happen at the ministry that night. They would keep dropping hints, and increased movements of the unspeakables to and fro from the department would be enough to have his curiosity piqued. For the celebration, they all went out of the manor house to the woods on the grounds. A huge birch log had been found and Dobby had it burning merrily when the guests gathered around it. There were mats around the log on the ground and everyone sat comfortably when Harry started distributing pieces of parchment and quills. After making sure that everyone had parchment and quill, he started addressing them. I know most of you are familiar with the celebrations of this day. I will still review them for your benefit and to make sure I am not forgetting something. Sirius motioned for him to proceed and Harry started. On this day, we thank Mother Magic for the previous year. We write about what we are thankful for on a piece of parchment, no matter how little or how long. When you are done writing, drop the pieces in the fire of the Yule log. After that, take another piece of parchment and write about what good you want in your life for the year to come while nibbling on bread which is made for this day and a specialty of the Potter elves. When you are done writing what you want in the coming year, drop those parchments in the fire of the Yule log and take in a whiff of the scent emanating from the log. Then we would proceed to the feast soon thereafter. The tossing of parchments signifies that we are committing all our hopes and worries to Mother Magic. May she bless us with her mercy. Everyone started writing things they were grateful for which had happened this year. Harry wrote about how he was thankful that he had a family now, had honorary siblings, a girl like Susan who loved him, a father in the form of Sirius, uncles like Remus and Frank, a grandmother like Augusta, a brother like Neville, the new friends, for the mystics who showed him the path of his destiny and everything that had happened. Susan was thankful for the wonderful boy beside her who loved her and for all the good that he seemed to be doing in the world. Sirius had a lot to be thankful for, like having a son, being free, living with his family which cared for him, and Emmeline who had filled the void in his heart which had been left with Marlene's death. Remus, like them, gave thanks for the family which he had now, the werewolf's pack being intact and together, and he was determined to keep it that way. Others had similar thoughts in their minds and they wrote them on papers. After they were done writing, they each walked up to the Yule log, tossed their parchments into the fire and then came back to write what they hoped to happen in the coming year. While they contemplated, Dobby sent bread to all of them to nibble on. After they were done writing, they each tossed their parchment into the fire and took in a whiff of the fragrance while watching their parchment go up in flames. After everyone had done so, Bill wanted to ask him some personal favor, but Harry told him to visit the Black Manor in 3 days' time with Fleur and he would hear them out. After a 3-course dinner which lasted for 2 hours, people started leaving. Nymphadora, who was part of the plan today and was in one of the groups led by Amelia which would wrap up any escapees, had left first, telling Andromeda that she was being called into the office to patrol Diagon Alley. Harry also knew that if everything went well tonight, then Frank would be calling an emergency session tomorrow. Soon everyone had left except San, who had been permitted by Amelia to visit Hannah and stay over tonight. Since it was really late by the time dinner was over, she opted to stay at Black Townhouse instead, where Sirius had set aside a room for her. Harry was reluctant to let her know that he was going out, so he decided to sneak out. Sirius and Remus had left at about 8 o'clock and Harry had to report to the headmaster at 9:45 and together they would enter the ministry from one of the flow entrances. He went to get ready at 9 o'clock. He wore the dueling robes that Vari had gifted him on his birthday. He slipped the elder wand and he sandalwood wand into his wand holsters. He strapped the sword on his back and put on his mask. He was just going to put the invisibility cloak on and go downstairs to disapparate to Hogsmeade when suddenly the door of his room opened with a bang and Susan entered. "Harry, where have you gone, Lee?" Her words were caught in her throat as she looked at the formidable being in front of her, which she knew was her betrothed. She put her hands on her hips and asked him, "Just where do you think you are going?" Harry tried to be reasonable because it could erupt in a fight soon otherwise. "Sue, I have an appointment to keep today." She seethed at him. "You are going to fight Voldemort, aren't you? This is your plan for him. You did not tell me that you will be participating in it." Harry said to her a little sternly, "Sue, I have made it clear that I am destined to kill him. Our destinies are linked with each other. Please do not stop me today." She resolutely said, "Either you or Aloe. Wing me to come or I will holler for Hermione who will back me up. Together we will stop you." Harry collected her in a hug and kissed her tenderly. "I am sorry, Sue. You are not ready to be in the middle of a fight like this yet. Don't worry, you haven't seen half of what I can do in a fight. I have 50 of the toughest Aurors in the Ministry and Dumbledore backing me up. They will take care of his minions while I am supposed to duel him alone. I have to see where we stand in regards to each other, but I promise that next time, you will be there. I will not march to meet his end without you at my side." Susan had melted into his arms and the intensity of the kiss had her overwhelmed. Add his magic to it and she was on the verge of unconsciousness. He said to her in a soft and tender voice, "I promise you, Sue, that I will return to you." With that he pulled on his invisibility cloak, disappearing beneath it, and walked downstairs and out of the townhouse. As soon as he was outside the wards of the house, he disappeared without a sound. Hogsmeade. Harry arrived just outside of the door of the Hog's Head Inn, and there was Dumbledore, with fire in his eyes, his calm expression gone, and his silver hair tied back in a ponytail and reaching down his back. The usual grandfatherly demeanor was gone to be replaced by the vanquisher of Grindelwald, the victor of Bavaria. He took off his moss K so Dumbledore could be sure that it was him. Seeing Dumbledore that way, Harry understood why Death Eaters had feared even his name in the last war. He looked at Harry as if inspecting him and asked firmly, "Lord Peverell, is everything ready?" "Yes, Lord Dumbledore. Let's start this war," Harry said to the older wizard, eliciting a chuckle from him which however was gone in a moment. "Harry, Furs, we will be going to one of the safe houses of the Ministry where Moody is ready to brief the troops. After he is done, we will be going to the Department of Mysteries." With a whistle from Dumbledore, Fawkes the Phoenix soared into the air and they grabbed onto his tail. In a whoosh of flames, they were gone. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was feeling uneasy. In the last few days, he had received word from Severus that the old fool was planning something at the Ministry. In response, Voldemort had alerted his spies to keep a lookout for anything out of the ordinary. When he received no new intelligence from his spy, he was beginning to think that perhaps his gut feeling was wrong for once. But today, one of his faithful had sent him word that the unspeakables were seen openly walking through the Ministry, going to the offices of the Aurors or to the Minister and talking about an impending visit of a sensitive nature. This was enough to have evoked his suspicion. He ordered his spy to keep his eyes on the Ministry. He could not risk missing the moment if the boy came to pick up the prophecy. Severus had confirmed his suspicions when he reported that Dumbledore had told him to keep Voldemort's attention away from the Ministry till the new year because he had an errand to run. Voldemort ordered 60 of his followers to be ready to go and storm the Ministry and to take the prophecy from the boy if and when he came up with it. He would not let the boy escape with it. If the boy picked up the prophecy, he would learn what was in it and then he would face his foe one final time to crush him to death. Safe house. Moody was briefing the men under his command. "Boys, today you are gathered here for a special mission. Information has it that Voldemort is going to raid the Ministry sometime around midnight. We are going to attack him and whatever men he brings with him. Let it be clear to you all that I do not want even one of those scum to escape our clutches. If you need to the end, kill them, but make sure that your opponent cannot join the battle again once he is downed by you. It is entirely possible that some of you may not return alive from the battle, and I must tell you that I am proud of you all. I could not ask for better recruits than you. My orders for this mission: stay alive, do your duty and return home safely. Now let's give them hell." The oars raised their wands as one and fired red sparks into the air as an ode to their leader. Moody was a gruesome taskmaster, but they loved him because he loved each like his own son. They would do anything to make him proud of them, and if it meant killing some Death Eater scum, then so be it. The oars formed into their assigned squads and took up their positions in the atrium. Harry was at last left with Dumbledore, who turned to Harry. "Let's go tempt the fates, my boy." Harry grinned in response. Ministry of Magic. Harry and Dumbledore flowed into the Ministry atrium and walked up to the wizard on the desk, whose duty was to register visitors' wands. The man stood up at once and bowed to them. "Chief Warlock, Lord Peverell." Dumbledore said to him, "Go home, Alaric. Yule is meant to be celebrated with family and friends." He tried to protest. "But Chief Warlock, Master Auror Moody would be angry that I abandoned my post." Dumbledore waved him off. "I will talk to Alistair. Go home now and stay safe." The wizard walked out of one of the entrances and they took the lift to the level of the Department of Mysteries. Harry distinctly noticed the spy lurking under a disillusionment charm in the corridor and had to resist the urge to stun him. Instead, he walked past him nonchalantly as if they had not noticed the man at all. Thanks to the glamour charms, the spy could not see that they were dressed for war. The glamour charm was done on their clothes, so their dueling robes, the sword would not be visible to the mole. When he realized who they were and what was happening, he swore under his breath and ran to the lifts to go to the atrium and flow to his lord. If he failed to inform him in time, the Dark Lord would flay him alive. The man found that the flow network was turned off in panic. Little but then dissipated out of the ministry. Sirius had been watching him from where he hid under the Fidelius with the men under his command. With the man gone, he sent a patronus to Dumbledore. "Let's lay the trap." Harry and Dumbledore were just inside the entrance to the Department of Mysteries with Croaker, who gave Harry a replica of the orb. "This is a surprise for him, Lord Peverell. I suggest you let him take it after some struggle. If he escapes, he will get the shock of his life." Harry grinned at the unspeakable's line of thinking. Dumbledore, however, was still looking grim. "My friend, are all preparations ready?" The unspeakable nodded. "Just as soon as today's skirmish is over, we will activate the new wards around the ministry. Starting tomorrow morning, we will have caught as many of them as would dare to attempt to enter the ministry after tonight's action." Just at that moment, the dog Patronus walked into the room and said in Sirius's voice, "Let's lay the trap." Harry took off running towards the lift while covering himself with his invisibility cloak. When they arrived in the atrium, he sealed the lifts so no one could use them and then waited for Tom to arrive. Unknown Castle. The man appeared outside the castle and ran inside, wheezing but not daring to stop and catch a breath. Lucius tried to stop him, but the man shoved him aside and burst into Voldemort's chamber. Voldemort was in his chair reading a letter which Severus had just sent. The letter said that Dumbledore was going to get the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries with the brat alongside. He was already furious, and as he reread each line to make sure there was no mistake and the interruption irked him. He raised his wand and roared in cold fury, "What is the meaning of this?" The man immediately went on his knees before him, kissing the hem of his robes and wheezed, "My lord, Peverell and Dumbledore are going to the Department of Mysteries at this moment. They seen them in the corridor which leads to the department." Voldemort understood what he wanted to say in a moment and roared, "Lucius." Lucius, who had just walked into the room, fell on his knees. "My lord," he said in his cold, high-pitched voice, "gather the faithful, Lucius. We are going to the ministry." He turned to the other man, "You have served me well today. Come see me tomorrow for your reward." The man, who was frightened of the ire of his lord, turned tail and walked quickly out of the chamber, not daring to break into a run while trying to do so. 5 minutes later, 60 wizards were ready to storm the ministry behind their Dark Lord. Voldemort and his band of fools appeared in the ministry using portkeys that he had made for them. They were portkeys of wizard make, not the goblin-made variety. What they did not know was that with the wards that went up the moment the last group landed, this was a one-way trip. Neither disapparition nor portkey would work anymore. The flow net orc was rerouted so that anyone who tried to use it would land in front of Amelia Bones and her team. The lifts had all been brought up to the atrium level and locked down. Even opening the elevator, Shafts and levitating through them could not be done. Of course, Dumbledore could still apparate using his phoenix and Harry could still use mystic apparition, but that was something that Tom and his followers did not need to know. The snake-faced man told his troops to take their positions while he started to walk towards the lifts. Harry Potter appeared out of thin air in front of him, going somewhere. Tom. Sorry for the cliffhanger, guys. I know it is bad of me to do that, but I promise you we'll have the next chapter within 48 hours. I am saying 48 hours because tomorrow I will be celebrating Deepawali, one of our biggest festivals, so I am a bit in the festive mood. This took long because I was busy with my other job and also IW is busy cleaning my home. Don't tell nobody. Chapter 43, Black Townhouse. Susan was sitting in the meeting room. She was worrying and fretting as she looked at the door. Her betrothed was off to face the most feared Dark Lord in living memory. Even T. Huff, he was the first war mage to be born in Avalon for 1,000 years, there was still so much that could go wrong. She felt angry that he had left her on the sidelines while he went off to face his mortal enemy and worried that he may not return. Until he did, all she could do was sit, wait, and worry. She desired with all her heart that he would just walk through that door and that he would be unharmed. Hermione, who was propped up in a nearby chair, looked up from reading a tome on runes. She noticed Susan fretting and asked, "Is everything okay, Susan?" Susan shook her head miserably. "Harry has gone to fight Voldemort." Hermione nearly fell out of her chair and the tome in her hands fell to the floor. "What?" she exclaimed loudly, "and he did not tell us." Susan grumbled, "He was sneaking out and I caught him. I was suspecting something like this would happen." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. "What did you notice?" "Andy has been a bit on edge since I came home for Yule holiday. She was often time lost in thought. I thought she was having trouble at work, but when she told me that I could stay at Hannah's this evening I was immediately suspicious because she has AYS spent Yule with me as long as I can remember. Then there was the way Harry hastily ended the dinner and left. There was the look. Padfoot and Moony shared a look with him before they disappeared. I suspected something like this was going to happen. Hermione looked worried. "Is there anyone else with him there? He should have asked us to join him. We would have been there for him. Why did he not tell us? What can we do to help him?" Quote, Susan shook her head sadly. "I do not even know where he is. But he did say that about 50 Aurors and Dumbledore were backing him up. I also demanded that he take me with him. But he persuaded me to stay out of it this time." Hermione just sighed. She had been drowsy a minute ago but sleep left her at that moment. She wished Ron was there so he could have assured her how Harry was the luckiest bloke around and that he would kick Tom Riddle's scaly backside and return to them before morning. She should have noticed when Harry snuck out of the townhouse. She decided to stay awake and sit with Susan while waiting for any news. Just then the flow roared and Susan ran towards it hoping Harry was back. But Neville Longbottom stepped out. "Is Harry here?" Susan threw herself into his arms. "Neville, he has gone to fight Voldemort." Neville awkwardly patted the top of her head. "I know, Sue. I know, and trust me that he will be safe." He was feeling very uncomfortable with the way Susan was clinging to him and hoping for a few words of assurance. He had come to think of Susan as a sister that he did not have. She had confided all of her fears to him and he had always helped her. They had known each other since they were small children. Since they all started time together since the summer, he felt protective of her. Hermione asked him, "How do you know?" Neville grinned sheepishly. "Mother and father have been a little skittish since I came home for vacation. They have been showering more affection on me than they have done before. Today, Fath was off to some official work after our celebrations. Before he left he got real emotional telling me that he is proud of me. I kept an eye on my mother and just saw her receiving a patronus from Arthur asking her to come to the ministry and that the fun is about to begin. I put the pieces together and wanted to see if my theory was correct or not." Neville pulled up a chair and they started a vigil waiting for Harry's return or some news about him. Ministry of Magic. Voldemort stopped in his tracks at seeing the bane of his existence before him with a grin on his face and a wand in his hand. But this was not the same underfed, runty, terrified, bespectacled child of their previous encounter. This was a man, facing him without fear. And that was no twig of holly in his hand either. Such insolence. He would crush the whelp and take the prophecy from his cold, dead fingers. Harry Potter, he said in his high, cold voice, give me the prophecy and I will let you live. Of course, the last part was a lie. But why risk damaging or losing the orb if he could bully the boy into just handing it over? Harry had the audacity to smirk. Fat chance of that, Tom. Voldemort thundered, my name is Lord Voldemort. Harry laughed in his face. You are a coward, a charlatan who needed a made-up name to improve his social standing. You are Tom Marvolo Riddle, a pathetic half-blood son of a squib and a muggle. Lucius, who had heard the entire exchange, stepped forward, red-faced. How dare you address our lord as that, Potter? Harry turned to him coldly. Lucius Malfoy, has no one taught you to hold your tongue when your betters are speaking? Lucius tried to open his mouth again and Voldemort stopped him. Do not forget your place, Lucius. You do what you have been told to do. I will handle the brat. Harry meanwhile had made a great show of patting his robes to make sure that the prophecy orb was where he had put it. Voldemort turned to him and said in a sickly sweet tone, I offered you a choice 4 years ago, Harry. You rejected it, but now I offer you one again. Join me and we will rule the world together. Harry made another great show of scrunching up his forehead as if considering the offer. Then he shook his head. Nah, no chance of that happening. You see, Tom, I am more powerful than you, and even if I were to accept your offer, I would have to be constantly wary of you, that you would put a dagger in my back when I am asleep or something like that. Besides, you killed my mother and my father in cold blood. There must be a reckoning for that. So I think I will just kill you and be done with all the trouble that would otherwise come to me. Voldemort gave a harsh laugh. Kill me? You, the champion of light. What would Dumbledore say about his golden boy becoming dark? At that instant, there was a flash of fire and there was Dumbledore looking like something else altogether in his dark robes, his hair tied in a ponytail, fire in his eyes and the phoenix flying above his head in a circle trilling. I think I would not care about it unless he started to enjoy it, because we both agree that you need to die for the greater good, Tom. Dumbledore's appearance had made the Death Eaters wary and they were starting to fidget, but none ran. Voldemort was saying, you cannot kill me, Dumbledore. I am immortal. Dumbledore had the audacity to chuckle. Tom, you will still be the foolish boy that you were. Everyone born has to die someday. Voldemort's temper was getting out of control. I am invincible. Harry raised his sandalwood wand. Do you really think so, Tom? I would like to test that. Let's dance. Voldemort gave his cold laugh, spreading his hands. You 2 against 60 of us. Do you have a death wish, Harry? Harry smirked. Really, Tom? Would why? Oh, you allow your minions to interfere in a duel of honor between equals. Dumbledore is my second. Whom do you name? Voldemort seethed. Equals, Potter. You dare? Harry shrugged. I admit that it is very generous of me to allow that a great snake such as yourself could be my equal, but I will allow it. The challenge has been issued. How do you answer? Speaking of great snakes, Harry took a look at the assembled ranks of the Death Eaters and could not find Nagini among them. With all the cold venom he could muster, the Dark Lord answered, seize him. But before his minions could move, Harry shot green sparks from his wand. Alistair Moody's voice roared out, charge. In that same moment, a good chunk of Voldemort's followers went down to well-aimed stunners as the Aurors broke cover and began to annihilate the Death Eaters. None of the Aurors were so naive as to think that any of those stunned were out of combat, but it made for an impressive show. Sirius with Remus and Frank with Alec led their groups and engaged the remaining Death Eaters, while Moody led the effort to chain the downed Death Eaters and send them off to Amelia's group for incarceration. Voldemort was stunned. He had acted in his arrogance and walked straight into a trap. There was Sirius Black leading a column of the Aurors from one side of the atrium. His group had the most experienced Aurors like Dawlish, W. Illiamson, and even the werewolf Remus Lupin was a part of it. There was another led by the minister and his wife. Tom seethed internally. He had tried to kill them no less than 3 times, but they had escaped his clutches. Today, it looked like he would kill all of his enemies together. Meanwhile, the sandalwood wand spoke as Harry raised it against him and sent a powerful bludgeoner at Voldemort, knocking him flat. But Voldemort stood up almost instantly, sending a killing curse at Harry, who had already conjured a flock of canaries which collided with his spell. Harry goaded him. Is that all you can do, Tom? I fear you will have to do better than that to get the best of me. Voldemort was immediately enraged. He spun on his heels in an attempt to disapparate and to appear behind Harry, but he went nowhere. For the first time in his life, Tom Riddle panicked. The Ministry had laid anti-apparition wards over the atrium. In that moment, he also understood why the flow network was down. He and his followers were trapped like fish in a barrel to be shot at will. Knowing there was only a slim chance to escape for him and his followers, he sent 2 more killing curses at Harry in rapid succession. Harry conjured a stone wall which crumbled under the killing curses. Harry had the audacity to goad him again. Tom, what happened? How did you become the Dark Lord when all you know are unforgivables? Even Lucius knows more curses than you. At that moment, Tom came to 2 realizations. The killing curse takes a lot of energy and it was going to tire him rapidly if he kept using it in. He had to shout the incantation at the top of his lungs, announcing what he was doing, giving the boy far too much time to react. He changed tactics. He gave a guttural cry and lashed out with nonverbal blood-boiling curses. Entrails expelling curses and the likes. Harry started to sidestep them. He was also leading Tom away from the others so that his stray curses would not kill an Auror. Sirius had directly engaged Lucius. He saw Lucius, bellowed and ran towards him. Lucius, today you will pay your reckoning. Lucius had his wand out and sent a curse at Sirius, but the marauder had side S. Tapped it the moment he saw the wand flick. It was a little trick he had learnt after watching Harry do it so many times. While he was not as fluid as Harry, he could ward off the likes of Lucius Malfoy. As Lucius's spell went astray, Sirius started raining down bone breakers, bone crushers and bone exploders on him, making him hide behind a shield. However, Sirius was unrelenting and kept him under fire. When he realized Malfoy would not come out, he took another leaf out of his son's book and sent a shield breaker and a cutting curse in quick succession. As Lucius's shield shattered, the cutting curse severed his wand hand and his wand was cleaved in 2. Lucius stood, stunned for a moment, trying to understand why his hand no longer obeyed him before the pain hit him and the blood started pulsing from the severed stump of his wrist. He fell to the ground, trying to stop the bleeding from the stump where his hand had been. Sirius had just shot a bone breaker straight at him, but at the last moment, Lucius was banished to the side by another Death Eater, thus saving him. Sirius turned to find that one under his mask, and in a moment of fury at having his prey snatched from him, Sirius sent a cutting curse at him which the man could not defend against as his wand hand was cleaved in 2. He followed up by sending a bone breaker at his temple which stove in his skull, killing him instantly. Sirius turned to Lucius again, who was fidgeting with a quill and a backup wand. Sirius again hit him with a bone breaker which broke the bones in his other arm, and Sirius menaced, "If I did not care so much about not making Narcissa a widow, that would have been your last breath. Now you will live the rest of your life in Azkaban." Leaving Lucius in pain and agony, Sirius went in search of another. Frank and Alice were standing back to back in the atrium and fending off 3 at once. They both had known each other's moves since forever and could communicate through their actions without talking. It was easy enough for them to fight together with 3 to 4 at once. Frank had sent a nasty red-colored spell at his opponent, who failed to dodge, and a gaping hole was open in his body which anyone could see through. Alice meanwhile was directing her opponent's curse away from her with a flick of her wand and raising a shield to protect herself and Frank from any curses which he could not see coming at them. Her opponent had been relentlessly casting at her, but he was a novice whose casting speed was nowhere near her own. She kept deflecting his curses. When he sent a blood-boiling curse at her, she raised a reflector shield at once, and suffice to say, her opponent could not even see when he fell victim to his own curse. Dumbledore meanwhile was protecting the Aurors fro. Nastier spells are disabling those who tried to sneak up on the fighters. He had not fired a lethal spell yet, but was ready to fight if Harry needed some assistance. He had stunned a couple of them, and even disabled a couple who were trying to sneak up on the Aurors, but he was yet to actively engage himself in the tactics. Rufus was fighting 2 of them and was enjoying it. One of his boys had F.A. Yen to a bone breaker, and Rufus stepped in to engage his opponent too. He was fighting with grim determination, and as they fought, he kept them on their toes. When he saw his opening, he sent a Regic tore at his opponent which he could not shield against in time and with the well-aimed curse in the lower portion of his body. There were only pieces to be cleaned up with a mop later. The other who had blanched at such a gruesome death found himself with a bombarda which blew open his chest. Mooney had already killed one and was fighting two more. His power which came to him due to being a werewolf was enough to give him leverage against his enemies. He was casting at a faster rate than others and his opponents could not dodge in time. Truth was that they were never trained in battle and certainly they never expected to find themselves in a trap. Remus finished one with a spear through his heart when the other sent a bone breaker at him which hit him in the ankle, shattering his ankle instantly. Remus let out a howl and Sirius, who had seen the werewolf falling, sent a cutter at the foe, decapitating him at once. Moody, having ordered 5 of his men to continue the cleanup effort, was having the time of his life. He had fought these vermin all his life and had a lot of grudges from the past war. He wanted to engage Snakeface himself, but the lad had taken it on him. Moody was himself engaging 4 of them at once. He had the Protega Maxima erected with his staff as a precaution, while he was blasting his foes away with his wand. His prosthetic leg was working better than he could have ever hoped, and he was dancing out of the way of the spells. Similarly, others were engaged in different duels and the number of enemies was getting reduced. There were only a handful remaining who were otherwise cornered and being hit by spells off to one side and falling to the assault they were facing. The Aurors were superior to them in strength, in spell repertoire, and they were admittedly better duelists after being put through the gauntlet for months now. Finally, as Frank finished his opponent with the nasty red spell, everyone turned to the last pair of fighters still engaged with each other. Moody roared out some orders and the Aurors started picking through the bodies of the fallen, looking for survivors. A number of Aurors were injured, but no fatalities. Harry and Voldemort were still fighting with each other, circling and watching each other's move. Voldemort was still firing spells at him. Harry neatly sidestepped everything while taunting him continuously. "What's the matter, Tom? Looks like you can't hit the broad side of a castle." Yes, Harry was humiliating the big, scary Dark Lord, and that was with a single wand and without even having to properly dodge, never mind resort to the slippery fish. Voldemort raised his wand and roared, "Fiendfire," and the burning hot fire spewed out of his wand, taking on the appearance of his slit-like face and racing towards Harry. Harry was standing casually. He chanted something in a language none recognized. A jet of fire erupted from his wand, this one even hotter than Fiendfire, and taking the form of a leopard, it started attacking Voldemort's fire. At that moment, it became a battle of wills between the two wizards. The two fires were fighting for some time before the leopard took a little step back and pounced upon his enemy. He had it under his mighty paw, the fire crackling as if the animal was roaring. Suddenly Voldemort staggered and the Fiendfire vanished. The leopard ran towards Voldemort, but Harry ended the spell before it could run through him because it was starting to tax his magic. This was family magic of the Rosier family, which Harry had learnt and saved for this occasion. He had substituted Sanskrit words in the incantation for this one. Voldemort was still dazed and Harry roared, "Krishanu," and the mighty fire whip erupted out of his wand and Harry started swinging it to lasso Tom B. Tom was artfully avoiding capture by conjuring objects to block Harry's fire whip. Harry realized that the whip would do no good and shutting it off, he yelled, "Martandem." A huge ball of fire left his wand and encircled Voldemort, who was starting to scream in agony from being roasted alive. But somehow he was able to come out of the ball of fire by overpowering the spell with one of his own. As Voldemort stumbled out, Harry roared again, "Toddydom." A lightning bolt erupted out of his wand and would have smote Voldemort. In an impressive show of fortitude, the Dark Lord at the last moment was able to raise a mage shield which made a horrible sound of clang gg, and the spell was ineffective. Harry started sending bolts of fire at the Dark Lord, but he was maintaining the shield for a good 5 minutes. Harry knew that Voldemort had already spent a major portion of his power dueling him and would not be able to keep the shield up for long. So he was casting to wait him out and then he would take him captive. Voldemort had severely underestimated the young mage. He had gone for the quick and spectacular kill, using his energy recklessly early in the battle. Being forced to raise that mage shield had nearly finished him. He wondered why his followers were not attacking, but one quick look around confirmed that he was the last one standing. And there was Dumbledore, standing by EV. And if he, Voldemort, did somehow manage to gain the upper hand and would have no problem in subduing him if he somehow overcame the brat. It was time to escape if he was going to have a chance to repay this insult. But the boy had the prophecy. This was his last chance to obtain it or he would never hear of it again. It was time to pull a trick or two. Meanwhile Harry chanted a spell none had here. And all the water in the fountain of magical brethren erupted to trap Voldemort, taking the shape of a cage. Due to being trapped like this, Voldemort's concentration was broken and he dropped the mage's shield. Harry instantly ended the spell, started peppering him with Pavacum, setting his cloak on fire and scorched him more than he was already burnt from when Harry was trying to roast him alive. Tom had little fight left in him, but he knew that if he was captured then it would be the end of his life and his campaign. Gathering all his strength he somehow was able to stand again and sent Crucio at Harry. But the spell hit nothing but a big piece of conjured stone, rendering it ineffective. In that moment Tom finally slumped to the floor, exhausted, burned, bloody, defeated. The duel had gone on for over 2 hours. Even Harry, after dueling with high-powered spells for that length of time, was feeling tired, and it was only his practices that he could still fight. Feeling victorious, Harry walked cautiously toward Tom's prone body. When Harry was close enough, Tom fired a non-verbal bone breaker from under his cloak which struck Harry's offhand. Harry hissed in pain but neatly I'd stepped the follow-up bone breaker that would have cracked his skull. Voldemort had levitated back to his feet as he cast and fired a third bone breaker at Harry's wand hand. That was a mistake because Harry caught the spell on his wand and sent it back at Tom's shoulder with an additional boost. The impact shattered the bones in Tom's shoulder, making his offhand and arm hang uselessly. Any ordinary man would have passed out from the pain, but the Dark Lord was not an ordinary man. He was swaying and in a bad state, but still up. Harry peppered his opponent with a rapid series of bone breakers, forcing him to dodge and roll out of the way. Some of the spells found their mark and did their damage. Voldemort was not faking it. He was too exhausted to raise a shield. He tried catching some of Harry's spells on his wand and sending them back the way they came, but he did not know how. If this kept up much longer, Voldemort would either pass out from his injuries or exhaustion or be unable to move because too many bones were broken. Finally, as there was a lull in casting, Voldemort disappeared. Dumbledore had seen this before and tried to alert him, Harry. In that moment, Harry heard a cold voice in his head. "Think you can defeat me, Harry?" Harry had fallen due to the sudden attack, but during this, he had let the prophecy roll away out of his robes. Harry could feel Voldemort attempting to enter his mind. He continued to lay prone on the floor of the atrium while very carefully letting the invader think he was getting the upper hand and rifling through Tom's mind for his most important secrets. Where is his headquarters? Where is the lost diadem of Ravenclaw? Where is Nagini? All this behind his shields while he let Tom explore a diversion, a collection of meaningless, childish pranks and endless castle corridors. As it turned out, the headquarters and the snake were at the same place. But for the diadem, he found an image of a huge, dusty, cathedral-like space, filled with mountains of junk. By that time, the invader was getting wise to what Harry was doing and started his attack in earnest. He could feel Tom trying to enter his mind and it was very hard to keep him out of it. Harsh had taught him this art by invading his mind again and again, but he never used brute force like Tom was doing at that moment. However, Harsh had taught him what to do if he could not throw someone out of his mind. Harry decided to play him. "You want to see my secrets, Tom? Welcome to my world." In that moment, Harry started pulling up memories full of love, empathy and compassion of the people around him. Of his friends who loved him, of Sirius who was always there for him and had become his father, of Moony who had been there for him but never asked anything in return. Of Dumbledore who had started to love him as his grandson, of Susan who loved him more than anything in the world. This was all too much for Tom Riddle, who had scorned love as a weak feeling. He was facing true agony now while Harry experienced those memories, happiness, giddiness and love flowing through his veins. Tom started roaring in pain as if he was being boiled in a vat of acid and tried to escape, but Harry held on to him. He said to him in his most menacing tone, "What's the matter, Tom? Let me show you my secrets." When he released his hold of Tom, he was standing in front of The Hungarian horntail who let out a stream of the hottest fire that Tom had ever seen. That was the final straw. Tom could feel that his consciousness was being erased and he would die if he remained there for a second more. Harry released him at that moment, knowing that he could not keep up the torture for much longer in his own mindscape. To have been able to do that for as long as he did was a feat in itself. Tom hastily made his retreat. Tom was thrown in a heap on the floor of the ministry, and by some luck the prophecy was just a hand's breadth away from him. With his final bit of strength, he performed a non-verbal wandless accio. The orb rolled into his nearly nerveless left hand. With a final twist of his ring, the Dark Lord vanished from the atrium and, letting go of his iron will, let darkness engulf him. Before anyone else could figure out what was going on, Tom Riddle was gone. "Where did he go?" asked Frank, bewildered. Harry said, "He must have had a goblin-made portkey on him." Croker, who had just come up from the Department of Mysteries, said, "But we laid wards similar to Gringotts. He must have a goblin-made portkey which he made with all his power to over the wards and take him back to whatever hole he is hiding in," Harry said. Just then Sirius came levitating a quill with him. All of them had a portkey on them, but I suppose theirs were not able to work past our wards and take them away. Harry lunged to Sirius, hugging him fiercely. "Are you and Moony okay?" Sirius nodded. "He has a broken ankle. He'll be fine by morning." "Are you okay?" Harry nodded. "Just a bone breaker to my offhand. I can't believe that I fell for the old playing possum trick. I suppose I could heal it myself, but right now, I'm just too tired to care." Harry turned to Moody. "Master Auror, was I good enough to be one of your Aurors?" For the first time, Harry heard the Master Auror guffaw. "Good enough," he says. "Lad, if you were out of school, I would have signed you up straight away." Remus came hopping up to them in that moment, and Harry pulled him up in a hug with Sirius, clutching them fiercely. Dumbledore, who had been silent till then, turned to Frank. "Minister, if it is all right with you, I will take Harry and Remus off your hands. You tend to your men in the meanwhile and see to it that you're injured or looked after." He turned to Sirius. "Return to Grimmauld Place. Harry and Remus will be spending the night in the Hogwarts infirmary. I presume Miss Bones and Miss Granger are at Grimmauld Place and will be worried. Tell them he is fine. Hogwarts." Before Sirius could say anything, Dumbledore had caught Harry in Remus's arms and whistled to Fawkes. The Phoenix swooped in and Harry caught his tail. A moment later, they were in the Hogwarts infirmary where Madame Pomfrey and McGonagall were waiting. She levitated Remus to his bed while Minerva escorted Harry to his. Madame Pomfrey cast some diagnostic spells while looking at Harry disdainfully. "Could you not spend a year away from the infirmary?" Harry gave her his lopsided grin. "I tried very hard, but an idiot named Voldemort got me with a bone breaker." She clutched her heart and even Minerva gasped for once. Then she turned to Albus. "Does that mean that he is now out in the open?" "He has certainly been exposed. There can be no doubt now that Harry and I have been telling the truth all along." Then Dumbledore turned to Poppy. "What is the diagnosis, Poppy?" "He has broken bones in his left hand and his magical core is quite badly depleted. Other than that, he appears to be fine. I'll fix up that hand and with a good night's rest, he will be good as new by dawn. If anything else managed to hit him, his armor absorbed it." She healed the broken bones with some wand work, then handed Harry a set of pajamas to change into as she erected a screen around his bed. Harry cheekily asked her, "Are you sure you are not saying that because you missed my company?" She whipped her wand out and leveled at him menacingly. "Say that again and I will keep you here for a week." Harry cringed. "Sorry, and please don't keep me here for a week or the parade that will go through the infirmary will make this place look like King's Cross Station." She looked after Remus's broken ankle with hardly more trouble than a muggle would take to bandage a cut finger while Harry removed his armor and robes. Then put on his pajamas. Then, threatening Harry at one point, she made him lie down on his bed and shoved a vial of dreamless sleep potion down his throat. He dozed off almost instantly. When Remus tried to leave straight away, she tied him to his bed and took his wand away, telling him that he would get it back when he was discharged in the morning. Remus wanted to leave because the full moon was only 2 days away, but knew it was useless to fight against Poppy Pomfrey. Ministry of Magic. Healers and trainee healers were in the atrium, tending to the Aurors and the Death Eaters. Most of the injuries to the Aurors were minor. They were treated on the spot and sent home. Some Aurors were not so lucky. They had been hit with dark curses that required more treatment. They were being moved to St. Mungo's. Most of the Death Eaters were dead. A few who were not dead but injured were being tended to. Malfoy had lost his wand hand. His other hand was broken with a bone breaker. The healers were confident that they could reattach the severed hand. After all, even Muggle surgeons could do that. The injury to the other hand was no more than a nuisance. A dose of Skelligro would take care of that. Mr. Malfoy's real problem was a one-way trip to Azkaban. There were very few Death Eaters who were caught alive, and most of them were members of what was called Voldemort's new inner circle. As they were being rounded up, Frank turned to Moody. "Alistair, report." Alistair stood straight, looking proud of the performance of his boys, who were exemplary. "We have lost none. A few were critical. If they live through the night they will survive. We managed to ship 5 of the Death Eater scum in chains to Amelia's team early on. Of the rest, 10 of the Death Eater scum are alive, most of them grievously injured. Can we not toss them through the veil and be done with it?" Frank shook his head. "No, Alistair. Since the International Wizarding Convention of 1608, we can't do that without emergency powers and some form of a trial. I'll call an emergency session of the Wizengamot tomorrow if Lord Peverell and Regent Potter are up for it. I have no doubt that we will be able to invoke the Emergency War Measures Act with more than 50 eyewitnesses to Voldemort's return, and a raid on the Ministry itself is a blatant act of declaration of war." Moody grinned. "Harry was something, wasn't he? He made that maniac bow to his will." Sirius puffed out his chest. "He is my son after all." Alice rolled her eyes. "Get your head out of the clouds, Sirius. He is my godson." Leaving the minister and others to look after the business in the ministry, Sirius left for the townhouse to face Susan and Hermione and to tell them that everything was fine. Black Townhouse. Sirius stepped out of the flow to find the 3 passed out in the chairs they had been sleeping in. He wondered how Neville came to be here, but decided that the 3 did not need to wake up at this hour of the night. Besides, he was tired and wanted his rest before he faced these 3. "Creature, Winky," he called softly, and the elves appeared. "What we bees doing for master? Take Air Longbottom to the Gu. Estrum and Eris Bones to the other guest room. After you are done doing that, take Hermione to her own room and try not to wake any of them up." After sending them to sleep, he called at the Ministry to inform Alice and Frank that Neville was at Black Townhouse tonight. With that done, he strolled up to his room to crash in his bed, thinking of Emmeline, who was with Amelia on duty tonight. She would be grumpy that all she got to do was store a few pre-packaged Death Eaters. Weasley Manor. Arthur was just getting ready to go to the ministry this morning. Percy had returned with them to T.H.E. Manor last evening, and it had been the best thing so far. They had given Percy a room of his own and told him to move in this evening. Arthur was sitting at the table when Molly joined him, yawning. "Morning, Arthur." Arthur grunted in reply and turned to breakfast, which was being served by the family elf when the owl with the morning newspaper flew in. The elf brought the paper in and handed it to him. Arthur had just picked up his cup of tea when his hand shook badly and the cup fell to the floor, shattering. Molly rushed to him. "Arthur, what happened? What did you read?" With a shaking hand, Arthur pointed out the front page news to her. There on the front page was the headline in bold, "You Know Who Returns," with a photo of Harry Potter and Voldemort engaged in a duel with Harry earing him with fire bolts while Voldemort was writhing in agony. Underneath the photo was written, "Harold Peverell engaged in a duel with Voldemort." Molly let out such an inhuman shriek that it brought all her children to her at once. They all looked concerned, and the twins had their wands in their hands, ready to begin casting if needed. Arthur showed them the news and the twins whistled in appreciation while Ronald muttered something underneath his breath which sounded like, "Wicked." Ginny was shocked with the photo. She was impressed and worried for the boy at the same time. The story was an account of praises, overdone at times, that painted Harry as the Merlin incarnate for making You Know Who look like a child. You Know Who returns. In a bizarre turn of events yesterday, it was revealed that what Dumbledore had been saying since last summer about You Know Who returning last June was true. Yesterday, You Know Who, better known as Lord Voldemort, was seen alive and back in action. In the atrium of the Ministry engaged in a duel with the boy who lived. It is rumored that the boy who lived had arrived there to pick up a prophecy from the Hall of Prophecies when he was ambushed by Voldemort. The contents of the prophecy are not known, but most sources suggest that it may have been about the boy who lived being the chosen one to defeat Voldemort for good. Eyewitness accounts state that the duel between them was fierce and the boy who lived kept Voldemort on the defensive for most of it, while the Aurors forces led by Senior Aurors and the Minister of Magic himself engaged his followers in duels. Out of approximately 60 Death Eaters who followed Voldemort to the Ministry, only 15 survived the battle. 5 more succumbed to their injuries during the night. 5 more are undergoing treatment for injuries sustained during the battle. All of the survivors will be tried as Death Eaters for multiple counts ranging from treason, acts of terrorism, murder and coercion. It is also reported that an Auror John Devant succumbed to his injuries early this morning. With Voldemort being back, it is possible that the Minister will call an emergency session of the Wizengamot to assume emergency powers for what can clearly be perceived as another war on the doorstep. The Minister was quoted as saying, "It is true that the terrorist otherwise known as Lord Voldemort has returned to Wizarding Britain and is operating among us again. The Ministry had got a tip-off last night that he was going to raid the Ministry to seize power. We acted to preempt the attack because there was no way that we could not be certain that he was back again. But the Ministry had seen some signs well in advance. The attack last night dispelled all doubts. That is why we have been making preparations to this effect. I assure the wizarding world that we will not bow down to that megalomaniac and his terrorist followers. With all the chaos and destruction that is sure to come in the coming days and the entire wizarding world looking to the boy who lived who is being proclaimed as the chosen one by some. We can only hope that the bloodshed and violence will not set back our society. Hitch has just started to heal from the last war. We tried to speak to Lord Peverell or Chief Warlock Dumbledore, but they were not available for comment before this printing. After Arthur finished reading the article, he turned to Molly, who looked pale and shaken. He gently took one of her hands in his and started to caress it lightly. Percy brought her a cup of tea mixed with some fire whiskey. While she sipped the tea, he kept speaking to her in a low, soothing voice. "Molly, Harry is fine. We will go see him now." Percy headed off to the Ministry with haste. Frank may need him, and it was a moment where he could absolve himself of his guilt of having worked for the idiot Fudge and following him. Hogwarts. Harry woke up early in the morning to find that Remus was also up but was tied to his bed and chortled. "Did she get you too, Moony?" Remus made a sour face before saying, "Yes, she got me too. She seems to be an expert at it after having done it to all of us, and now you too." Harry grinned. "Yeah, sure. But I'll bet that you don't have a personal bed, do you?" Remus raised an eyebrow. "I didn't know that you liked it so much. Maybe I can convince Dumbledore to name the infirmary after you." The revulsion on Harry's face was enough to set him off laughing, bringing Madame Pomfrey out of her office. "Oh good. You both are up." She cast some diagnostic charms at them and then set a light breakfast before them. She muttered under her breath, "You can be off as soon as you finish it. The headmaster warned me that the infirmary might be overrun if I kept you here for too long of a time." Wolfing down the breakfast as soon as they could, they finished it and then flowed out of her office to the Black Townhouse. Poppy told him that Dumbledore had arranged a one-time flow connection from the hospital wing to the Black Townhouse. Black Townhouse. Harry almost fell on his face when he exited the flow. There were so many people in the meeting room that Harry was astounded. There were the Tonkses, Augusta and Neville, the Weasleys, Susan, Hermione, Hannah Abbott, many of the Order members and Dumbledore. They all were clapping and cheering for him. However, Harry knew that some of them would be going to have a go at him later. His eyes searched out Susan and found her wanting nothing more than to be with her and to bear all his feelings to her, but restrained himself when he thought of the company present. Molly Weasley hugged him, muttering, "Oh Harry, I was so worried. I hope you are fine, dear." He gently extricated himself from her embrace. "Mrs. Weasley, I am fine. I am not even hurt." Susan lunged for him and gripped him in a hug with all her strength as if to squeeze him while murmuring, "Do that again and I will kill you." "Damn it, Harry, I was so worried." Hermione looked on the verge of tears, her eyes watering, but she also looked proud of him. Neville and Ron were beaming at him, looking proud for his deed. After that Harry sat all of them down to Evie breakfast and they made idle chatter while everyone had something to say about the news in the papers. Kingsley was grumbling that he was kept under the command of Amelia when he wanted to be in the thick of things. Hestia was miffed that she was stationed in Diagon Alley on Auror Patrol. After breakfast, Dumbledore convened a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix while the students were sent out of the meeting room. Augusta had returned to Longbottom Manor after she made sure that he was fine. When the meeting started, Harry asked Dumbledore, "Headmaster, what are we going to do now? The minister has plans to call for an emergency session today and I suppose we will be getting notified of that shortly. In the meanwhile, 10 seats of the Dark faction will be vacant because the heads of house for those seats are in Azkaban are dead. I suppose they may appoint regents for them but that will not be until the regular session in January. Also, the new wards that will identify and disable those branded with the Dark mark were made active yesterday just an hour after the skirmish. As many as 40 employees of the Ministry of Magic were found branded and have been taken in for questioning, or have already been charged with treason or espionage. I have also received credible information from one of my spies among his followers that Voldemort is greatly inconvenienced from the injuries that he sustained in the battle. It is reported that he is being kept on a potion regimen of up to 20 potions every day and being tended to by some healers. Ever since he returned from the ministry, he has been unconscious. If an ordinary man had sustained injuries like that, he would not have survived. He may remain out of commission for a long time, giving us time to find his links which enable him to exist. Harry adopted a grim demeanor. Sounds like I gave him something to remember me by. As to those links, while he was trying to invade my mind, I turned the tables on him. I have a fairly clear image of the castle that he with his followers are using for headquarters. The snake, Nagini, is there. I was also able to confirm that the lost diadem of Ravenclaw is the last artifact we are looking for. It is hidden in a cathedral-sized room that is very dusty and filled with small mountains of junk. I'll know the place when I see it. In that room is a cabinet that looks like it was burned with acid. The diadem is hidden in there. Everyone in the room just stared at Harry in stunned silence. Clearly, even Dumbledore was impressed. You rifled Voldemort's mind and discovered his most closely guarded secrets. Harry stared directly into the headmaster's eyes. When Tom was so foolish as to try and invade my mind, he opened the door and invited me in. He made it easy. Dumbledore looked away first. He had seen what Voldemort could do to people who lied to him or he just wanted to torture. With the exception of Dumbledore and Snape himself, nobody had ever been able to resist a mind attack from Voldemort. But Dumbledore also remembered what happened the last time Snape tried legilimency on Harry. The boy was telling the truth. Dumbledore asked, "Can we use this insight to locate and destroy the final 2 horcruxes?" Quote, Harry shook his head. He is crafty. I did not get anything like a clear location. The entire castle is hidden under a Fidelius charm and Tom made himself the secret keeper. As for the hiding place of the diadem, I only know what the room looks like. I have no idea where it is. Sirius spoke up. All right then. Let's get your best artist's rendering of what these 2 places look like. Then we'll get everyone to have a look and tell us if they have ever seen anything like them. We'll track them down and destroy them. Until then, we make no direct move to attack Voldemort directly. Harry asked. Dumbledore answered, "My boy, it would not be wise to try. For 1, he is not likely to underestimate you again. For 2, he will remain impossible to kill until his tethers to this plane are destroyed. For 3, until we receive our commission from the ministry, it would be illegal. He is hiding in his secret lair, licking his wounds. He is not likely to fall for another trap. Next time, we shall have to meet him in force. What you can do is to get ready and maybe contact some friends of yours to bolster our numbers because I feel that when all is said and done, we will need more wands at our side. I believe you made some friends during the tournament." Remus asked Dumbledore, "Albus, what are we going to do while we wait?" "We will continue to live, smile, love and do what we have been doing. A war on our doorstep is not a reason to stop living," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Just at that moment, a few owls swooped into the meeting room and sat in front of their intended recipients. Harry noticed the seal of the Ministry of Magic and untied his while others did the same with theirs. The letter was about an emergency meeting. Dear Lord Peverell, it is under the authority of the Ministry of Magic that I am sending this letter to you to invite you to an emergency session of the Wizengamot this afternoon at 12 o'clock in light of the recent event where the long-thought-dead terrorist Voldemort was found to be alive in the premises of the Ministry. Percival Ignatius Weasley, Senior Under-Secretary to Minister of Magic. Harry read the letter and turned to Dumbledore. It looks like the minister is not one to wait and watch but rather act. Dumbledore dismissed the meeting because it was already 10:30 and they all needed to be ready for the session ahead. The Wizengamot. When Harry flowed to the Wizengamot with others, he noticed how things had changed in just the last few hours. Instead of taking him directly to the chambers of House Peverell, the flow routed him to the atrium of the Ministry. To his amazement, all evidence of the carnage from last night's battle was gone. Everyone had to queue up and go through wand ch. Ek and blood identification before they were cleared for the Wizengamot. The Ministry employees were forced to come through designated entry points fixed for them by the Ministry, which had prohibited apparition and flow entry for them within the Ministry. Everyone, irrespective of their status, was forced to come through the same entrances and was going through the same security check. The officia LS of the Ministry could flow directly into the Ministry, but all of them were forced to go through the same security checks. The members of the Wizengamot could use the flow, but all the flows were redirected to spew them into the atrium. There was an unspeakable with an auror manning one desk where the auror was registering their wands while the unspeakable would take a drop of their blood to ascertain that they were who they claimed to be and give them a thorough check with the secrecy sensor to see if they were concealing anything. The employees of the Ministry were forced to queue in a line, which was quite long already and made to go through the security checks. Another shorter line was for the lords manned by another unspeakable and an auror. Whenever one was cleared to go ahead, they were given a parchment slip with green or black writing on it. They were warned to hang on to their parchments because they would be escorted back to the checkpoint if they ever failed to produce them. The writing gave the name of the witch or wizard, stated that they had passed through the inspection, and had the names of the auror and unspeakable signed on the bottom. None of them thought to question as to why the inks were different colors. Harry joined in the line behind Lord Greengrass and Daphne, who had come to attend the emergency session. Sirius beamed at him. Harry, I must extend my congratulations to you on the duel. I have heard from people that you were truly terrific, and even the senior aurors were dazed at your performance. Harry gave him a bow. Thank you for the appreciation, Sirius, but everyone played his part. Voldemort just walked into the trap by himself. Daphne gave him a wide smile which he returned, but before he could say anything, she was cleared to go by the unspeakable. Anyone once cleared was proceeding to the lifts, where one lift was set apart for the lords and the department heads. Other lifts were for the employees of the Ministry. After he was cleared to go ahead, he got on a lift with Remus and Sirius. When they arrived in the assembly hall, Harry noticed that the chamber was quiet for the Wizengamot. Now that Harry looked properly, a lot of seats in the dark faction were empty. He supposed most of them were in the skirmish last night. Finally, when the session convened, most of the dark faction was absent. A few of the lords from the neutral faction were also missing. Dumbledore walked into his seat at the proper time and ascended to his position. He took his place on the dais and rapped his gavel, closed the doors. The doors closed and he started speaking. Let this emergency session of the Wizengamot begin. The agenda for this session is as follows. Firstly, we will hear a report from the minister about the skirmish which took place last night in the heart of the Ministry of Magic. Then Minister Longbottom will be presenting a motion to invoke the Emergency Powers Act. Frank stood. The Ministry has been receiving credible information since the beginning of this summer that the terrorist otherwise known as Lord Voldemort has returned from the dead and is operating among us again. We are not yet sure what he did to this, but it is rumored that he used some very dark magic to this effect. Since he was keeping a low profile, it was not possible for us to find out what he was doing, except that he intended to pick up where he left off in the previous war. When I assumed office, I was told of the dire conditions in which the Ministry was and how we had no resources or numbers to fight back if he moved to seize power, so the Ministry has been augmenting its strength for months now. A few days ago, We received information that he was going to raid the ministry sometime in the winter when the ministry would be empty, and so I entrusted Master Aura Moody with the duty of preparing an ambush for him. Yesterday, he raided the ministry with the intention of obtaining some sort of weapon from the Department of Mysteries. He ran afoul of Lord Peverell, who was visiting the department to get the authenticity of one of his family heirlooms tested. I do not know where the rumors of a prophecy came from. As Frank sat, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Minister Longbottom has called this session to assume emergency powers to assume the title of General of the Forces of the Ministry. To give him unbridled powers in connection with dealing with Death Eaters. In addition to the proposition of assuming emergency powers, he has also proposed to make it a criminal offense for anyone to bear the dark mark WH. It will be punishable with imprisonment in Azkaban. The Emergency Powers Act authorizes the Ministry to form a war tribunal with selected members of the Wizengamot serving as the judges to deal with and pronounce judgment upon those found to have the dark mark or indulged in any war crimes. He will speak for the motion first, followed by anyone who wishes to present opposite views. Frank stood and started speaking. As many of you know, during the last war, I served the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. For many years, we were not allowed to use lethal force against the Death Eaters. So we kept losing, and many esteemed members of our society lost their lives in the war. Entire families were wiped out of existence. The Emergency Powers Act was created to deal with those instances where the Minister would need unbridled powers to act in defense of the wizarding world without having to bring every action to the Wizengamot for approval. This act also authorized the Aurors to use lethal force against Voldemort and his followers, recognizing them as the army of the Ministry, with the Minister being the general of this army. While these powers are not to be casually assumed but only in the direst circumstances, but Voldemort having returned from the dead certainly qualifies. It is certain that there will be violence of the magnitude that we saw in the last war, and our world cannot sustain violence of such magnitude again without bringing about the ruin of our world. Therefore I beseech you to grant this motion to unleash the full might of the Ministry, to combat, defeat and eliminate this enemy that threatens our way of life and in fact our very existence. Frank paused while the assembly broke out into applause. Nearly all were cheering, some were clapping, some were thumping table in front of them, and others were shooting colored sparks into the air with their wands. But Frank was not done. He was still standing and looking grim. We learned from interrogation of the Death Eaters who were captured during the thwarted attack last night that no one can take the dark mark while under the Imperious Curse. Again, Frank paused while all the implications of this sank in with the members of the Wizengamot. He continued, this means that no witch or wizard has been branded in this manner unless it was by their own free will and choice. For this reason, I am repealing a amnesty for all Death Eaters who claimed the Imperious Curse as a defense when they were tried for their crimes. Additionally, it is an offense to bear the dark mark. Finally, there will be many offenders brought in when these measures take effect. Trials before the Wizengamot are costly and time-consuming. For this reason, we will establish war tribunals, as needed, to process these offenders quickly and efficiently. To avoid any repeat of the miscarriage of justice such as what happened with Sirius Black, all of these proceedings shall be a matter of public record except where matters of wartime secrecy are involved, in which case the sensitive information shall be redacted in the public record. When Frank sat, Dumbledore started to address the assembly again. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Lord Rolando Lestrange raised his hand. Rolando Lestrange was the father of the infamous Lestrange brothers, Rudolphus and Rabiston Lestrange, and former father-in-law of the infamous Bellatrix Nameless. He was not a marked Death Eater, but it was well known that his sympathies leaned toward Voldemort's ideals. He usually did not participate much in the proceedings of the Wizengamot, but today there was no one else who could speak for the dark faction in this meeting. Lucius Malfoy was cooling his heels in captivity, and a few more lords were with him. Many more Ed followers had come with Rolando to the Wizengamot today, but they all seemed to have been redirected somewhere between the atrium and the assembly hall. So it was upon him to represent their interests. Dumbledore said, Lord Lestrange, you have the floor. Rolando started addressing them. I agree with the minister's assessment that our society needs to be saved and that another war would tear our world apart. But I ask you, is it really necessary to give the minister unbridled power? The Aurors are better prepared and greater in number than they have been for over 14 years. The outcome of the battle last night clearly shows that our Aurors are far more effective in combat than the Death Eaters. I dare say that we are already well enough prepared to meet this threat and defeat it. Every witch or wizard is entitled to due process. Should we really allow a tribunal to toss some of our own into prison? Maybe one of you will be next. Furthermore, I ask the minister if he has any evidence that is more credible than the word of a Death Eater to verify this latest intelligence regarding the Dark Mark. The previous administration looked into this and found that these people were acting under the Imperious Curse. When Rolando sat down, Amelia raised her hand. Chief Warlock, I would like this opportunity to answer his statement. Dumbledore nodded. You have the floor, Madam Bones. Amelia stood. Lord Lestrange pointed out that we are better prepared, but he conveniently forgot to mention that the real confidants of Voldemort are not ordinary wizards but those adept in dark magic. Even his sons were incarcerated in Azkaban after they were found guilty for their role in torturing the Minister of Magic and his wife so much that they had to be kept in St. Mungo's for 14 years for recuperation. Most of the members of his inner circle who were incarcerated in Azkaban as of this moment were adept in dark magic and wreaked havoc with their knowledge. We lost a lot of families who dared to defy Voldemort and fought for their rights in the last war. I dare say that those who love their freedom and do not want to live under the rule of a megalomaniac will not surrender to him, so there will be an all-out war. As to the ministry being better prepared, we hardly have enough to fight a war if it comes to our door, and as such, we need something on our side so that we can even these insurmountable odds. Now, as far as the Dark Mark is concerned, if he feels that we need to show more to convince the Wizengamot, then we can bring in the said Death Eater and question him using Veritaserum. When she sat down, Dumbledore asked again, does anyone else want to speak for or against the motion? When nobody raised their hand, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Very well then. We will now vote on the motion. Rolando Lestrange stood at his place. Chief Warlock, a lot of members of the Wizengamot are not present in the chamber today, so we are not properly represented for such voting. Dumbledore turned to Percy. Court Scribe, do we have quorum? Percy stood. Chief Warlock, we need to have a minimum of 51% of the total strength of the Wizengamot to have quorum. This would be a minimum of 82 seats. Since there are 102 seats represented by their lords or properly appointed regents today, we have quorum. Dumbledore turned to Lestrange. Your objection is overruled, Lord Lestrange. We have quorum. We will now proceed to vote on the motion. It is said that fear is a strong motivator. Many of the wizards and witches sitting on the Wizengamot were old enough to remember the havoc Voldemort and his followers wrought in the last war. The lack of action on the part of a very passive ministry had cost them the lives of many loved ones. They were not willing to live through that again. Here was a minister, a war hero, who was willing to do what it takes to protect his people and put his own life on the line to do it. All he needed was permission from the Wizengamot to cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war, and he would put a stop to the Dark Lord before he even got his campaign properly rolling. The vote was 82 in favor with 20 opposed and none abstaining. When the votes were counted, Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Congratulations, General Longbottom. We are in your hands. With the motion passed, Minister Frank Longbottom was now also General Longbottom, Supreme Commander of all of Wizarding Britain's military forces. In addition to his emergency powers, this motion also made it an act of treason to be branded with the Dark Mark. Due process for suspected Death Eaters was suspended. They would be heard before a war tribunal instead of the Wizengamot, and the death penalty was very likely. The vaults of convicted Death Eaters would be seized and used to fund the war effort. The first tribunal would consist of Minister for Magic and General Frank Longbottom, the head of DMLE Amelia Bones, and Chief Auror Alistair Mad-Eye Moody, and they were not likely to go easy on people branded with the Dark Mark. With the voting over and the Emergency War Measures Act in force, the session was adjourned. The members of the Wizengamot began to file out of the room, led by the new war tribunal. What many of the members did not know was that several ministry employees who were branded with the Dark Mark were stunned on arrival at the ministry that day. They were promptly rounded up and moved to the Auror floor, where they were being held for trial. The members of the Wizengamot who arrived by flow were checked for the dark mark at the security check. With purpose-built secrecy sensors by the unspeakables. The ones who were found to be branded with the dark mark were issued a pass written with black ink. The people with passes written in green ink were allowed to proceed to the assembly hall. The people with passes written in black ink were sent to the ore floor where they were stunned the moment the lift doors opened. 3 ore trainees earfully volunteered for this assignment while a few senior ores backed them up. Once the suspects were stunned, Alice tore back their sleeves to double-check for the dark marks and make sure that no mistakes had been made. She was standing in for Moody on this detail because the chief orer was busy interviewing the prisoners. The Death Eaters who were captured this morning would be the first to be tried by the new tribunal. Teams of orers had been dispatched to round up those who were suspected Death Eaters and had not come into work today. Those who had been heard voicing pro-Voldemort sentiments were also rounded up and brought in for questioning. To quell Kingsley's whining that he missed on the fun, Amelia had sent him to capture the mole. By the time the emergency session ended, the rest of the ministry was already on a war footing. The department heads got on with the business of securing sensitive information and reorganizing their staff with fewer people. Most of T. He employees knew that their missing fellow workers were Death Eaters and would be tried. A press note was being written to be sent to the Daily Prophet today. Harry had made up his mind to expose Tom's identity to the wizarding world. Harsh had told him to compose an article on him and send it to the premier publications so that the entire wizarding world could know about his original identity. For that purpose, he had the perfect person in mind to put his words on paper and which publications to publish it in addition to the Daily Prophet. When he returned to the Black Townhouse, he would write a couple of letters inviting 2 of those people to come to the Black Townhouse and he would give them a story. The story which would be the biggest story of the year and perhaps would shatter a lot of perceptions. Black Townhouse. By the time he returned to Black Townhouse after meeting every lord who wanted to congratulate him, his friends at Hogwarts who were heirs or scions to houses and many of the ministry employees. Hermione was gone to Weasley Manor where she had promised to spend a part of her vacation. Remus was at the Rosier estate in Dorset. Sirius was yet to return from the ministry. With everyone being so busy, he was beginning to doubt if he and his friends would get a chance to go to Ireland for the holidays they were planning. That evening, Susan finally had a talk with him before Amelia dragged her home. She had found him in the Lord's study working on some papers. She took a seat across from him. "Harry," she said firmly, "we need to talk." "Yes, Sue, I am listening," he said while not looking up from what he was doing. "I did not like the fact that you left me here and went to face that monster alone. It was not right. We are together now, so it means that you have to include me in everything that you do. It does not work this way where only you are making the decisions and I have to follow you. If you get another insane idea such as this in your mind, you need to confer with me first. In fact, all of our friends are miffed that you did not call upon them when we have been training so hard for this opportunity." Harry took a deep breath before facing this woman he had come to love. "Sue, I know that you would have stood and fought by my side if I had allowed it. Even though we achieved complete surprise, many of our top orers suffered severe injury. Rise and one of them lost his life in that battle. Those were orers, not students. It is a very dangerous business and I did not want you or any of our friends to get hurt. I would not have been there myself if anyone else had a chance of taking on Voldemort. You have seen what I can do. Even with my formidable skills, he still managed to break my hand and wear me out. That is why I did not come straight back here when the battle was over." Susan's eyes grew wide as she tried to comprehend how any spell could have found its mark on Harry. Then she stammered, But if it is so impossible to fight them, why are we training at all?" Quote, Harry said firmly, "I can think of 2 reasons for that. First, good training is never wasted effort. I would be happy to match any one of you against one of his followers and be sure that you would come out on top. However, I could not have said that 6 months ago. And second, as I have promised, when the final confrontation comes, you and all the rest of our friends will be there." She glared hard at him. "You would do well to remember that. I do not want to spend another night waiting for you or news of you to come. I want to be there with you and help you every moment of it." He nodded. I will remember that, my lovely girlfriend. On a different note, I wanted to ask if you would come over tomorrow. She gave him a bright smile. Of course I will. Auntie is so busy now that she would hardly notice that I am gone. As she was leaving, he pulled her into a deep kiss and they broke it when someone cleared his throat behind them. He looked up, to see Neville in the doorway, who was looking quite uncomfortable, and said meekly, I always seem to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, am I not? Susan walked out while elbowing him and muttering, bloody Gryffindor. Unknown Castle. Severus Snape had been in the castle since last night when Voldemort had summoned him through the Dark Mark before he went to storm the Ministry. 60 Death Eat. RS had followed him to the Ministry, and Severus had a moment of vicious pleasure thinking of what awaited Voldemort at the Ministry. If he could make a guess, Voldemort would not be very happy with the outcome. What followed was worse than what he had thought would happen. After more than 2 hours, Voldemort returned, but none of his 60 followers returned with him. The Dark Lord collapsed unconscious to the ground, bloodied. The tattered remains of his robes still smoking. The smell of blood and burnt flesh filled the air. The snake-faced man lay crumpled where the portkey had stopped pulling him by the main entrance to the castle. Snape was the first to find him. He conjured a jet of water to stop the burning as he yelled for medics. By the time the medics arrived, Snape had already stopped the burning. Vanished the charred tatters of robes that remained, and wrapped the Dark Lord in bandages soaked with a potion for healing burns. As the medics levitated their Dark Lord into a stretcher, one of them ran diagnostic spells. She asked, what happened to him? He looks like he has been in a fight with a dragon. Snape intoned in his slow drawl, I know not. But, if you value your life, you will heal him with a minimum inconvenience of pain. They levitated him inside on a stretcher, and the healers went to work on him immediately. Seeing the condition Voldemort was in, Severus felt a moment of pity for him, but banished that thought at once when he remembered the crimes that he had perpetrated, the murder of Lily Potter included. He looked like someone had worked him over with all the curses and jinxes that they could think of. His body looked charred as if someone had repeatedly burnt him. Panic and horror was etched in the expression on his face. When the healers finished diagnosing his injuries, one of them turned to Severus. The Dark Lord is unconscious due to a combination of someone torturing him mentally, disabling his consciousness, and magical exhaustion. He has about 100 broken bones. He has second and third degree burns to over 70% of his body. You were right to treat them right away. We can heal most of the physical injuries in a couple of days if all 4 of us work around the clock. But with the damage to his mind and magical core, he won't wake up for at least a week, and he will not be fully healed for about a month. He will need a massive regime of potions, including some necromantic potions to treat the injuries to his mind. She wrote out a list and handed it to Snape. You are the potions master in residence. Here's a list of what we need. Severus nodded. Do as you see fit. Healer. I dare say he is not going to object to it. Severus wished to, but knew he could not kill the Dark Lord because the castle was teeming with Death Eaters, and it would be a fool's errand to try and finish him when there was a possibility that he could return to life. He could again use whatever means he had used previously to return to a body, and then they would not know if he returned. He had only one option, that being to resume the Dark Lord's duties in his absence until the school holiday was over. Then he would have to delegate the duty to someone else. He had also wondered what happened to the 60 Death Eaters that accompanied the Dark Lord on his raid until he read the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. He was in awe of the teen who gave Voldemort the thrashing of his life. He could understand how Voldemort had got those injuries. He also winced when he read that all 60 of the Death Eaters were either dead or in captivity. Greyback had say, NT word that he would be returning post-haste to rein in the followers of the Dark Lord who might attempt to desert while the Dark Lord recovered. Severus knew that no one who once entered his cervic could escape unless the Dark Lord was dead, which he was not. He had also retrieved a prophecy orb from Voldemort's clothes and had to resist the temptation to try and listen to it. This was the wretched thing that had taken Lily away. The same wretched prophecy that had brought him to the predicament he was now in. He could easily listen to it and know what was in it, but then it would make him a target because Voldemort knew he had the prophecy with him. He decided to let the wretched thing be kept in safety till the Dark Lord woke up. He gave it to Parkinson. Keep it safe till the Dark Lord wakes up. Guard it better than your life and he may reward you for your efforts. If you fail, I will send flowers to Pansy with my condolences. Chapter 44, London. Before the day was done, the minis. Try released a press release to be published in all the Wizarding daily newspapers across Wizarding Britain and Europe. The world would know what Wizarding Britain was facing. The article was written by Percy Weasley and proofed by Frank before it was released to the public. It was brief, precise and to the point. The version which appeared in the evening edition of the Daily Prophet was as follows. Wizarding Britain at war. Last night, an attack on the Ministry for Magic by the self-styled Lord Voldemort and 60 of his followers was thwarted by Ministry forces led by the Guild of Aurors Master Auror Alistair Moody. Of the followers known as Death Eaters, 50 were slain and the remainder are in custody. Voldemort himself was the only one to escape. He is still at large, location unknown. In direct response to the return of this terrorist, new security measures have been put in place and the Minister for Magic, Frank Longbottom, a veteran of the previous war, called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. For a transcript of this meeting see page 8. Minister, now General, Longbottom introduced the motion for invoking emergency war measures. In his impassioned plea, he outlined the Ministry's efforts to prepare to meet the threat of the returning terrorist. He pointed out that the threat was real and present and asked the members of the Wizengamot to grant him the powers he needed to act and stop the threat before it could grow any further. The debate which followed was brief and was concluded quickly. The only member to speak against the motion was Lord Lestrange. His objections were addressed most eloquently by DMLE head Madam Bones. A motion to invoke the Emergency War Measures Act passed with 82 in favor, 20 opposed and 38 absent. More about the absentees on page 4. By this act, Wizarding Britain has formally declared war on the terrorist Lord Voldemort and his followers known as Death Eaters. Minister Frank Longbottom is now General Longbottom, in command of forces engaged in this conflict. Unlike the previous conflict with this same Dark Lord and his forces, Ministry Aurors are fully authorized to use deadly force to defeat or capture enemy troops, although use of the unforgivable curses will still result in a one-way trip to Azkaban. It was also revealed during this session that no witch or wizard can be compelled to take the dark mark under the Imperious Curse. As a result of this revelation, amnesty has been revoked for all persons who claimed the Imperious Curse as a defense for being branded with the dark mark and engaging in Death Eater activities in the previous war. They are being located and will be brought in to stand for trial for their crimes. In addition to the usual war measures, all enemy forces captured alive will be interrogated under veritaserum before a war tribunal to determine their guilt or innocence with regard to war crimes, treason and espionage. In a reversal of previous war tribunal policy, these proceedings will be a matter of public record with only details vital to wartime security redacted. For more details about how the new war tribunal will work, see page 10. Finally, the assets of those who are found guilty of war crimes against Wizarding Britain will be seized by the Ministry and used to fund the war effort and pay reparations to victims of acts of terror. We at the Daily Prophet wish Minister Longbottom and his forces good fortune in this conflict. There were a few more stories which were equally exciting, if not so long. Death Eaters flee justice. After the failed attack on the Ministry the night of Yule, many known and suspected Death Eaters have disappeared. As Ministry officials have called at their homes and places of business, many of them are suspected to have fled in an effort to avoid being brought in for questioning or being placed under arrest. Little is known of where they have gone. Friends and family left behind claim to know nothing about where they may have gone or if they are gathering at a central location. The Ministry is investigating. Officials at Gringotts have refused to comment. From the expressions on their faces, we can speculate that a number of vaults have been emptied recently. War Tribunal formed. The Ministry released a press note last evening whereby it informed the Wizarding world that a 3-member War Tribunal to deal with the threat of Death Eaters has been formed, consisting of General Longbottom, head of DMLE Madam Bones and the head of Aurors Master Auror Alistair Moody. The tribunal will act in place of the Wizengamot in matters of war crimes, espionage and treason. Those brought before the tribunal will be given the opportunity to present their defense, retain counsel as per normal legal proceedings. In another unprecedented move, The Ministry has made it mandatory to interrogate every accused under Veritaserum so that there is no room for error or of justice being denied to someone, like it had happened with Sirius Black, Regent of House Rosier. There is a debate going on about what procedure will be adopted with those who were granted amnesty at the end of the last war. There is speculation that they will be brought in for questioning and heavy penalties will be levied against them for being involved in terrorist activities, while those who are found guilty of heinous crimes such as murder will be executed. There was another article which covered the arrest of the Ministry workers and the lords of the Wizengamot. Death Eaters in the midst of the Ministry. The Ministry released another press note last evening, whereby it informed the press that at least 40 employees of the Ministry in addition to 20 lords of the Wizengamot have been arrested for being branded with the Dark Mark. These individuals were identified and arrested by measures which were put in place within an hour of the attack on the Ministry. Details of these measures are not available as they are considered to be top secret. The prisoners are being held for questioning. The lead investigator, Gawain Robards, who was appointed the chief investigator for the Ministry immediately after the emergency war measures came into effect, will make recommendations as to who will stand trial before the war tribunal. Many more suspected Death Eaters have failed to come to work. It is suspected that they have all gone into hiding in an effort to avoid facing justice. Aurors are looking for them, questioning family and known associates. General Longbottom has made it clear that none will be considered guilty by association. However, those who are found to be harboring or hiding Death Eaters will be charged for obstructing justice. Black Townhouse. A meeting of the Order was in progress where most of the members were busy reading the paper. After about an hour, Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, what are we going to do now? It looks like General Longbottom has everything covered." Dumbledore took a deep breath before he started speaking. "The Order of the Phoenix will not be doing anything openly. We will continue to gather intelligence, recruit and train quietly. We will leave the battles and arrests to General Longbottom and the Ministry forces. Should we discover anything important, we will report it. Should we be called upon to fight, we will be ready. Our purpose is not to fight in a war but rather to put an end to Tom Riddle. To that end, we must find the last horcrux. What's more, we must do so quietly. Tom must not realize the true threat to his continued existence until it is too late. The new war tribunal has their work cut out for them. Besides the prisoners we took during their raid on the Ministry, there were 60 more identified and arrested the next morning. They are also looking for alternatives for Azkaban to start shifting as many of those as they can because there are many prisoners who were sent there for petty offenses. It would be a shame if Tom rescued them to make them do his bidding. It's almost a certain thing that the Dementors will defect to his side once he shows up there, so we need to have alternate facility to hold the prisoners." Harry asked him earnestly, "What are the orders for me then? I attract far too much attention to do any espionage for the Order. Neither do I hold a place in the Ministry to be eligible to sit on the tribunal." Sirius spoke up. "As far as anyone can tell, you will do what a boy of your age is supposed to do. You may be a war mage, but you are also still a 15-year-old who goes to school. You will go on the holiday that you were planning after the New Year ball and have fun. I have made all the arrangements. The only thing for you to do is to decide who, of your friends, will accompany you." Harry eagerly asked him, "When are we going? Will you and Emmeline be coming along? Who else is coming?" Sirius shook his head. "I presented an application for leave to my boss, Alistair Moody. He flatly refused it, saying that the trainee Aurors need me more than I need a vacation. Especially when things seem to be heating up at the moment. As it is, Moony and Nymphadora will be your chaperones for this trip since there are no other elders who can be spared at the moment. I will try to find a couple more chaperones for you though, if I can." Harry deflated a little, but Sirius cheered him up. "Don't worry, Harry. When we are finally free of Tom, we will go for a world tour. Right now, dealing with Tom and his band of fools is important." The meeting was dismissed a little later because most of them had work to do. Dumbledore announced that there would be no more regular meetings. Members would receive weekly updates about what the Ministry was doing. Emergency meetings would take place only if something of bigger magnitude was happening. Susan came at about 11 o'clock and he immediately hugged her, taking in her fragrance and kissed her tenderly. After having expressed his joy, he took one of her hands and guided her to the meeting room. After Creature had served them with enough refreshments for an army, Harry turned to her. Sue, let's plan our holiday. She was excited. Really? What do we need to plan? Where are we going? Padfo. Ot told me this morning that he cannot come with us because Moody is not ready to grant him leave, but Moony and Nymphadora will be escorting us and be our chaperones. We are to decide the guest list though. She nodded. Let's do that then. You start with people you want with us on this trip. The first ones on this list are of course Ron and Hermione with Neville and Hannah. I would also like call Ernie, but I do not know if I am ready to bring Lilith Moon along. I would definitely call Terry and Mandy though, and maybe, if she would consent, then Luna Lovegood. Susan beamed at him. My list is much the same as yours. But I must admit that I had not thought about Terry and Mandy. They should be there, having been associates in pranks with us. I thought you would have called the twins though. Harry shook his head. Sorry. No, those two would not give me a moment's peace if they came. I want to spend a week in peace with my friends. I do not know when will be the next time that we will have such peace again. She nodded. So when are we leaving? The morning after the New Year ball that will be the 1st of January. I suppose Sirius has arranged portkeys for us to go. Now we only need to inform our friends about this. We are not going to flow there because we are keeping the location a secret in case we need to use it to hide. She readily agreed. We will call our friends on the flow later today, then. For the moment, what do we have on the agenda? Harry smirked. Today, we are going to tell the world about the story of an obscure half-blood known as Tom Marvolo Riddle. I sent letters to Luna and Professor Hughes. They will help me to write his story and spread it to the world. In fact, I asked our friends to be here because you all deserve to know about it. She nodded. Harry, I understand why you are doing this. Will you also talk about that night in the graveyard? He nodded grimly. Since he has been forced into the open, I believe that now is the time to do so. I am not ashamed of it. If it will help people despise him more and abandon his cause, then all the better. She caught him in her embrace tenderly, whispering words in his ear. I know it is the hardest thing that you can do. I have seen the pain you are in when you mention Cedric and how he died because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I promise you that I will be here with you the entire time, helping you any way I can. Unknown Castle. Severus was annoyed. Since the Wizengamot session the previous day, there were many more Death Eaters who had taken up residence in the castle. He had wanted some solitude to find a way to slip a potion to the Dark Lord and maybe finish him in his sleep, but there were some complications with that line of thought. Firstly, there were healers around the Dark Lord at all times. Secondly, most of them were excellent potioneers. They would have known if he tampered with the potions. Thirdly, if he killed the Dark Lord now, there was no way to ends. That he would not obtain a body again. If that happened, they would not know of his return. Fourthly, once he was branded with the Dark Mark, trying to betray the Dark Lord could be fatal. The Dark Mark was a way to ensure that his faithful never wavered in their faith towards him. He wanted to make these new residents leave the castle, but one look at today's newspaper and he understood why all were suddenly eager to stay near their lord. The ministry was hunting for them. This was the only place where they could be safe because the secret of the location was safe with the Dark Lord. He was unconscious in the master bedroom being tended to by the healers, and they had made very little improvement so far. They had only been able to treat the burn injuries that he had received. They were planning to treat his bones next. This was a delicate task because he had so many of them broken. These were not mystics or the healers at St. Mungo's, so they did not have the skill to mend fractures to the spine, skull and femurs without causing further damage to the delicate nerves and blood vessels running through them. They decided to use a Muggle technique called traction, vanish the bones one at a time and regrow them using Skelegrow potion. The process was going to take days rather than hours. It would have been immensely painful if the Dark Lord was awake. After about 5 days of regrowing bones, then and only then would they try the necromantic potions to try and bring him out of his coma. The good news was that with their Dark Lord unconscious, at least he wouldn't try to kill them while they were working on him. Greyback had returned from the continent this morning, and his return had stemmed the flow of werewolves abandoning the Dark Lord. Right now, they were planning some payback for the ministry for taking out 60 of their numbers. Severus was encouraging them to do it. He was planning to send a patronus to Dumbledore with the information. In a single sweep, another chunk of the Dark Lord's forces will be off the streets. When they held their council in the dinner hall of the said unknown castle, Erwin Yaxley, one-time candidate for Minister of Magic, was saying, "I say we annihilate Diagon Alley. That will send a message to the Ministry that we are not going to sit and watch." Walden McNair, the erstwhile executioner for the Ministry, said, "Don't forget that at this moment we are no match for the Aurors who are given free rein to deal with us. They can use lethal force without thinking twice. They are better trained and disciplined than we are. Dark Lord was going to train his troops starting next month, but the Ministry forced our hand before that." Snape said in his deliberate low tone, "Do you expect us to sit here while they keep calling the Dark Lord by his name and mock us? The Ministry is deliberately egging us on to see if we will avenge our Lord." Selwyn said, "No, they will pay for it. I agree that we need to strike back at the Ministry. Until we can improve our capabilities, some targets are out for obvious reasons. Hogsmeade is out because it is too close to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore can face us alone and win. Then there is the Order, which has always stood in between us and Wizarding Britain, even at the cost of the lives of its members. The Ministry is out because of the wards, which we cannot even begin to analyze. Unless we are going to risk being stunned and caught. I for one do not fancy being tortured by Alistair Moody. The last time I heard, he is using dark arts liberally on many of the Dark Lord's followers. We cannot attack Harold Peverell or the Minister's Manor or Bones Manor because they have protections around them that rival Hogwarts. Without the Dark Lord to lead us, we will be like lost sheep ready to be slaughtered. The only option is Diagon Alley because the general wizarding populace is still not ready to face and stand against us." Severus replied, "It is settled then. We will raid Diagon Alley, but we will have no more than 20 Death Eaters involved. This will be a lightning raid. We will apparate in, cause as much havoc as we can and disapparate out before the Ministry can respond. Shock and surprise will be our main weapons. A small contingent will be sufficient for the best effect." Greyback growled, "I don't care how many you send, but I want to be part of the group." Severus shook his head, "You are not going. You are the one who can keep the rest of his followers in line. Force them to stay if you have to. If by any chance we lost you, the Dark Lord will be furious and we will lose a major chunk of our forces." Others nodded in assent, and it was agreed that after 2 days, 20 Death Eaters would raid Diagon Alley. That evening Severus sent a patronus to Dumbledore telling him about the plan. Dumbledore relayed the information to Moody, who selected 20 Aurors for this mission. The plan was relatively simple. 4 groups of Aurors with 5 Aurors in each will be hidden in selected shops in the alley waiting for the raid. When the Death Eaters arrived, anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards would go up instantly, while a team of 10 Aurors would evacuate people through the flow network. The Aurors would be using lethal force, and they would duel to kill rather than take prisoners. The Ministry holding cells could not take more than those who were already in there. Moody wanted to lead this mission personally, but Frank had to remind him that he was part of the War Tribunal, and as such, they could not spare him. Alice was put in charge of the mission. Proudfoot, OT and Kingsley would be her sub-commanders with groups of 10 Aurors each. You want a story? Harry, Susan, Hermione, Ron and Neville were sitting in a little flat in the suburbs of London waiting for their guests. The apartment that they were in was not theirs. He had rented it through the goblins. The black townhouse was under a Fidelius charm, and spreading the secret too much could compromise their safety, so they had made this arrangement. A group of 5 hired hit wizards were stationed nearby to deal with any threat which may manifest itself. The hit wizards were hired for the security of the greenhouses. Remus had freed up a few of them to act directly under Harry's orders. Harry had Flo called his friends asking them to join him this afternoon. The apartment was within walking distance from 12 Grimmauld Place, so it was easy for them to walk there without getting worried about their safety. In addition to the hit wizards, the room was laced with all sorts of protective charms and enchantments. A knock on the door attracted their attention. Harry looked at the faux glass on his table. The images in it were distant and blurred, which meant whoever was on the other side of the door was not an enemy. He walked up to the door and asked loudly, "Introduce yourself." A melodious sing-song voice answered, "It is I, Luna Lovegood with Professor Martha Hughes at the door, asking for an entrance. I had met you first time on the train at the start of this academic year and you found it funny that Sirius Black is actually Stubby Broadman, as was reported in an article published in the Quibbler. Harry cautiously opened the door. He was relieved to see Luna and Hughes on the other side of the door. Welcome Professor and Luna. I am sorry for the inconvenience but I had to check you or who you claim to be. They entered behind him. As they sat, refreshment arrived on the table by itself. When they had made idle chatter for a few minutes, Professor Hughes turned to him. I am. Must say that I was curious and excited at the same time when I got your letter. Voldemort's past has been a murky subject. There is no information available about his life prior to what is generally known. I would bet that only a handful of people know his origin. Harry nodded. I can understand your curiosity. I could not think of anyone better than you two to tell this story. I called you here because I want to tell where he came from and what his history is. This way, the morons who follow him would know who they are following in their pursuit of idiocy. I also think that the world should know what happened on that night when he returned. After I am done with my narration, there will be no doubt left that he does not follow any ideals other than his own relentless pursuit of power. Martha Hughes nodded. Do go on, Mr. Peverell. We can do it this way. First you can tell your side of the story. Then I will ask any follow-up questions to cover topics which might have been left out or to get clarity for some of the topics which need attention. He nodded. All right then. Let's do this. Let's start with his real name and his blood status. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is a half-blood. His father was a muggle named Tom Riddle. His mother was a squib, Merope Gaunt of the infamous House of Gaunt. We believe that she was a squib because there is no record that she ever attended a magical school. His father was the son of landlords in the pleasant village of Little Hangleton. The Gaunts had family gold ages ago. They only married among their family to preserve their blood purity, or so they say. Insanity is a trait which ran in their family. The Gaunt family gold was long gone, squandered generations ago. Merope lived in a squalid shack with her father, Marvolo, and her brother, Morphin, just outside of Little Hangleton. They treated her worse than a slave, constantly baiting her because she could not use magic. She had taken a shine to Tom Riddle, a handsome muggle. Who was the son of the Riddle family which owned most of the land in Little Hangleton. When Marvolo and his insane son, Morphin, were arrested and convicted on charges of muggle baiting and assaulting a ministry official that left Merope alone in the shack, she seized the opportunity to make a bid for freedom. Without her father and brother bullying her, she successfully brewed a love potion and bewitched the handsome son of the landlords. They eloped. About a year later, Tom Riddle showed up in Little Hangleton saying that Merope had bewitched him. Merope was left alone in London and she lost her will to live. Sometime in December that year, her son was born in an orphanage and she only lived long enough to name her son Tom after her husband and Marvolo after her father. Abandoned by his father before he was born, bereft of his mother just after his birth, he was raised in the orphanage. Even before he had a wand or any formal training, he was able to do enough magic to terrorize his fellow residents there. He stayed there until he received his letter from Hogwarts. He attended the school from 1938 to 1945 where he was sorted into Slytherin. At the beginning of his 5th year, he was appointed as one of the prefects, and that was the year when the Chamber of Secrets was opened and Myrtle Warren died when she was in the wrong place at the wrong time from the basilisk glare when the chamber was opened. He was given an award for special services to the school, supposedly for helping to identify the student who opened the chamber. Only Professor Dumbledore suspected that Tom had opened the chamber himself and had framed an innocent boy. He left the Chamber of Secrets sealed. Opening it again while he was still at school could have drawn attention to him. In his 7th year, he went on to become the head boy. His school friends later went on to become the first Death Eaters. His teachers generally agreed that he was very bright, quite talented, and could do most anything he wanted to after graduation. Some even speculated that he could become Minister for Magic if he wished to. After graduating from Hogwarts, he worked for a few years with Borgins and Burke. A few years down the line he quit that job to travel abroad. That was the last anyone heard of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Very few facts are known about the years that he traveled. A few things which they come to light are that he went to practitioners of necromancy and other dark arts to study under them extensively. When he re-emerged years later, calling himself Lord Voldemort, his appearance and personality were so changed that nobody connected him with his former identity. He also went about and actively eliminated anyone who knew him before his transformation. The few exceptions were those who were too powerful or too well protected for him to destroy outright. He was vanquished, ending the First War by some ancient forgotten magic. He did not die outright because he had some fate to ensure that he would not die so easily. He spent years as a wraith barely alive, recovering from the injuries he sustained when he was vanquished the first time. It took him a long time to wreck over enough to be able to try for a comeback. The last few years, he tried various means to return to a body, but until last June, they all failed. Finally last year, he wove an intricate plan to return to a body and kill me in front of his followers. He planted an escaped Death Eater at the school. He managed to enchant the Goblet of Fire in making it think that I was the only entrant from a RTH school so that I would have to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. I don't know the details about how it works, just that I was compelled to participate even though I was underage and did not enter, nor did I wish to participate. My first thought was that someone had entered me into the tournament so that I could be killed. It wasn't a bad guess, but it was only half of the plan. I came close enough to being killed at least 3 times during the tasks. In the end, Cedric and I took the cup at the center of the maze together. It was a portkey and it was supposed to take us to the judge's stand outside the maze. Instead, it took us to the graveyard in Little Hangleton where Peter Pettigrew and Tom Riddle were waiting for us. By the time we realized who was coming toward us, my head felt like it was splitting open and I could barely stand. On Riddle's orders, Pettigrew killed Cedric because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He dragged me to the tombstone of Tom Riddle Sr. and tied me there securely. After that he performed a necromantic ritual which somehow transformed Voldemort from a baby-sized, nearly helpless reptilian thing to the man he had been before he was vanquished. After his resurrection, he summoned his Death Eaters. With his followers as witnesses, he spent quite a lot of time explaining how Pettigrew had found him, returned him to a rudimentary body and helped him execute his plan to regain his proper body. He even explained why nobody's blood but mine would do as the final of 3 key ingredients for his resurrection spell. He tortured me with the Cruciatus curse while I was bound, wandless and helpless. He ordered Pettigrew to untie me and return my wand. His plan was to toy with me, then kill me in front of his followers. First, he used the Cruciatus curse. Then he used the Imperious curse to force me to beg for mercy. That was when the first thing that he did not expect happened. I resisted, then entirely threw off the effects. Next, he tried the Cruciatus curse again. That was when the second thing he had not planned happened. I dodged the curse and used a gravestone for cover. I came out from behind the gravestone and tried to disarm him. But he was too fast. His killing curse met my disarming spell in midair. I can't explain what happened next. Somehow, the shades of Voldemort's most recent murder victims appeared, one at a time. They told me that the Triwizard Cup would take me back to Hogwarts. Cedric's shade requested that I bring his body back with me. They kept Voldemort busy and distracted while I made my escape. In the darkness and confusion, I bowled over Pettigrew and brought him back with me. The interview which followed the narration went for 2 hours. Then Professor Hughes left telling him that it would take a little editing before the work would be sent to him for final approval before it was sent to other publications. Luna was ready to publish everything in verbatim in the Quibbler. Harry was satisfied either way. He supposed that the story was so long that the Daily Prophet would have to publish a special edition altogether. The Quibbler was a magazine and could publish it in its entirety. Luna even told him that she would ask her father to publish the story in this edition and not keep it for long. He should expect a copy of it in the morning of New Year's Day, which as sooner than Professor Hughes would be able to vet and send it to the Daily Prophet. She would need to meet Professor Dumbledore to recheck a few facts and gather credible evidence. In return for the favor, she was getting to put her name on the story as the one who interviewed him along with Luna Lovegood. With the interview done, they returned to the Black Manor where the elves had cooked Eno. Food for an army, and everything was devoured to the last morsel. Thereafter Harry asked his friends if they were in the mood to go out, and everyone was. This time, for a change, they tried Muggle London instead of Diagon Alley. Neville Flo called Hannah, telling her to take the night bus to Grimmauld Place in London since she did not know the location of the townhouse and they could not give tea. He's secret to her because none of them were the secret keeper. Hermione took the lead this time, suggesting that they take one of those double-decker buses which they could use for a tour around London. It was barely 2 in the afternoon, so they had a lot of time on their hands. Harry himself had never seen Muggle London properly since the Dursleys never took him along unless there was no other way. He had not learned his way around London while he was with them. He felt that the tour would do him some good too. They passed 2 hours taking in all the sights that London had to offer. During the entire tour, Susan sat with him and held his hand. At times, she whispered words in his ear, giving him goosebumps, or stole a kiss when she knew their friends were not watching. Yes, indeed, things were going perfectly with Susan, and life was good for the moment. Will you play the matchmaker? Sirius met them at the gate to the townhouse. He gave the secret to Hannah, inviting her also. Once they were inside, Sirius turned to Harry. I had hoped you would be more careful, pup. Harry raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Sirius took a deep breath, trying to control his anger. You know how dangerous it is at the moment. You were in Muggle London without any security. The 6 of you are important to our side, and yet you threw caution to the wind. It is thanks to Auror Grey, who was following you, that we knew where you were. General Longbottom has told me to tell you in no uncertain terms that your security is not to be taken lightly. You will not go anywhere without informing Alistair Moody, who is in charge of your security when you are not in the school. Harry clapped him on the shoulder and looked him directly in the eye. You seem to forget that I dueled with and beat Tom just a couple of days ago. I know that he will recover, but not today. Even with the best healers, he will be licking his wounds for at least a week. What's more, I never go anywhere without security, but Hey are much more subtle than the Aurors. Then he looked around the entry hall at his friends, with Tom out of commission and his followers in disarray. I thought this would be our only chance to be kids for some time. Sirius said to him soothingly, Pup, after the beating you gave him, I am sure that he will not take you so lightly again. Besides, as Dumbledore said, he is unconscious at the moment. So his followers may attack you in a group, and I can bet that you cannot fend off 10 at once unless you are willing to expose our hidden world by performing some ancient magics in the middle of Muggle London. Also, I do not think that your friends can fight as well as you can. You are putting them at risk by going out without informing us about it. I am not going to try to stop you from doing anything, but please keep it in mind that even you have some limitations. Harry thought about it for a moment. Yes, he was confident that he could take on 10 Death Eaters at once. Yes, it would create a lot of work for the Obliviators if he was forced to do so in the middle of Muggle London. Although he was reasonably sure that the Mystics kept a watch on him at all times, it was hard to spot them. Maybe they weren't as omnipresent as they would like Harry to believe. And it was true that Harry had his limitations still. He was a war mage, but he was nowhere near the level he wanted to be. He was still learning things from the memories that the Mystics had supplied to him. Every time he watched one of those memories, there was something new he learned. He knew that he was already good enough to beat Tom in a straight duel. But the old snake was a coward, a liar, and quite crafty. He had been in the business of terrorizing people for more than 50 years. He would throw away his followers like so many bits of chaff in the wind to get at Harry. Harry, on the other hand, valued his friends. He would lay down his own life to protect them. Tom knew that. All he had to do was have one of his minions grab one of Harry's friends and he would have a distinct advantage. Harry shook his head, as much to stop the musings as to deny what Sirius had said. I am not the one that needs all the protection. If they make a grab at me, all they will get is a fight they can't handle. He gestured to his friends who had been listening the whole time. The real danger is that he might get smart and try to grab one or more of my friends. If he had a hostage, that would be some real leverage. We need to protect them. Then he nodded to Sirius. So, any time that any of us travel outside of Hogwarts or Hogsmeade again, we will certainly let Master Auror Moody know. Sirius smiled. That is like a good boy, son. Now have you decided upon the list of people you want to invite? Susan answered for him. We are yet to decide upon the list, Sirius. Maybe tomorrow morning, we will have an answer for you. Sirius nodded. Just to tell you, if there are more than 3 boys and 3 girls, I may need to find some new chaperones, so please give me sufficient warning. Susan nodded. Sirius said under his breath, not even married yet and already taking his correspondence, which got the rest of the friends laughing. It was a known fact that the lady of the house was supposed to look after the societal obligations of the family. That duty would fall to Susan after they were married. Sirius then turned to all of them. Now I wish to ask a favor of you all, if you are willing. Harry nodded. You do not need to ask, Padfoot. Sirius started speaking seriously. Harry, as you well know, Remus does not connect with people easily due to his furry little problem. Even when we were at Hogwarts, he spurned the advances of many beautiful witches who wanted to be with him. He believed that they would scorn him if they came to know about it. Even Lily and James tried many times to convince him that he should not think too much about his problem, but he has been adamant. Recently, Nymphadora started having feelings towards him, but he has been avoiding her, not willing to enter into a relationship with her. I asked him about it and he feels the same towards her, but he is being a prat and does not want to take the next step. He is fearful that his condition may be transmitted, so he does not want to encourage Nymphadora and her advances. I want you all to try and do something about it. He has had his share of sorrows and I wish for him to have happiness now. If anyone in the world deserves a small bit of happiness, it is him. They all nodded. However, Neville asked what had been on their minds. How will we do it? Sirius grinned. You are all young and clever. You will think of something. I want your permission. The next day, Bill and Fleur arrived as he had invited them. His usual SSE of friends were there and he decided to include them in the meeting. They were going to be there anyhow because they were the members of his order and he was not one to keep small things secret from them. After they were greeted properly and the elves had served them with refreshments, Harry turned to Bill. Bill, you were asking for some favor from me the other day. How may I help you? Bill nodded. Yes, I was. You see, shortly after the tournament, Fleur, who had graduated from Beauxbatons, came to Gringotts to work in the bank. We met in the course of work and we eventually started seeing each other. I started courting her and I told the family that I am going to marry her. Harry nodded. She certainly is lovely. I am happy for you. So, what do you need from me? Bill said to him hesitantly. You see, Harry, the problem is that I have to ask for permission. Harry raised an eyebrow. Permission? I am sure Mr. Weasley would be delighted with this union. Bill said. Yes, he is delighted, Harry. Father has already agreed to this. But I need your permission. You are the patron of our family in your role of Lord Black, so we need you to bless this union since the house magic WOU. LD only agree after you have agreed to it. Being the Lord, we have to ask your permission and it will fall upon you to negotiate the conditions of our marriage. Harry shook his head. As far as I am concerned, Bill, you have excellent judgment and you may marry whomever you please. You may count on my blessing. Since House Weasley has been restored, your father is the patriarch and lord of the house. I will ask him to negotiate the prenuptials with Monsieur Delacour. Of course, if Arthur needs me to back him up, I will be happy to step in. Bill smiled. Monsieur Delacour is an agreeable enough gentleman. I'm sure that won't be necessary. Harry frowned in concentration. Something had been bothering him and it was time he asked about it. Bill, correct me if I am wrong. It seemed to me, the other day, that Mrs. Weasley was a bit cold towards Fleur. Maybe I imagined it, but I am pretty sure she was less than enthusiastic. Fleur smiled sadly. She feels intimidated that I will take her son away. I love Bill, but I will not do anything of the sort. I was attracted to Bill because he was not influenced by my charms at all. She feels that he is not making a proper choice of mate by selecting me. Ronald, who had not said a word till then, shrugged. I can sort of understand what you are getting at. He then turned to Fleur. I have seen how she and Ginny behave towards you and I try to make them see reason once or twice, but to no avail. Harry noticed Hermione making a sour face and decided to raise this issue with her later. Right now, he had something to ask of them. You do not need my permission. Bill, but for tradition and good form, I am giving my permission anyway. I will ask Mr. Weasley to enter into negotiations for your marriage on terms amenable to you both. Is it enough? Also, can you and Fleur get away from work for a week or two? Bill nodded. Thanks for saying that you would ask Father to enter into these negotiations, and yes, we can get leave for a week, but why? Harry grinned. Actually, I am planning a vacation trip, and at the moment, I am short of chaperones, so I want you both to take the part. Bill replied, I will think about it and let you know by tomorrow. Can I ask where we are going and for how long? Susan replied, we are going to Ireland for a week, and we will stay at a manor belonging to House Black. We will leave on the morning of New Year and return on the 8th. So, if you are willing, please come prepared for a week-long vacation. Since it was time for lunch, Harry asked Dobby to lay the table for them. After a heavy lunch, Harry turned to Fleur. Fleur, I need some help from your father, Monsieur Delacour. She asked him, what is it? Harry replied, General Longbottom has tried to ask for help from the French minister. Why, in case things turn for the worse, but he did not receive any satisfying answer to his request. We are as of now trying to get into talks with the ICW, but the ICW is reluctant to interfere in a mere rebellion, so I want to ask you to talk to your father and ask if he would mobilize some support for us if we needed it. She took some time to think through things. He cannot guarantee anything in High's capacity as head of DMLE in the French Ministry of Magic. Perhaps he can find support among some of the families. However, I cannot assure you of any help from his side unless I had the chance to talk to him. I can also try to mobilize some support from my friends at Beauxbatons in the meanwhile. Harry nodded. That is better than I expected. Please tell Monsieur Delacour that I would enjoy the pleasure of his company here at the New Year ball, and the invitation will reach him in due time. I expect him to be here as a guest of honor for me. She smiled. I will let him know to expect an invitation from you. He spoke to her further. There is another favor I need to ask of you. Do you by any chance know if Victor Crumb would be interested in visiting Wizarding Britain for a contract with Puddlemere United to play in the Quidditch League? Ron spluttered. Why would we need him here? We have decent players in the league. How is it of any concern to you anyhow? Harry chuckled. I need to have a talk with Victor. Ron and I want him to stay here at least till the war is over. Professor Dumbledore told me that before all is said and done, we will need more wands on our side. Victor's family is very prominent in Bulgaria, and they can get help to us if needed. On the side, House Potter owns 55% of Puddlemere United, so it is in my best interest to get the best seeker in the world to play for my team. Diagon Alley. Life in the alley seemed to be going on as usual. But, if one looked closely, people were looking about themselves more, talking less and hurrying faster. People were not strolling singly or in twos, looking in all the windows, but rather scurrying in small groups, making their purchases and hurrying off. The news that Voldemort was back in the state of war was making its presence felt among the shop owners and patrons of Wizarding Britain's busiest commercial district. What was harder to notice were the few wizards scattered here and there, who were sticking to the shadows and not shopping at all. Even less conspicuous were the Aurors hiding in plain sight, mixing in with the shoppers, waiting for the wizards in the shadows to make their move. They had received intelligence that there was going to be a raid today, and they were ready for it. A bang went off suddenly somewhere near the entrance to Nocturne Alley. The Aurors tensed, but they stayed put. They were under orders from Alice to do nothing until she gave the order. Nothing of the mayhem that a Death Eater raid would have caused followed. As it turned out, it was just a child playing with a Muggle cherry bomb. What the Aurors did not know was that the Death Eaters were looking for the reaction to the bang of the firecracker. If it had brought Aurors to the scene, they would have postponed or cancelled the raid. As it turned out, the situation was attended to by an old Auror who had been on regular patrol there since the end of the last war. Everybody knew old Jenkins. If you weren't careful, you could forget he was even there. Knowing that there were no Aurors in the alley other than the regular patrol, one of the Death Eaters walked out of Diagon Alley to inform his company that the time was right for their strike. The major problem with the Aurors was that they did not know who was with Death Eaters and who was not, so they could not take preventive measures. About 10 minutes after the bang, several things happened at once. Death Eaters appeared in the alley with a pop. They started creating mayhem by shattering storefronts and setting them on fire. Unknown to them, a number of Aurors put up anti-disapparition wards and anti-portkey wards. The remainder of the Auror force, in pairs, put up shields and protective barriers while their partners got the people the streets and began evacuating them through designated flows. The next moment, Alice's voice rang out, "Charge!" The fires all went out as suddenly as they had started. The wands of 20 Aurors who had been trained by Mad-Eye Moody and Sirius Black spoke as one. The bone crushers struck at the hapless Death Eaters like a hot sword slicing through butter. They were too tightly packed to even try to dodge. Some of them had the presence of mind to shield. The ones who were not behind shields went down like so much wheat before the sickle. The next moment, the survivors tried their portkeys the Aurors came out to engage them in duels. Kingsley came running out of Florian's ice cream parlor followed closely by 5 Aurors. Hestia Jones burst out of Flourish and blots down the alley followed by the 5 under her command. Proudfoot followed soon running out of the Wizarding travel equipment shop. Nymphadora led her contingent of 5 out of Madame Malkin's. Another team of Aurors, led by Gawain Robards, was hastily leading the few civilians who had been trapped to the shops where the active evacuation flows were located. While they were being evacuated and sent away, the shopkeepers closed down their storefronts so the Death Eaters would not come inside and harm them or the people who were making their exits. The Death Eaters were so stunned that they ignored the evacuation efforts. Their plan had been a quick raid, cause some terror and retreat. Now they were besieged by a force of 20 Aurors, some of whom were veterans of the previous war. Their portkeys did not work. Hay had no doubt that disapparition was just as impossible. The first volley had already decimated them. Now they understood the fate that the raid on the Ministry had faced just days earlier. With their shields up, they were ready to give as good an account of themselves as they could. Kingsley shouted out, "Formation Alpha." The Aurors spread themselves out in a semicircle around the group of Death Eaters while a stone wall appeared to seal off their retreat. In the few seconds that it took for the Aurors to dash to their positions, the Death Eaters tried killing curses, bone exploders and blood-boiling curses. But everywhere the curses went, some obstacle appeared to take the curse before it could reach its target. What happened next was more like a firing squad than a duel. The Aurors did not cast single spells, chipping away at the shields. They cast spell chains of Shield Breaker, Reducto and Bone Crusher. The first volley reduced the Death Eaters by half. The second volley finished them off. From beginning to end, the Battle of Diagon Alley had lasted about 15 seconds. The Aurors worked in pairs, one standing guard while their partners sifted through the carnage for survivors. Some of the newer Aurors who were not yet battle-hardened had to run off to be sick. The mass of flesh and blood that had been Death Eaters just a minute ago was too harsh a reality for them. The shattered remains of 2 of the Death Eaters were still alive, but they would not be much longer unless they received immediate medical intervention. Alice, who had stood back, ready to defend any Auror who got into trouble during the fight, pressed her badge to summon medics and a cleanup crew. A minute later, with the wards dispelled, the medics and cleanup crew arrived. The medics attended to the survivors. But their chances were not good. It did not matter, really. If they survived, it would only be to stand trial and be executed anyway. The cleanup crew went about the grim task of identifying the dead and cleaning up the remains. Some of them were so pulverized that identifying them had to depend on what they were carrying. They gathered up all the portkeys they could find on the off chance that they might still work and reveal the location of the enemy base. The wands of the fallen were gathered up in the hopes that they could help identify their owners. Perhaps Ollivander's Sue LD tell their identity by inspecting their wands. He remembered every wand he ever sold. After all, the Aurors had suffered a few injuries, most of them minor. A few of the new Aurors had to be treated for shock. Their casualties had been light. It looked like the new Auror training had paid off. By the time the cleanup was done, it was nearly impossible to tell that a battle had taken place. Ice and Kingsley stayed until the last window of the last storefront was restored to its pre-battle condition. That evening, the newspaper carried the story about the raid on Diagon Alley. Ministry quashes Death Eater raid. By Grummond Reinhold. Ministry forces overwhelmingly defeated a number of Death Eaters who attempted to raid Diagon Alley today. We have been asked by the Ministry not to disclose details of the battle here. What we can say is that 18 Death Eaters were killed outright during the battle. 2 more survived and were taken into custody. They were severely injured and are not expected to live. Shop owners and shoppers alike were impressed by the rapid response of OR forces dispatched to deal with the situation. Minister Frank Longbottom was quoted to say, "We will not stand idly by while Voldemort's followers terrorize our people," continued on page 6. The populace of the wizarding world was satisfied with their leader, General Longbottom, who was not in a mood to parley with the scum but annihilate them. They wanted a leader who could make hard choices, and he was just the man at the helm of affairs. Shopping. Who invented the idea? Susan told Sirius that evening that the group going to Ireland would be 4 boys and 4 girls, and Bill and Fleur had agreed to act as their chaperones. Sirius agreed to their proposition. Since they had not had an opportunity to sit and talk since they had come home from Yule celebrations, Ron had decided to stay back. Neville had stayed too because the Green Hues was boring with Alice and Frank at work most hours of the day. August. USTA had some other social engagements to keep her busy. Susan arrived early in the morning with Hannah in tow. She found Hermione in her room and woke her up with a water jet to her face. Then together the girls went looking for the boys. The boys had stayed up, talking until late into the night. When they finally went to sleep, they all crashed in the same room. Creature had produced 2 bunk beds for them. Since he was not going on his morning runs, there was no reason to wake up early in the morning. Harry with the others was still sleeping when Susan decided to find her boyfriend and make him amenable to her demands. Susan did not know about the wards which he placed at the door of his room, nor did she anticipate that she would walk into one. With the marauders being wary, Harry had become creative, and the ward would become active if someone other than him tried to open the door of his room during the night when the ward was active. As soon as Susan touched the door, she was petrified, with her arms snapping to her body. Her body rigid. Hermione, trying to unpetrify her, touched the door and immediately she was also petrified. Hannah started shouting, which brought the boys out of the room, wand in hand and looking concerned. Before Neville could cross the threshold, Harry caught his arm. With the slightest movement of his wand, the ward was deactivated, freeing the girls. Ye ran to Hannah to hug her and patted her back, soothingly whispering words of encouragement in her ear while Harry released Susan and Hermione from their petrified state. Once they were over the show of being petrified and were sitting for breakfast at the dining table half an hour later, Susan asked him, "What was that all about, Harry?" Harry replied, "That Sue was the ward that I put outside my chamber every night because that is the way my mind works these days. I make sure that no one can get the jump on me, something that I learned after a few unforgettable lessons." Susan asked curiously, "What lessons?" Harry shook his head. "Sorry, Sue. I can't say. That is all classified information. Whatever gave you the idea to invade my room like that anyway?" She sighed. "Did you forget Hat you are supposed to take me shopping?" He asked, confused. "Shopping? For what?" She swatted him playfully on the head. "Shopping for the ball and the trip. I cannot go to the ball that you are holding tomorrow, and have graciously invited me as your date, I might add, without a proper gown to wear." He asked, mock confused. "Invited you as a date? I do not remember that happening. Besides, why do I have to go with you to shop for the ball?" Neville elbowed him. "Mate, stop digging your grave. If your lady says that she wants to go shopping, then you have to go shopping." Hannah cooed. "That's a good boy. Neville dear, how about we leave for Green Hues so you can make yourself presentable for the shopping trip?" Neville dutifully stood and followed her to the flow while promising to meet at the Leaky Cauldron in an hour. Hermione was looking at Ron skeptically. Ronald put up his hands in surrender before she could say anything. "I am coming with you on this shopping trip, Hermione. You do not need to worry about that." She smiled brightly. "Oh Ronald, you understand me so well." When Susan glared at him, Harry cringed. After he had made a mistake, Neville and Ron had learned their lessons and appeared to be the good boys. That left Harry looking like the idiot who could not understand how a girl's brain works. Before they left, Harry checked in with Sirius to let him know that they would be shopping in Diagon Alley. After Dobby served them a sumptuous breakfast and they had their fill, Harry and Susan flowed to the Leaky Cauldron followed by Ron and Hermione. As had become the practice, Harry was under glamour charms with Susan. They took a private parlor in the Leaky Cauldron where they waited for Neville, Hannah, Terry and Mandy. They spent the rest of the day going through shops, buying stuff that caught their fancy and things they just liked. Most of the time was spent in Madame Malkin's selecting Muggle clothing because it was not necessary for them to wear wizard clothes all the time. By the time they were done, Harry was swearing to never ever agree to go shopping with a woman again. It was a task which should have been taught at a Drishquorum because it tested his patience so thoroughly. In addition to working as the porter, he also had to try on a trunk full of clothes. When it came to pay for their purchases, Susan insisted that it was his duty to pay. When he raised an eyebrow, she explained that as her betrothed, it was one of his duties. Also, it was his punishment for being an idiot in the morning. The ball. Finally the day of the ball arrived. Most of the guests had been sent invitations from Sirius which would act as portkeys at the appointed hour. Not just anyone was told the flow address of the manor for security reasons. The manor was being patrolled by 10 hit wizards who were excused from the Rosier plantation for the night in addition to 10 oars led by John Dawlish that Moody had sent to provide security at the Black Manor Yule to a large number of important wizards gathering there. Moody himself was invited and Harry had no doubts that he would enjoy the ball by barking orders to security rather than dance. The Black Manor was huge. The upper floors had access restricted except to family and a few selected family friends. Unknown to most of the guests, the members of the orders were also allowed limited access to certain parts of the upper floors. Unlike Potter Manor, the flow was set in a separate building which was about 200 meters away from the main building. The flow building was also the designated spot for the portkeys which would be coming in. Harry, Sirius, Andromeda and Remus were to receive the guests as they came through. Their names would be checked against the guest list and then they could sign the guest book. After that, they were shown the way to the main building. A couple of oars would be placed in the building where the flow was located. Similar to Hogwarts, apparition was blocked on the manor grounds. Also, similar to the Ministry, anti-dark mark wards had been placed in the flow room. Anti-portkey wards would be put up as soon as the last portkey came in. The plan was that as each party guest wished to leave, they would do so by flow. The Muggle-born guests, whose homes were not connected to the flow network, presented another problem. They would have to flow to a public loo such as the Leaky Cauldron in London or the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade and make their way home from there. There were a limited number of guest rooms on the ground floor of the manor for those who liked to party to excess and would need some rest before traveling. The party was expected to go until quite late. As soon as it was morning, Harry and his friends would be leaving by portkey for Ireland. The plan was for the friends to have a week-long getaway before returning to school. Bill and Fleur had agreed to join them as chaperones since they felt the holiday would give them time to know each other a little better. Before they were married, Harry was in fact anticipating a couple of marriages would happen before the final battle took place. Chapter 45, Black Manor. The day of the ball finally arrived. Sirius had engaged the services of a catering outfit from the continent to decorate the place as tastefully as possible. The caterers worked with professional pride and efficiency. It only took them a day to decorate the ballroom and the ground floor of the manor. Most of the guests would begin to arrive by portkey at 6 o'clock. Some of the closer friends had arrived during the day. The Tonks, the Weasleys, Remus, Susan, Neville, Hermione, Hannah, Terry and Mandy were already there. Since the elves and the caterers were taking care of the decorations, setup and food preparations for the ball, Harry and his friends had free time to do whatever they pleased. Ron suggested that they play a pickup game of Quidditch but sadly, nobody but Harry had a broom with them. Besides, the girls thought they would get cold, flying around. They eventually agreed to go for a walk around the grounds of the manor instead. Winter had definitely come to the Black Manor. Snow everywhere on the ground and in some places it had drifted as high as their heads. There had been no wind during the last snowfall. The bare branches of the leafless trees wore a coating of the white powder. The pines wore a thick mantle of snow in their boughs. In the brilliant winter sunshine, the effect was dazzling. As the temperature was a bit above freezing, Hermione noticed that the snow was good for packing. She bent down and began to form a large snowball. It didn't take long for the rest of the teams to catch on to what she was doing. In a few minutes, in teams of 2 or 4, they were all rolling huge snowballs with plans to make the world's biggest snowman. After about an hour, they levitated the final snowball to form the head of a 20-foot-tall snow giant. After making the snowman, they decided to make teams and have a snowball fight. The game went on for about 2 hours. By the time the game ended, they were all red-faced and their clothes were wet from uncounted hits from the powdery projectiles. Harry ended the snowball fight by animating the snow giant and having it drop its own head on the other team. "That's cheating," Ron spluttered as he emerged from the pill of snow that had been the snow giant's head a second ago. When Harry was able to stop laughing, he said, "Nope. We never made up any rules. That means there's no such thing as cheating. Besides," he said looking at the lowering sun, "it's time we went in and got dressed for the ball." It was about 4 o'clock when they all filed back into the manor, red-faced, soaked and laughing. Sirius sent them to their rooms to get ready. Harry had already dried his clothes on his way to his room. He thought it would only take him a few minutes to hand off his outdoor gear to Dobby and get dressed for the ball. But that is not the way it went. When he arrived in his room, he was greeted by Dobby and 2 other house elves who had their orders from Sirius. His outfit for the ball was all laid out already. But before he could get dressed, he had a haircut, his eyebrows trimmed, a shampoo and a thorough scrubbing. By the time the elves were done with him, even his unruly hair had been tamed. As a finishing touch, they gave him a manicure, cleaning up his ragged cuticles, then shaping and polishing his nails to perfection. When the elves had finished their work and Dobby approved, then and only then did they begin to dress him. His outfit consisted of a white silk shirt, black trousers, a set of black robes with emerald trim and accents, made of the finest silk that could be found with his house crests on them, a cloak of the same color and a pair of dragon hide boots. When Harry looked at the results in the mirror, he wondered who this well-groomed young man staring back at him might be. He dismissed the elves, thanking them for their work. Of course, they were terribly embarrassed about being thanked by their lord. When Harry started to leave the room to go downstairs, Creature popped in holding a small staff. Bowing, the ancient elf presented the staff to Harry. "This be yours, Lord Black. The ceremonial staff too. Show that you be have power under the roof." Harry accepted the staff gracefully, then inspected it closely. It was made of wood and worked with precious metals. The head was in the shape of an adder. When Harry arrived downstairs, he found all of the men and boys there. But not one of the girls or women for that matter, and he was worried. He asked Sirius, "Where are the ladies? Why are none of them here? Are they all right?" Sirius laughed heartily. "Hup, they are all still getting ready. Has no one ever told you that you could give them hours to get ready and they will still need 5 minutes more?" Everyone laughed at this statement except for a voice which said, "What was that you just said?" Sirius Black. Sirius turned to find Emmeline dressed up in a sky blue gown, her straight hair falling down her back. Her expert and understated makeup was just enough to draw attention to her already beautiful features and a smile to top it all off. Sirius gave voice to what was obvious to all the other people in the room. "Emmeline, my dear, you look absolutely radiant." Harry stepped forward and pretended to kiss her hand. "My compliments. You certainly do look lovely. With you in the room, I am certain that nobody will even notice that I am here." She waved him off. "You are such a charmer, Harry, but it will not work on me. I am dating a man who can give a compliment in any situation and better ones than that." Sirius walked up and hugged her. He said playfully, "Don't be so heartless to him, dear. He has a chance to improve now that he is under my tutelage." Remus, who was sitting in a chair nearby, rolled his eyes. Yeah, aren't you the Sam E guy who took a year to ask Marlene out on a Hogsmeade weekend?" Harry snorted while Sirius blushed. To his credit, Sirius rallied valiantly almost instantly. "I was a child then, Moony. I did not wait for a year because I was afraid. I was waiting for James to pluck up the courage to ask Lily out. Besides, you're the one to talk. When have you ever asked a girl out?" Emmeline countered him. "As I recall it, James gathered courage for 3 years before he asked her out in 4th year, and then she turned him down. You started going out with Marlene in 5th year. By that calculation, you were the one without courage. Harry was a little puzzled about something and he asked Emmeline, do you not mind when he talks about Marlene? I mean he intended to marry her at some point in time and maybe still harbors feelings for her. She smiled and mussed his hair. You are yet to learn a lot about life, Harry. Yes, I do get sad at times about it, but we are together now. That is what matters. Life is too short to hold grudges. We can either keep grudges or we can go out and live our life as we want. I am choosing to enjoy everything that life has to offer me. Before the talk could continue anymore, Sirius poked him in the shoulder and pointed to the top of the staircase where Susan stood. She was dressed in a form-fitting robe which accentuated her figure. It was hard to say what color the robes were because they were iridescent, reflecting different colors depending on how the light hit them. The overall impression was that they were silver, setting off the burnished copper of her hair. Her hair, which she was wearing in loose ringlets down her back, held out of her face by a circlet of gold which matched the necklace that Harry had sent her as a Christmas present. She was also wearing the earrings that Sirius had sent her. To finish off the outfit, she was wearing a pair of peep-toe pumps that matched her robes. Her makeup was subtle and it only enhanced her natural beauty. Harry's mouth was hanging open as she descended the last few steps and sidled up to him. When she reached him, smiling, she gently put her finger under his chin and closed his mouth. Close your mouth, Mr. Peverell. We are not a codfish. Sirius and Remus were laughing at his condition while Ron was looking dumbfounded, not sure if he should hit his friend on the head to bring him out of his trance. Finally Emmeline had pity on him and she shook him, bringing him out of his trance. Wake up, lover boy. You have your whole life in front of you to fall in love with her. Susan blushed at he compliment while Harry hugged her, saying, all the radiance in the world today cannot equal you, Sue. If the pleasantries are over, maybe you would like to pay attention to your guests, Lord Black, came a voice from the doorway. Harry saw Amelia standing at the doorway to the meeting room. He rushed to greet her formally. She, instead of offering him her hand, hugged him and said, it is good to see you two bonding so well. Harry, after he was done greeting her, Sirius approached him. Hup, go to the Flow building and greet your guests. I will be there to take over in an hour. Harry too. Okay, Susan's arm, and they walked to the Flow building together. While they were going, Harry took stock of the security as he walked nonchalantly towards the Flow building. There were hid wizards patrolling the property while 2 were placed outside the entrance of the main building. 3 Aurors were present inside the Flow building, standing in dark corners under disillusionment charms. Other Aurors were present in different parts of the manor, watching over the guests, keeping out of sight in the same way. Only someone who was extremely sensitive to magic could sense them standing there. He street oohed with Susan at the designated spot where people would be coming by portkeys that had been sent to them. Sirius had arranged for the portkeys to have 3 different landing zones in the building N. D. The guests would arrive at 2-minute intervals. They would alternate between the 3 zones, and that would allow up to 6 minutes each for them to sign the guest book, discreetly have their IDs checked by security and be directed to the main house. What they did not need to know was that anyone who attempted to crash the party would be stunned and delivered to a holding cell until their true intent could be determined. The first one to arrive via the portkey was Luna Lovegood, who landed gracefully with the Biongoma on her shoulder. She hugged him and pecked him on the cheek before she greeted Susan and then turned to him. Thank you for inviting me, Harry. I have never been to a ball before this year. The Biongoma tells me that it will be a great year indeed. Harry asked her with a raised eyebrow. The Biongoma told you. What happened to the Nargles? She smiled. The Nargles are busy making little Nargles, so they gave their responsibilities to this Biongoma. Has Ginny arrived? Susan answered. She would be inside the main building. Go on. We will join you soon. The next were Ernie and Lilith. Lily's father had been invited too, and he was coming by himself a bit later. Ernie and Lilith had taken the port key which Harry had given to them. Harry liked Ernie very much, as their families had been allies since before the time of the Vikings. He was also on good terms with Lilith since she had joined the Order of the Snow Leopard. He greeted Lilith while Susan greeted Ernie. They were sent inside promptly because the arrivals were speeding up. What Sirius had not carefully scheduled were the people who knew the flow address and arrived that way. A few like Frank, Alice, Moody and a number of senior Aurors had flowed in while other guests continued to land every 2 minutes by portkey. During his hour on duty, the time went by in a blur. Harry thought that more than 100 guests must have arrived. An awkward moment came when Daphne arrived with her family. She was dressed in a blue gown which accentuated her figure. She was clearly dressed to impress. Her hair was loose and falling below her shoulders. Her blue eyes beamed with joy when she saw Harry. She hugged him a little too tightly and too long for his comfort while she murmured in his ear, "It is good to see you, Harry. I have missed you so much during this vacation." Susan saw what was happening. She said to Harry in a pointed tone, "Harry, we still have guests coming." Daphne extricated herself from him hastily while Cyrus and Roxanne had a mysterious smile on their lips. Harry greeted the two of them and then turned to Astoria, who was looking impishly amused. Harry sent them to the manor to clear the way for other guests. Susan was incensed at Daphne's forwardness with her betrothed. If she had her way, she would have whipped out her wand and given the Ice Queen a huge nose and a scorching case of acne. But she thought better of it. She would have to talk to that girl soon and make it clear that Harry was hers. The next to come were the Creevy brothers by portkey. When they came in, Colin started talking to him excitedly. "Harry, we stayed at Hogwarts for Yule. You should have seen the pranks." Harry cut him off before he could go any further. "Colin, I would love to hear about it, but at this moment, I am busy receiving my guests. Can we talk later?" Colin reluctantly agreed and Dennis dragged him away. Harry was interested to know how much things had progressed between Colin and Ginny. Something told him that they would be perfectly matched to each other. Dumbledore came next. He gracefully landed when his portkey arrived and Harry greeted him joyfully. "Lord Dumbledore, welcome to the Black Manor." Dumbledore looked like the grandfather that he always did and answered his greetings with a smile. "I thank you for the hospitality you have shown to me under your roof, Lord Peverell. Minerva, Pomona, Aurora, Bethsheda, Martha Hughes and Phileas Flitwick were also invited, and they all arrived minutes after Dumbledore. Harry had invited Vikram, but the mystic had refused, saying that they were not ones to socialize more than necessary. The next to come were the Delacours. Sirius had sent the invitation to them at Harry's request. Fleur stepped forward and kissed him on his cheek. "Harry, let me present you my papa Sebastian Delacour, my mama Apolly. Nay Delacour, and of course you know Gabriel." Harry shook hands with Sebastian, then pretended to kiss Apolline's knuckles, saying, "Charmant my lady." Gabriel did not let him say anything but hugged him warmly. Susan had a brief moment of annoyance, but it passed swiftly. Harry turned to Sebastian. "Monsieur Delacour, let me present to you my betrothed, Susan Bones." Sebastian greeted her warmly and said to Harry playfully, "Are you not a little young to get betrothed so soon?" Harry chuckled. "Yes, I am a little boy still." He had turned to look at Fleur when he emphasized on little boy, and Fleur smacked him. "And I have learned my lesson since then to never underestimate you, Harry." After the Delacours were on their way, Susan asked him, "What was the little boy thing?" Harry chuckled at the memory. "Shortly after our names came out of the Goblet of Fire, I was sent into the chamber where the other champions were. Fleur had addressed me as little boy while talking to her headmistress. That changed quickly though. She learned her lesson at the first task. He received many other guests during his hour-long shift. Then Sirius took charge of receiving the guests. Andromeda had agreed to take the final shift and greet the late-comers. Sirius had timed the port keys so that those who were invited by Harry came in the first hour. Those who were invited by Sirius would arrive later. In that way, Harry was saved the trouble of making the acquaintance of everyone who came by portkey. He only greeted those who he invited. Dinner was being served in the ballroom. It looked more like a dinner hall at the moment. There were several well-placed expansion charms. Little circular tables had been arranged for most of them except for a long table where the guest of honor and other important dignitaries were to sit. By about 8 o'clock, everyone had arrived. They were being served dinner before the dance started. Harry had an aversion to meat and wine. He had to appear to take in the view of the guests, or that would have been bad manners. Harry would have been happy to sit at one of those little circular tables with his Hogwarts friends, but his position as one of the Ords of the Wizengamot, and as the host made it imperative for him to sit at the long table. He sat at one end of the table while the other end was taken by Sirius as they were the hosts. Monsieur Della Cower was assigned a seat beside Harry as per his preference, with Frank on the other side. As they sat talking, Sebastian asked him, "Harry, Fleur told me you wanted to ask something of me." Harry nodded. "May I assume that you have read the Daily Prophet recently, monsieur? The terrorist known as Voldemort is back from the dead and active once more. I had to fight him just a few days ago. The Ministry has a considerable force of 200 Aurors at the moment, but what is worrying is that he has more. And he is still recruiting. I do not know if you have heard, but the most savage werewolf of recent times, Fenrir Greyback, has been recruiting for him on the continent. Just a few weeks ago, the Ministry hunted down and eliminated 30 of the worst type of criminal werewolves who had fled justice on the continent and come to Britain illegally. We need more wands at our side, because I know the time will come when we will have to fight a decisive battle against him. It may not be possible for us to defeat him without the strength of numbers. General Longbottom has tried to ask for help from France, Germany and Bulgaria, but so far got nothing." Sebastian turned to Frank. "Is this true, monsieur?" Frank nodded. "We have had no help from any other country so far. They fear that Voldemort will turn his wrath towards them if they helped us. We are on our own and we need help. You are the head of DMLE in France. You are also well connected in your country. You can gather help for us if we need it, so I implore you to think about it at least." Sebastian nodded. "I will think about it, monsieur." Dinner lasted for an hour. Everyone had their fill. Then it was time for the dance. At a signal from Sirius, the guests all rose from their seats. The remains of dinner disappeared. The head table moved to one end of the room, laden with drinks and refreshments. The majority of the small tables disappeared and the remainder of them lined up along the sides of the room. An 8-piece band seemed to appear out of nowhere and set up on risers at the opposite end of the room from the refreshments table. It all took about 2 minutes and the dining hall had become a ballroom once more. Traditio N dictated that the host opened the dance with their partner. Susan took Harry by the arm. While the band finished tuning up, she whispered in his ear, "Are you going to be all right starting up this dance? I heard that you were a disaster at the Yule ball last year." Harry gave her his best lopsided grin and said, "I will try not to step on those pretty pumps you are wearing." He then led her confidently out to the middle of the dance floor while the guests applauded, whistled or catcalled according to their nature. The band counted off, then struck up a slow waltz. From the very first note, Harry led as the young couple glided effortlessly around the dance floor. Those who had been jeering quickly changed their tune when they realized that Harry could really dance. After about 12 bars, Sirius joined them with Emmeline. The two couples perfectly synchronized as they revolved around the floor. A few bars later, the rest of the head table joined them with their dance partners. Susan, pleasantly surprised that her partner was more graceful than the average troll, asked Harry, "When did you learn to dance like that?" Harry's emerald green orbs looked directly down into her sparkling blue eyes and he chuckled. "Please don't distract me, Sue. I'm afraid that I'll lose count." She smacked him playfully on the shoulder. "Get serious." Then she raised an eyebrow. "Do you mean to tell me that your friends who don't know anything but war actually taught you to dance?" The first dance ended. The wizards bowed to their partners as the witches curtsied in reply. Those who had been watching the artful coordination of the first dance now walked on to the dance floor as the band leader counted in for the next tune. It was a popular dance number that was getting a lot of airplay on Witch Radio, and there was a dance that went with it. Harry and Susan changed poses, and when the first note rent the air, they were off. Even Mad Eye took a few minutes away from bossing the Aurors to join in and dance with Amelia. The dance step would have been pretty basic all by itself, but the music was fast and there were endless variations on how people moved, leapt and spun as they somehow nagged to avoid colliding or stepping on each other's toes. The footwork, which included a stomp, and the arm movement, which included a clap, were part of the percussion. The dance number ended after about 5 minutes and the crowd went wild with cheering, clapping and whistling. The band pumped their fists in the air 3 times in acknowledgement, and not wanting to lose any momentum, they struck up the next number. Harry and Susan were a bit breathless after the dance, so Harry led her from the dance floor to take a break and get something to drink. The refreshments table was at the opposite end of the ballroom from the band, so it was a bit quieter there. "Harry, where did you learn to dance like that?" Susan asked him while trying to catch her breath. "You were amazing. You never missed a beat." Harry's mind flashed back to all those laps around the lake while the Mystics tried their best to keep him guessing, then all the dance lessons. Harry fondly said, "My teacher of wizarding etiquette drilled it into me. She taught me that a proper gentleman must know how to dance. It took a lot of cursing and hexing from her to get to where I am today. Every time that I stepped on her toes, she caned me." She looked amused. What was she, a squib or something? Why did she have to resort to using a cane? Harry winced in memory. It was not a regular stick of wood but a slim, flexible branch which hit very painfully, and it left bruises on my backside. She was a witch all right, but she told me that I would not learn my lesson if she used magic to punish me. The Muggles have some forms of punishment which would be a torture to us. She chuckled. Look at you. Harold Peverell, the war mage who can make Voldemort tremble, is afraid of a cane. Harry scowled. You would not take it so lightly if you were disciplined that way. May I have this dance, Lord Peverell? Said Astoria Greengrass, who had detached herself from Dennis Creevey. Dennis was already asking some other girl for a dance. If Harry recognized her correctly, she was Rose Zeller, the scion of the House of Zeller. Harry looked at Susan, who just shrugged, meaning it was his choice to agree to it or not. Harry agreed. It would be my pleasure, Astoria. But I have to tell you that my keeper for the evening is very possessive and will want me back soon. Susan scowled but said nothing. She kept watching everyone around them while Harry went to dance with Astoria. When Justin approached her, Susan, may I have this dance? She agreed and went to dance with him. Justin once had a bit of a crush on her, which had ended last year. She came to know of it when he had asked her as a date to the Yule ball. She had told him that she had her eyes fixed on someone already and he should find someone else. Harry, have you decided? Astoria asked him. Decided what? Harry asked, a little confused because he did not know what she meant. You had told me that you do not yet know what you feel towards Daphne and wanted tea. Oh, take some time to sort through your feelings. I wanted to know if you have thought about it. She reminded him of the day when she had told him that Daphne Greengrass, one of the prettiest witches in Hogwarts, harbored a major crush on him. Ah yes, Astoria, now I understand what you are asking. That is something that I should discuss privately with your sister. This concerns me and Daphne. If she asks me anything about it, I will talk to her about it. Astoria huffed. All right, keep your secrets. I suppose that I will have to bribe Tracy to get some answers. Now, can we have this dance prop early before I have to return you to your keeper for the evening? After they had danced for about 5 minutes, Astoria dutifully returned him to Susan. Here is your date, Eris Bones. Can we trade partners? Susan passed Justin to him and started dancing with Harry again. What did she want? She asked him. She was asking about things that really do not concern her. I told her just that, he answered her vaguely. Susan knew immediately that he was not telling her everything. She decided not to press him right now because she was happy with things as they were. Everything would happen in its own time. Susan, can I borrow your date for the evening? Asked Ginny, who was dancing with Colin. Sure, Ginny, she said and passed Harry to her. Colin went to find Luna Lovegood. Conrad Duvant asked her for a dance. Conrad was from the ancient house of Duvant, a capable wizard whose family had sat in the neutral faction for ages. He was also a good dancer and danced gracefully with her while Harry danced with Ginny. Harry, we have had so little time together this year, Ginny was saying. I have a lot on my plate, I suppose, Harry replied. Besides, it seems to me that you have a lot going on too. Like running the Harry Potter fan club, for instance. She blushed until her face very nearly matched the color of her hair, then spluttered, What? How do you know about the club? It is a well-kept secret. I know that you didn't hear about it from Hermione. Harry chuckled. You are right that I did not learn about it from Hermione nor any other member of the club for that matter. I have my ways that I may go anywhere unseen and unheard if I want to. I sat in on one of your sessions and learned all about it. We can talk about that another time if you like. Then he gave a GLA/NCE to where Colin and Luna were dancing. Meanwhile, I hope that you are genuinely interested in Colin. That you are not just talking about running the Harry Potter fan club. She gave him a smack on his shoulder. Stop teasing me. I really like Colin, Harry, but we have to see if we are good for each other. For now, we are just going with the flow. To answer your other question, we do not discuss the club every time we talk. We are just running it. Most of the columns are written by other people. He returned her to Colin and went to find Susan. She was sitting with a butterbeer in her hand. He sat beside her and taking one of her hands, he kissed it lightly, asking, "Has no one asked my lady for a dance?" She took a deep breath. "I only want to dance with you, but you do not seem to have time for me." Harry took her by the hand and said, "There is nothing I would rather do than dance with you, my lady." The couple took to the dance floor. The two of them managed 3 dances in a row before they were interrupted again. "If you do not mind, Susan, can I borrow Harry for a dance?" asked Daphne. Of course Susan minded, but to say so would have been unladylike. "Of course, I won't mind, Daphne, but only on the condition that you will return him to me promptly after a dance." Daphne happily agreed and Harry started dancing with her. "Harry, I was terrified when I read about the duel that happened in the ministry. I wanted to come find you that day, but I have no idea about where you live. Father told me that your place is protected by a Fidelius charm, so I could not know." "Were you scared?" she asked him. Harry took some time before answering her. "Yes, Daphne, I was a little scared, all right. Only a fool would not be scared. The little fear we have helps us to stay alert and stay alive. When we are afraid, we do not make mistakes or try to be the hero. I was facing the worst Dark Lord in recent history, so I was obviously scared, but not much. I realized that he is not as scary as they make him out to be." After a few moments when they were quiet, he asked her, "How has your vacation been so far?" "It has been very good," she replied. "Father has planned to take us to Fr. Ants tomorrow for a week, so I am excited about it. I hope I will be seeing you at Hogwarts in a week." "Yes, we will be seeing each other in school," he replied, "that is, unless Voldemort has read from his injuries already and decides to attack us here at this moment." She chided him. "That's not very funny, Harry. At least do not spoil the mood now. Things have been very tense since he came out in the open. Mother wanted Father to close the apothecary in Diagon Alley and work by owl order after she read about the raids on Diagon Alley yesterday. He had not even told her about it when He returned home on the day of the raids and she took him to task for it. When they had danced for 2 songs, Susan realized that Daphne was not going to release him anytime soon. She motioned for Hannah to go and get her betrothed. Hannah grabbed Neville and approached Daphne. She said to Harry, "You have danced with everyone today except for me, Harry. Do I have horns on my head or am I walking around in an invisibility cloak?" Harry said, "Not at all, Hannah. I thought that you would want to dance with Neville alone all night so no one else can claim him. So I had to console myself with whomever I could find." Neville protested. "Oi mate, why are you digging a hole for me?" He then turned to Daphne. "Eris Greengrass, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you?" Daphne gracefully accepted and Harry accepted Hannah's hand. When they were dancing, Hannah said, "Susan told me to go and get you and I had not danced with you yet." Hermione took hold of him after that dance and they danced for some time before Susan, who was dancing with Ronald, reclaimed him. Fleur, who had been dancing with Bill Weasley and sometimes Charlie or one of the twins, borrowed him from Susan. When they were dancing, she asked him, "Have you talked to Papa?" He nodded in affirmative. "He told me that he would consider my request and will help if he can." "Thank you for the help. I owe you one." The dancing went on for nearly 3 hours. Harry danced with Susan when he could, but there were a lot of lovely ladies who waited their turn and kept him busy. The band did an excellent job of testing the endurance of the dancers, then mixing in some slow music to give the couples a chance to dance closer. At 2 minutes to midnight, the band stopped playing. Sirius got everyone's attention. "Since my son does not feel very comfortable addressing a gathering of people, this onerous task has fallen to me." A few chuckles greeted his statement. He continued, "I want to thank every one of you for joining us in this festivity tonight. The houses of Peveril, Potter, Black and Rosier are very glad to have been your hosts for this ball and are hopeful of organizing more balls like this in the future. I do not have too many words to say on this occasion because I have always more been a man of wand than words. So I will conclude by asking you to join me in counting down to the new year. Harry welcomed the new year with Susan in his arms and a kiss on her lips while standing on the grounds of the manor. The caterers had cast warming charms on the grounds so it was not very cold out there. Why wanted to kiss her under the stars while saying goodbye to the year gone by and welcome to the year which was coming. After another round of dance, they were taking a walk in the grounds. Sirius found them walking around the grounds and sent them to their beds. That will be quite enough lollygagging, you two. You won't believe how soon the morning will come and you have a portkey to catch to Ireland in the morning. Making a shooing motion with the backs of his hands, he said, off to bed you two. Get going. Diagon Alley. For the first time since Harry had gone to the Mystics, he slept without any wards around his bed. He had been bone-tired last night and did not care to set up any wards. Sirius woke him and kissed his forehead. Wake up, son. Come downstairs soon. We don't have much time before you have to go. When Harry descended, he found Emmeline was at the table. Moony was waking others up. Terry and Mandy joined him shortly. Nymphadora brought Hermione, Susan and Hannah downstairs. Bill brought Ronald. Remus had to wake up Neville after he diffused the ward that Neville had put around his bed. Soon breakfast was underway. Harry asked Sirius, how many stayed behind last night? Almost all the Muggle-born students stayed. They were sent to stay in the guest rooms where spare beds had been prepared for them. There was another attack in Diagon Alley last night. An Aur was injured and 2 Death Eaters were killed. We could not risk sending them to public places in the dead of night without any protection. We will send them on their way later today. Ronald was looking grumpy and blurry-eyed from a lack of sleep. He muttered, whose idea was it to get up at this ridiculous hour of the morning anyway? Bill ruffled his hair, chiding him, you can catch up on your beauty sleep once we get there, Ron. It's not as if there aren't any beds for you lot. Are you coming along, Bill? Asked Ronald. Oh yes. Mother wanted me to keep an eye on her Ickelronicans to make sure he stays out of trouble. He said, making others laugh. All right you lot, eat quickly and join me in the entrance hall. We will flow to London before you leave England, Sirius said while getting up and dragging Emmeline with him. They reached the Flow building after an hour and Sirius was there alone. Emmeline had flowed to her house to get ready and go to the ministry afterwards. He turned to them. We are going to flow to the Leaky Cauldron. From there, we will go to the portkey point in Diagon Alley. There we will receive the port keys. One by one, they all went to the Leaky Cauldron. They took the exit to Diagon Alley. There was already a guard set up for them in the Leaky Cauldron. They were escorted undercover to the portkey point. The portkey point was set up to one side in a side alley so that no one would arrive in the middle of Diagon Alley and drop on someone's head or something equally awkward. As they all reached the portkey point, another Auror was waiting for them with pieces of rope in his hand. Sirius leveled his wand at him. What did I tell Alistair Moody when we met in his office? The Auror calmly replied, you told him that your son would always beat him in a duel. Sirius took the portkeys from him and the Auror merged into the shadows. Harry understood that he was under the protection of Aurors or mystics at all times when he was out in the open. In fact, once or twice, he had spotted an Auror on his tail but did not say anything because it would have served no purpose. This way, he at least knew what his protectors looked like. He, however, had not been able to spot a mystic yet. Sirius was saying, now you lot, behave and enjoy the vacation. The week will be gone before you even know it. Wizarding Britain is not going anywhere. It will still be here when you return with all its problems, including the recent Dark Lord infestation. The purpose of this vacation is to enjoy it as much as you can. I will be disappointed if you failed to do that. The first to go were Remus and Nymphadora. Harry and Susan went 2 minutes later. Next were Neville and Hannah. In another 2 minutes, Terry and Mandy went. Finally, Bill and Fleur vanished. Ireland. The portkey deposited them outside a manor which looked like a little palace. The grounds around the property were vast and spread out for acres. The manor was built entirely out of cut and polished basalt blocks. It looked beautiful, impervious, regal and timeless all at the same time. There was a grand main floor with 15-foot ceilings and 2 more floors above that. The outer all was built of the same polished stone blocks stacked 20 feet high with guard towers at the corners and smaller towers on either side of the main gate. The stone was so carefully cut and fitted that it was hard to see the seams between them. Each wall in every tower was topped with stone crenellations made of black and pink veined granite polished to a glossy shine. The main gate was built of a mixture of forged metals with the Black family crest worked into its bars. Harry's jaw dropped in wonder at the workmanship. He took a few steps forward to touch the gate and see for himself if it was real. As he touched the crest, the portcullis points slid free of their slots in the ground and the gate lifted smoothly upwards. Harry could feel the wards as he passed under the gate and realized that the gate was the least of the measures for keeping unwelcome guests out. Harry noticed that the others had not followed him inside. He turned to see them standing outside the gate. He asked, "What happened? Why are you not coming in?" Remus replied, "Call for the head of the elves here, cub. His name is Dory. Ask him to bring the ward book. You will need to add us to the list of the persons who were allowed access to the building." Harry could not remember doing anything like that when he visited the Potter Manor for Susan but shelved that thought for later. He called loudly, "Dory." An elf who was older than Creature answered his call. His skin was hanging on his body in folds. His eyes were sunken. He could barely stand. His body shook as he bowed. "Dory welcomes Master to the Black Manor." He said to him kindly, "Dory, please fetch me the ward book." Dory snapped his fingers and the book appeared in his hands. He handed it to Harry. Harry took the book and first removed all the names of people allowed access to the manor that he did not recognize. Then he added the names of those who had accompanied him here today. After they were all in, the portcullis slammed back down. Harry turned to Dory. "Are you the only elf here or are there more?" "There are 4 elves in total, Master. Laurie, Sunny and Kinney are the other elves. We all do different work." Then another tremor shook the old elf's body. "Master, I have grown old and want to retire." Harry knelt down in the snow so that the old elf did not have to look up at him and told him, "I cannot condemn you to death by freeing you. How else can I help you?" Susan addressed him. "Harry, you do not need to give him clothes for retirement. Just give his duties to another elf and tell him that he is retired now. That will be sufficient." He turned to Dory. "Is there someone else you can recommend in your place?" The elf perked up. "Sunny can handle these duties, Master. I would have suggested Kinney but she is making little elves." Harry raised his voice. "Sunny." The elf who appeared was quite a lot younger than Dory. He spoke with a voice that was loud and firm. "You called, Master." Harry addressed him. "Sunny, I place you in charge of the elves at this manor." He turned to Dory. "Dory, I am pleased with your dedication and your service. You are hereby retired. You may continue living in the manor as you wish." "Master is too kind," said the old elf as he bowed. Then he vanished with a pop. Sunny showed them to their rooms. They all wasted no time getting into bed and passing out. Every one of them had stayed up late at the ball and needed a bit more sleep to feel really fit. The plan. The manor was situated in a valley, ringed by forested hills, making it a picturesque location. As Sunny told him, it was a holiday home for an Irish family who had married their daughter in House Black. The manor was given as part of her dowry, so it belonged to House Black now. It was a 3-story structure and was surrounded on 2 sides by a lake which was almost as wide as the lake at Adrishporum. On the other 2 sides, it was flanked by hills, making it easily defensible in case there was an attack. When they woke up in the early afternoon, Remus had all of them come to the meeting room. There were no tables but comfortable sofas for them to sit and even some mattresses on the ground with quilts to wrap themselves in. The atmospheric charms cast in the room were working perfectly, but there was no harm in wrapping themselves in quilts when it is snowing outside. Sunny had some hot chocolate for all of them. They all sat contentedly on the mattresses or the sofas as they pleased. Remus started speaking after they all had made themselves comfortable. "So, tomorrow you are going to start enjoying your vacation. I hope you will enjoy it to your heart's content. There are a few rules which have to be followed. While we are designated as your chaperones, but we are not going to keep following you everywhere because we trust that you are all mature enough not to engage in activities that will bring you shame. Rule number 1 is that there will be no, and I really mean no, books opened during our stay. Just so you do not go looking for books, Sirius has had the library emptied already, and I took extra care to remove any books which might have been in your trunks. Hermione looked distressed at this announcement. Remus continued, the second rule is that you cannot spend all day by yourself. You have to mingle with other occupants too. The third rule is that you all have to do what I ask of you. There will be no exceptions. This rule will apply to Bill and Fleur too. Is that clear? They all nodded to agree to his rules. They were pretty simple rules that they could abide by and yet enjoy their vacation. It was a pity that it was snowing. They would have liked to go flying on their brooms. They could have fun by other means though, and they were determined to do so. After Moony had his say, he retired to his room. Harry called a meeting with Fleur, Bill and Nymphadora. He included Susan in it because she was inseparable from him. He started addressing them. What I am about to say must not reach Moony's ears. Firstly, Nymphadora, would you speak honestly to what I am about to ask? She scowled. Don't call me Nymphadora. Yes, I will answer your questions unless they are too personal. Harry grinned. It is your name. What else am I supposed to call you? Now to the question. Padfoot told me that you fancy Moony. Is that true? Susan smacked him on the head. Of course it's true. Didn't you see how she was trying to stay as close to him as she could during the ball? Harry turned to her and said in his sweetest tone, I only had eyes for you, sweetheart. So I did not notice anything or anyone else. Fleur swatted him on the arm. There will be time later to flirt with her, Harry. Stay focused here. He nodded. Right. Our goal then, is to make Moony realize that he is being a prat by keeping her at arm's length. I propose that we have Bill show interest towards Nymphadora to make him feel jealous. If that doesn't work, we will come up with something else. Bill hesitated. I can understand that it is a noble purpose, Harry, but why do I need to be the scapegoat? Harry chuckled. That should be obvious, Bill. You are extraordinarily smart, not to mention that you have a way with the witches. Bill asked, why don't you become the scapegoat? Harry shook his head. No, I couldn't even get a date for the Yule ball last year, that is until Parvati had mercy on me. Besides, I give lousy compliments. I am just a little boy, after all. Fleur rolled her eyes. Will you ever stop using that little boy again and again? I said I had made a mistake once, Harry. If you were a couple of years older, I would have asked you to the Yule ball last year. You would have been far better than Roger Davies, who was drooling all the time. Susan mock glared at her. Can you please keep your hands off this one? He is already mine and I do not share. Harry pulled her closer to him in his arms. He kissed the side of her head, saying, you do not need to be jealous of anyone, Miss Bones. I am yours, today and forever. Fleur spoke then. Fine, Bill can act like he is interested in Tonks here and I will play the heartbroken girl if that is what you want. But what if this does not work? Harry waved her off. It should work. Just follow the plan I have made. If this one fails, I will follow any plan that you come up with. The Rift. The next day, they decided to explore the manor as well as the grounds and woods outside. As they agreed, they divided into pairs. Harry went with Susan. Neville paired up with Hannah. Ron and Hermione went together. Terry was with Mandy. Harry did not know if there was anything between Terry and Mandy, but he thought it was the perfect time to find out. Each pair took a chaperone with them. Harry chose Moony to start working his part of the plan with him. They walked off towards one of the hills. The other couples did the same. They had decided to spend 2 hours or so out on the grounds before they returned. They found a place, sheltered from the wind, between the trees. In a few minutes, they had cleared the area of snow, adding it to the drifts around them. It did not take them much longer to set up a fire pit in the middle of the clearing. Conjure some comfy chairs, get a fire going and set up some charms so that the clearing was comfortable and warm. They each took their seats to take in the warm glow of the fire while enjoying the sight, scent and sound of the forest in winter. Moony had closed his eyes, lost in thought when Harry asked Susan in slightly louder tones, Sue, do you know why Bill and Fleur were fighting this morning? Susan, who knew about the charade, replied, I do not know the whole story. I suppose it was because Bill was overheard saying that he thought that Tonks is very beautiful and an aura to boot. I don't know if it is true, but Fleur claimed that he was going to break off their engagement and court Nymphadora. Remus's countenance showed no visible change, but Harry could see a subtle twitch in his jaw and guessed that the werewolf was listening to every word they were saying. Harry continued, if it is true, I will have to ask Arthur to cancel marriage negotiations with Monsieur Delacour. It would be awkward of us to start it and finalize things only to end them abruptly. However, I do think that Tonks would complement him nicely. Wouldn't they be perfect together? An auror and a curse breaker, both adventurous and loving life. Susan dreamily replied, oh yes, they would be perfect together. But what about Fleur? What will she do? Harry looked a bit surprised. Are you kidding me? She is a really talented witch, bright and charming. She's not too hard on the eyes either. She'll be fine. Susan shook her head. No, Harry, she is quarter Vila. Vila do not choose their mates lightly. Once they have done so, they do not change their mind. Harry did not want to lay it on too thick. It would have made Remus suspicious if they went on too long about Tonks and Bill. Harry took in a deep appreciative breath of air as he surveyed the scene and asked, Sue, do you like the manor? I like it a lot myself. Here, in the middle of nowhere, it is quiet and peaceful. We can live as we please and there is nobody around to tell us otherwise. I would like to come back here as often as I can. She nodded. Yes, I like it here. Since we have come here I sort of forgot that we have a war brewing back in England and that our families are embroiled in it. I wish I did not have to go back. Harry gave her a genuine smile. I promise that as soon as we have taken care of Tom and his followers, we will come back here and have a nice long vacation. 2 hours later, the fire was burning low and Moony was snoring softly in his chair. Harry woke up Moony. Remus, we need to go back. It has been 2 hours. Back at the manor, there was a different scene going on. When they entered the room, Neville was scowling at Bill. Mate, some chaperone you were. You left us there by ourselves for the better part of an hour, telling us that you would be back soon, leaving us waiting. Where did you disappear to? Bill looked like a deer caught in wand light. Neville, I was coming back. Then I found a thestral. I started to play with it and lost track of time. Terry spoke up. Really? I didn't know that we are thestrals. Harry asked him. What do you mean by that, Terry? You look pretty substantial to me and you do not have wings either. Why would you call yourself a thestral? Mandy answered. Harry, Bill left Neville and Hannah and came over to where we were. As soon as he came over, he spent the whole time talking to Auror Tonks here. When we asked about Neville and Hannah, he vaguely replied that they were grown up and could manage without him. Hannah turned to Bill. If you had left us to go to Fleur I would have understood that, but why to Auror Tonks? I mean, she is not your girlfriend. Harry was watching Remus as the scene played out. The wolf looked pretty uncomfortable with all the talk. Fleur went berserk meanwhile. What were you doing, William Arthur Weasley? Why would you go to her and not me? Remus calmed her down. Fleur, if you want to fight, please do it with him somewhere alone. We do not want to hear your differences being made public. With that Remus left them. When he was gone, Harry turned to the others. Did we overdo it? Do you think it has affected him at all? Fleur replied. He sure was uncomfortable. But I do not think he will ever speak out this way. We will have to think of something else. Mandy said. If you all agree I have a plan. Do you love her? The next morning, Bill and Fleur were not talking to each other. Harry and Ron told Remus that they were all going out and that they did not need chaperones for the moment. As it was, 2 of their chaperones were in a bad mood. They didn't need their mood to ruin things for them. As planned, the girls stayed back except for Mandy. She went out to tea. Woods while the boys went out exploring. Bill stayed back ostensibly to heal the rift with Fleur. Nymphadora told Remus that she had to report to the Aurors that everything was fine and she was off to do that. As Sirius had told him, there were Aurors looking after their security and not showing themselves. Their shift changed every 8 hours. 12 Aurors had been employed for this purpose with 4 Aurors in each shift. Nymphadora was to report to them once every 8 hours that she was fine. She could do that with her patronus, but she had gone to inform them personally. About 20 minutes after Nymphadora was gone, Mandy came running back to the manor. She was out of breath, panting, her robes torn in places, her face and arms scratched from the thorns of the plants she had run through to get here. She saw Fleur and tried to speak while she was gasping and trying to catch her breath. Fleur. Fleur caught hold of her and asked her, "What has happened? Why are your robes torn? What made you run like this?" Hermione hollered for Remus, who came running, his wand in hand, and asked her desperately, "What happened, Miss Brocklehurst?" She lunged for him and hugged him tightly. Roth, Professor, Death Eaters in the valley. They were trying to take me captive when Tonks came out of nowhere and started dueling them. She told me to come and ask for help. Remus urgently said, "Tell me where they are." Then he turned to Bill. "Where are the others? Have they returned?" Bill shook his head and he cursed loudly and barked orders to him. "Bill and Fleur, it is your duty to keep the girls safe. I will go and rescue Dora. If the boys come back in the meanwhile, tell them to stay here." Taking the directions from Mandy, he rushed to the east where Mandy said she came across the Death Eaters. There on the top of the hill, Tonks was battling with two of them while two more stood guard over their prisoners. He could not believe his eyes. The boys were already captured. Harry had a gash on his forehead. He was unconscious and chained up with the others. Blood rushed into his eyes and he ran forward growling throatily. In the time it took him to reach them, the two dueling Tonks had subdued her and tied her with chains. One of the Death Eaters who had bound Tonks turned in time to send a banishing charm his way, throwing him back. As Remus stood again, he started speaking. "Oh, the might of light now depends on you, Remus Lupin." Remus had not heard the voice before and said to him, "Whoever you are, if you do not release them at this moment, then I swear by Merlin that." The one who was talking to him taunted him, "You are not in a position to make threats, Lupin. If you do not throw your wand on the ground this moment, my friend will not hesitate to blow her head off." The other Death Eater dug his wand into Tonks's head to emphasize the point. Remus threw his wand away. Tonks shouted, "Remus, no. Why did you do that? They won't spare any of us anyway." One of the Death Eaters picked up Remus's wand. He turned to the one standing guard over Nymphadora. "Blow her head off first. She talks too much." Remus fell to his knees. "No, please don't hurt her." The one nearest to him cooed, "Ooh, they are lovebirds." Tonks snapped, "We are not lovebirds." The one covering her asked her evilly, "Oh really? Then it should not upset you when my friend offs him." Tonks' eyes spread in terror and her voice quivered, "No, please no. I beg you." The fourth one said, "So they are lovebirds, or at least she is." He turned to Remus, "Do you love her?" Remus shook his head, albeit hesitantly. "No, I do not." The one standing closest to him and covering him at one point turned to the one covering Nymphadora, "We are wasting time here. Start killing them and start with her. Our work here is done. We only needed Potter and we got 3 others. We will be handsomely rewarded." As the man had uttered, "Regic," Remus jumped from his place and tackled him to the ground. They were entangled, but the one who had been covering him immediately petrified him and started laughing. "Such bravado, but useless. It is indeed love. Now my mind is changed. I will torture her slowly while he watches, and then I will kill him when she has succumbed to our torture." He turned to Remus, looking into his eyes, and asked, "Any last words you want to say to her?" Remus had never been so helpless in his life. He was wandless, petrified, and there was no way that help could arrive for them. For a brief moment, he wondered what had happened to the Aurors. Perhaps the Aurors themselves were the Death Eaters and had brought their cohorts here. Their biggest hope, Harry and his friends, were bound and lying unconscious, otherwise Harry could have saved them single-handed. It did not help that their captor stunned them every 2 minutes. Also, Remus knew that Bill and the girls maybe could get them free, but he had left them in the manor and had ordered Bill to keep them there. Even if he could send a message to them, it would be too late by the time that they could arrive. Perhaps it was the end of their lives. His captor meanwhile had tied him down with heavy chains and unpetrified him. "Say what you wish to, Remus Lupin. Mind you, it is the last thing that you will speak." He turned to Nymphadora and started saying earnestly, "Dora, I want to tell you something today because I do not think I will get another opportunity to do so. Ever since I met you, I have been smitten by you. I was entranced by your charms and everything you did is endearing to me. I had been dead inside after that fateful Halloween night, but you made me feel alive after you stumbled into my life. I wanted to tell you how I feel about you, but there is no future to our story. I am a werewolf and I am afraid that I would have transferred this condition to our children if we ended up married. I kept my distance. If I could, I would have married you in this moment." His captor stood aside and said, "What is stopping you from stepping forward and snogging her brains out then, Moony? Go ahead, you have my blessing." Remus noticed then that the chains which had been binding him had vanished. "And our best wishes too," said Susan, who had came walking up from behind him with the others, and they were all watching the scene while Remus pled to Dora's life. He looked up to see that Harry was standing in front of him. The one who was covering Nymphadora was Neville. Ron and Terry were standing guard over the captives, but who the captives were, he did not know. What is th? He could not finish his words because Nymphadora had lunged for him at that moment, kissing him, and the others started whistling and catcalling them. After about 5 minutes, when Remus managed to extricate himself from her, he turned to Harry. "What was this, cub?" Harry gave him an ear-to-ear grin. "Padfoot told us that you were being a prat and not willing to accept your feelings toward her, so we had to do this. I came up with the ruse that Bill was trying to pursue Nymphadora to make you jealous and take action. But that was taking too long. So, Mandy came up with this brilliant plan." He was still astounded at the lengths they had gone to. "But I could have harmed you seriously, Harry. It was dangerous. And who are these captives?" Harry said to him somberly. "Moony, I do not like to brag, but I do not think that you could defeat me in a duel, so we decided that I should fight you instead of anyone else." He then turned to the captives. "As to these, they are Homu Nculi that we had conjured and made them look like us. We knew you would not look closely and walk right into our trap. And that is just what you did." Remus smiled. "I owe you for this one, cub, and I intend to pay it back with interest soon." Harry waved him off. "Promises, uncle, promises." The rest of the day, they spent in the sitting room lounging on mattresses laid down for them. Remus had Fedora sitting in his embrace covered with a blanket while Susan sat with him. Neville had Hannah with her and Bill had Fleur. Terry and Mandy were sitting apart from each other. Hermione and Ron Pite, having been dating for the last 6 months, were still maintaining a distance from each other. Harry did not even know how their love story had started. He had just seen them walking into a broom set one night, and they were yet to come out with the details of their relationship. Harry decided that it was time they both went public. He decided to do something about it before they went back to London. Remus told them a story about the first time that Sirius asked Marlene for a date. There was Padfoot shaking in his boots and afraid to approach Marlene to ask her out. James and Wormtail had a bet that Sirius would not be able to ask her out. Soon other students knew about the bet, and they all started making their own bets, either on James's side or Wormtail's. What Wormtail did not know was that James had told Sirius about the bet and had promised to split his winnings, so Padfoot had to ask her out. The real problem was getting her by herself to approach her, because Sirius was extremely popular among the witches and he was conscious of his reputation. He did not want other girls to know if Marlene turned him down. That way, his reputation would remain unblemished. On the last day when he was supposed to ask her out and win the bet, he decided to ask her when she was coming from the girls' washroom on the 4th floor. The tiny problem was that she always seemed to be with a large group of girls. To deal with that problem, Prongs donned the invisibility cloak and waited outside the door of the washroom without being noticed. He threw in a couple of dung bombs at the opportune moment. Moments later, the girls cleared out of the washroom. In the confusion, Sirius stopped Marlene. He had to ask her 3 times before she managed to make out what he was saying. Marlene said yes almost immediately. Later Sirius split his share of the winnings with her. This set everyone laughing, trying to imagine how it would have looked. Harry managed to ask him between his laugh, "Why? Oh, you mean to say Sirius had done an underhanded deal with her and she agreed to it?" Remus nodded. She was already interested, but when she knew that he was going to make a pocketful of galleons with her help, she made a deal with him. Sirius split his winnings and spent his share on their date. Harry turned to Nymphadora. "Sirius has told me that Remus never showed any interest in any witch while He was at school or later for his own reasons. Did you date someone? She blushed. Harry, I don't know if that is an appropriate question to be asking right now. But yes, I dated a boy during my last year at Hogwarts. When she did not reply for a few moments, Bill asked her curiously, don't keep us all in suspense, Tonks. Who was it? She replied, Charlie Pruitt, your brother. Ron almost shouted, what? He sure didn't ever let on. Hermione slapped his shoulder, honestly Ronald. Why would he need to tell you? Chapter 46. Unknown Castle. The Dark Lord was still in a coma. The healers saw it that they were finished mending his body and they were on to administering the necromantic potions to him, but there was no way of knowing when he would wake up. They had assumed he would wake up in a week, but when he did not wake up on the 7th day, they left it to the fates. This was the first case where a patient had been brought to them in such a condition and not already dead. There was no knowing what the result would be. They hoped that the Dark Lord would wake up soon and the potions would be helpful for it. That was the most that they could do. Meanwhile, Severus was taking stock of the Death Eater numbers, looking for chinks in the armor. He knew that the Ministry had captured portkeys from the Death Eater casualties. But, showing his shrewdness, the Dark Lord had put their destination in a forest from where they would be able to apparate to the castle. He had foreseen that perhaps some of them might be taken captive. If the portkey with them was confiscated, it would bring Aurors to his hiding place. In fact, the Ministry had tried sending a team led by Alistair Moody which had landed in the forest. It was found that all the portkeys were made with that destination as the end point. Investigations had been made in the surrounding areas, but it yielded nothing for them. Meanwhile, Severus had stopped organizing or authorizing any followers from carrying on raids of any sort. True, he could have got many more of them killed if he encouraged them to go out and act foolishly. But Voldemort would have been suspicious if he found that his followers kept acting idiotical. Lee and Severus did nothing to stop them, thereby getting them killed. However, there was almost always a raid or an ambush somewhere in London undertaken by some over-enthusiastic Death Eater on their own volition. In the last 5 days, 10 Death Eaters had been killed or taken prisoner apart from those involved in the battle in the Ministry Atrium or in the Battle of Diagon Alley. Dumbledore had asked him to see if Nagini could be killed or abducted from the castle. Severus had asked the reason from Dumbledore. He told him that while Nagini lived, Voldemort could not die. She was his tether to this plane. Severus had tried to find a way to do it, but to his woe, she was always around Voldemort in the master bedroom and there were healers around him all the time. Maybe later, he could get a chance at killing the Great Snake. Ever since Severus had come to live in this castle, he had started to think about what his life had been reduced to. He was a brilliant student. He could have made a name for himself as a potion master, but he could not resist Voldemort's view of the perfect world where wizards would not have to hide. He had been ensnared by those dreams, even killed for him. There as no guarantee that he would have changed if it had not been for Lily's death. If the prophecy had not been made, he might have gleefully cast the killing curse at James Potter and all his friends. Severus loathed his older self but knew in his bones that he will have to answer one day for Lily and James's death. He would accept whatever fate may bring for him. Mr. Snape, said the healer who had just entered his chamber. Have you brewed the potions as we required you to? Severus nodded. Indeed I did. What is the condition of the Dark Lord now? She said indifferently. He should be back in the world of the living within a day or two, but I must accept that I was shocked with the amount of damage that was caused to his body. I mean, he is the greatest Dark Lord and a mere child did that to him. Severus frowned in anger. For her benefit, he is no ordinary child. He is a menace to us. I must agree with you a bit though. I had not expected him to be so powerful. When the healer left, his musings changed to the teen. When Harold Peverell came to Hogwarts 4 years ago, Severus had some perverted pleasure for a moment or two seeing him looking so malnourished. But as time passed, he realized that the boy was a wonderful child who had been dealt a cruel hand by fate. Sadly, that did not stop Severus from being vindictive towards the boy. He still looked very much like his father, James, who had been his nemesis during his time at Hogwarts. By ill-treating him every way possible, he was getting back at a man who had been dead more than 14 years now. He still looked out for the welfare of the boy. Even though he had realized his mistake some time ago, he still had a part to play. That involved continuing to mistreat young Lord Peveril in every situation where word might get back to Voldemort. There had been a lot of change this year. The brat showed what he could do with proper guidance and people to look after his interests. From the first class this year, he had been unstoppable. He did things which Severus could not even begin to imagine. With his performance in academics at Hogwarts, he had thought that Draco would face a worse fate than he did in the duel. Compared to what Harry could have done, Draco really only got a reminder of who the new Lord Black is. What his capabilities were could be known only by asking either Dumbledore or Voldemort. Dumbledore liked his secrets. That left only Voldemort, i.e. is when he woke up from his coma. He had been to the cottage outside of Hogsmeade a few times during the summer for the training program that was being held for the students, but he had not seen Harry there. Dumbledore had told him that Harry was being hidden somewhere, that Voldemort could not find him. He had not probed further. Now, he was beginning to realize that Dumbledore was forging the weapon to kill Voldemort, a weapon which was effective and deadly. Merlin forbid, if it turned towards Severus, then there would be no one who could save him. He could not wait for Voldemort to wake. Ministry of Magic. The War Tribunal under the new regime was going to have its first meeting today. There were a lot of prisoners who were to be brought to trial this day. Frank had decided to first deal with those who had been granted amnesty under the previous regime. Then they would move to those who were caught in the atrium of the ministry. There were a lot of names which sounded familiar to him, but the most prominent were Lucius Malfoy, Thaddeus Knott, Rawle and Gibbons. The tribunal sat to judge the prisoners. Dumbledore had arrived to witness the proceedings, along with a few other wizards, as he had done during the previous war. There were a few more people in the witness stands who had come to see what the ministry did to them. For security reasons, the ministry had made a few changes. There were no flows connected to any of the chambers of the houses in the Wizengamot or to the offices of the ministry officials. Every flow was redirected to the atrium. There, without exception, every visitor, employee and official was frisked with the probity probe. It was custom made to check for the dark mark or any concealed item such as an extra wand. No one was allowed to carry their wand inside the chamber except the chief warlock, minister of magic, the head of DMLE or the head Auror. The Aurors who were on security could stay just outside the doors. Since no apparition was possible within the entire ministry, there were not that many threats. There were Aurors placed at the lift entrances and in the corridor which gave access to the lowest level where the courtrooms were. Access to the Department of Mysteries was completely restricted except for the Minister of Magic, the Unspeakables and a few visitors who had to be approved in advance. Narcissa and Draco Malfoy were present in the chamber this day in anticipation of the hearing for Lucius Malfoy. There were family members there for other prisoners who would likely get their hearings today, filling up the seats of the spectators' gallery. It was not easy to find barristers to represent accused Death Eaters with the current political climate, but with enough gold, a reputable lawyer, Jenna McCormick, had agreed to take their cases under certain conditions. At the designated time, the judges arrived at their places. Frank rapped his gavel, let the first session of the War Tribunal commence. A moment later, he started addressing the gathered people. The first matter listed today is that of Lucius Malfoy. Aurors, bring the accused in. Kingsley Shacklebolt went out. He returned a moment later with two trainee Aurors bringing Lucius Malfoy between them, shackled in chains. They sat him on the chair where chains shackled his wrists, ankles and chest, holding him securely in place. The Aurors went out again. Frank turned to him. Lucius Abraxos Malfoy, you have been brought before this War Tribunal to be tried on the charges of being a Death Eater, of harboring known offenders, aiding, abetting, of attacking the Ministry of Magic with intention to overthrow the rightfully elected government. How do you plead? Lucius still had some stubbornness left in him. He sneered rigidly. Not guilty. Frank took a moment before he started, saying again, since you have pled not guilty, you will be questioned under the influence of Veritaserum in the presence of your attorney. He turned to Gawain, who was sitting on one side. Chief Investigator Robards, you may proceed. Robards forced Malfoy's mouth open. He shoved 3 drops down Lucius's throat. He waited for a few moments to ensure that he was properly under the influence. He asked Malfoy, is Draco Lucius Malfoy your nephew? Lucius shook his head. No, he is my son. McCormick stood at her place. I object to his line of questioning. This question has no bearing on this case. Frank turned to Robards, Investigator Robards, in order to test if the accused is under the influence of Veritaserum, please ask relevant questions. Gawain nodded. I apologize. Do I have permission to proceed? Frank waved his hand telling him to proceed. He turned to Lucius again. Mr. Malfoy, are you a Death Eater? Malfoy replied in a monotone, yes. Mr. Malfoy, did you take the mark willingly at Voldemort's orders? Malfoy fought to avoid answering the question, but the potion had done its work. The Dark Lord did not order me. I begged him to give me the dark mark. Robards wrinkled his nose in disgust. He said, what offenses did you commit under his orders? Lucius started telling. I used to torture his captives for information. I was sent on scouting missions. I was sent to bribe, coerce and intimidate others to further his plans. Thus far, I have not had to kill anyone. Robards continued. Did you ever cast any of the unforgivable curses in his service? Lucius replied, I used to torture his captives with the Cruciatus curse. Robards asked him again, what happened on the night when Cedric Diggory died? Lucius started retelling, I was summoned by the Dark Mark just after the Dark Lord had already regained a body. He tortured Potter with the Cruciatus curse. Then they dueled. Something unexplained happened. Potter escaped and took Pettigrew with him. Robards continued, what happened on the night of Yule when you attacked the Ministry with Voldemort and his Death Eaters? Lucius replied, I was summoned by the Dark Lord to gather his faithful. The plan was to prepare for a campaign at the Ministry of Magic to obtain a prophecy orb from Potter. The Ministry was waiting for us. I was disabled by Sirius Black, who amputated my wand hand with a cutter which also destroyed my wand. Not long after that, a bone crusher disabled my other hand while I was trying to stop the bleeding with my backup wand. Robards continued, where is Voldemort hiding now? I do not know. I suppose that he is hiding in a location which is secured under a Fidelius secret. He is the secret keeper. There are many Death Eaters with him in hiding. Is there any way we can get in the castle? No, the Dark Lord has placed nasty wards at every entrance and exit of the manor which NLY allow one with the dark mark to enter. Anyone else would die a horrible death if they tried to enter the place without his leave. Robards then turned to Frank. I am done questioning him. I rest my case here. Frank turned to McCormick. Do you want to ask any questions or tender any evidence of his non-complicity in the entire affair, Miss McCormick? She stood at her place and said, yes, I do have a question or two for the accused. Frank said, very well then. Ask your questions. She proceeded to stand in front of Lucius. Lucius, have you ever regretted entering into the service of Voldemort? His eyes went wide at this question. Of all the defenses she could have come up with, did she not know what would happen to him if word of this ever got back to the Dark Lord? But he had to answer, yes. She asked her next question. Please then, tell the court about when you have regretted serving Voldemort and why. Lucius shivered, then began to weep. He plundered our family vaults. He threatened me and my family with torture, death and worse. He tortured me to amuse himself. He spouts pure blood propaganda while making up one excuse after another for murdering pure blood families. By the time I realized what he really is, it was too late. And now, when any of this gets back to him, he scanned around the spectators, and he will kill me, and likely my son and wife too. She shook her head. Thank you, Lucius. That will be all. Then she turned to the tribunal. For mercy's sake, I ask the court for leniency. Once engaged in the service of Voldemort, these people have no choice but to continue to serve him, even if it costs them everything and everyone. I rest my case. With the accused being interrogated under the influence of Veritaserum, there was nothing else that she could do. Lucius himself had admitted his wrongdoing. He would be punished according to that. For the number of crimes that he was accused of, life imprisonment in one of the maximum security cells in Azkaban was the punishment which could be inflicted on him. She decided to intervene if he was sentenced to something worse than that. That was the deal that she had made when she was hired by the Malfoys. She would save him from being sentenced to execution through the veil or the Dementor's kiss. That was the most she could promise to them, with Veritaserum being used so abundantly on the accused. The tribunal debated upon the degree of punishment for a few minutes. Moody was of the opinion that they should just chuck Malfoy through the veil and be done with him. Amelia want him to be sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. Frank said that they would not stoop to the level of the Death Eaters. They would award punishment according to the law. After they were done deliberating, Frank pronounced the judgment. Lucius Malfoy, on the basis of the evidence, that being your statement under the influence of Veritaserum you are found guilty of being a Death Eater, of attacking Ministry of Magic and casting the unforgivable curse. The maximum punishment is incarceration for life in Azkaban in one of the maximum security cells. There is no other punishment which befits you than this. Your disillusionment with Voldemort notwithstanding. By this judgment, you are sentenced to incarceration for life in Azkaban, and a penalty of 2 million galleons is levied on you, which shall be payable within a period of 1 week starting from today. Should you fail to pay this fine, your estates and vaults will be confiscated. Orders take him away. Thaddeus Knott was also sentenced to same punishment with the same amount of penalty. The same was with Rawle and Gibbons. In one stroke, the ministry had successfully gained 8 million galleons for the war while stripping the Death Eaters of the same resources. What was even better was that if they failed to pay, the ministry could seize their estates, which would be bought by others, preferably lords of the Light faction. As soon as the trial was over, Narcissa rushed home to pack her belongings. She was planning to go to Switzerland this same day. She would meet with the gnomes. They would pay the penalty that was needed to be paid so the manor would not be sold. She had already decided that they were done with wizarding Britain until the war was over. They would hide in a small country in Asia Minor where no one could find them. When the war was over, she would return. Draco, however, would have to return in a week for Hogwarts. At least he would be safe there while she sorted out living arrangements and protection for them in Europe. Maybe next year, she could ask Durmstrang if they would take a transfer student. Their arrangements to go into hiding had been prepared months ago. Lucius had made the arrangements in advance so that if they needed to make a getaway, they could do so at a moment's notice. The gnomes had seen to the arrangements. She was content that he had fulfilled his obligations towards his family. There was also something that she needed to ask of Lord Black. She decided to come back under the cover of night. Ask the boon she desperately needed. Maybe, if she succeeded, then her son would be spared. What she did not know was that when the Death Eaters came calling at Malfoy Manor to deal the Dark Lord's form of justice to Lucius's wife and child, they would find the Aurors waiting for them. Amelia and Mad Eye would never pass up such an opportunity. The next day, the Daily Prophet carried the news with glee. Lucius Malfoy convicted. By Alexis Stellar. In the first session of the newly formed War Tribunal, the infamous Lord of the House of Malfoy Lucius Abraxas Malfoy was convicted of being a Death Eater, casting the unforgivable curses and attacking the Ministry of Magic. He as sentenced to life incarceration in Azkaban. He was also fined for 2 million galleons. Failure to pay the fine within a week will result in seizure of the Malfoy estates and vaults. See page 6 for the trial transcripts. Under the influence of Veritaserum, he gave a detailed account of his crimes while acting under the orders of the wizard otherwise known as Lord Voldemort. Continued on page 8. This, however, was not the creme la creme for the day. There was news in a box on the front page which excited people while making them anxious at the same time. Coming soon. An account of the Leaf. of Voldemort, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, as narrated by the boy who lived, verified by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, penned by Martha Hughes, Professor of History of Magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Assisted by Luna Lovegood, Special Correspondent for the Quibbler. People were excited to know what the duo of the boy who lived and the victor of Bavaria had to say about him. Of course there was no one else who could know as much about him as Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. To top it off, the Daily Prophet had ceased publishing any story without a memory o.r.a. source to back it up so it would be authentic. The Quibbler had just published its weekly edition this morning. It was grabbing the attention of people with the same news that the Daily Prophet was going to publish soon. Voldemort's Origin Revealed, by Luna Lovegood and Martha Hughes. A few days ago, I was invited to a lunch by Harold Peverell Potter Black Rosier Weber, aka Harry Potter, aka the boy who lived, aka the boy who stole witches' hearts, along with Professor Martha Hughes, the newest member of the faculty at Hogwarts. She teaches history of magic, succeeding Professor Binns Hufina. LLY passed on to his next great adventure. In the said meeting, my Byongoma told me that I would be told earth-shattering news. What was revealed is indeed a slap in the face for the purebloods who pledged their loyalty to him without knowing his origins. As Lord Peverell told us, his real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood descendant of the House of Gaunt. He is the son of a muggle and a squib. Yes, you read it right. The said Dark Lord is son of a muggle and a squib. Our esteemed pure bloods kiss the hem of his robes. What is more is that his mother gave birth to him after she had bewitched a muggle using a love potion. The muggle left her after she stopped using the potions. He grew up in a muggle orphanage surrounded by muggles. For all intents and purposes, he was no better than a muggle raised. Yet our esteemed purebloods bowed to him. If the above does not sound hypocritical to you yet, then you would be disgusted to know that he killed his muggle father and grandparents when he was a student. Then framed his uncle, Morphin Gaunt, for the murders. In a clash with Lord Peverell a few years ago, he confessed that he did not believe in blood purity but power. All he wanted was to grab power. He showed those rosy dreams to his followers who followed him like mindless sheep, funding his campaign, pledging their loyalty to him. They served his interests with mindless devotion. For more on the interview, please see p. 20. That edition of the Quibbler sold out. It was going to reprint. Barnabas Cuff was hoping that the story that they were going to print would garner more attention. Bring in more galleons for the profit. Their story would contain quotes from Dumbledore. Maybe some evidences which would make it more desirable than the story which was published in the Quibbler. It was a pity that Martha Hughes was insisting that Luna Lovegood's name to be included as one of the writers. Azkaban. Lucius Malfoy was given a cell in the uppermost floor of the dreaded prison. The cell was dreary, far too small for a man who was used to the comfort of manors. The room was hardly 10 by 10. There was no bed for him to sleep on either. There was a straw mattress on the floor with a thin, worn-out blanket. There was only a hole in the floor to do his business. The most dreaded thing about the top floor was that the Dementors visited there every day for an hour in the dead of night. As the Aurors brought him in, one sneered at him, "Now you are in your proper place, Death Eater, right with your brethren. I hope that you perish here." The other was laughing for some reason and it irked Lucius. He snapped, "What are you laughing at, Mudblood?" The Auror gave Malfoy a hard poke in the ribs with his truncheon, and said, "Mind your manners, convict." Then slammed the cell door shut, leaving the erstwhile Lord Malfoy to meditate over his sore ribs. As they were leaving, the first guard asked the second one, "What were you laughing at anyway?" The other replied, "Peter Pettigrew was in the same cell when he was kissed by Dementors." Of course Pettigrew had been portkeyed out of there by Sirius and Remus to meet his fate with the werewolves on the night of a full moon. But Lucius did not have to know the truth. What they said would keep him fretting all night, as Lucius was trying to fight the chill which was in the air due to the constant presence of Dementors nearby. While lying on the straw bed in his cell, someone from the adjacent cell asked him in a whisper, "Is it true that the Dark Lord is back?" Lucius replied, "Yes, the Dark Lord is back. I had the fortune to see him return." In response to his answer, a cackle was heard. A cackle so nefarious and full of malicious glee that it shook Lucius's bones. He shuddered. He recognized the master of that voice. It was Bellatrix Nameless, who seemed to have gone mad. "Master will soon come to release me. Time for blood traitors and mudbloods to die." That night, Bellatrix kept cackling, shrieking that her lord would come to free her soon, that she would have her revenge on them. Chief Auror's office. Moody called Rufus Scrimgeour into his office. When Rufus entered, Moody was grumbling about something incomprehensible. Rufus did the formal salute to him as his superior. "You called, Head Auror." Moody pointed him to a chair. "Take a seat, Rufus." As Rufus sat, he could see Moody was lost in contemplation. "What has got you worried, Alistair?" Moody showed the Quibbler to him. "Did you read the story printed today?" Rufus nodded. "Indeed I did, and I found it hard to believe. If it had not come from the duo of Peverell and Dumbledore, I would not have believed it." "What an irony." Moody smirked but then schooled his features. "Xenophilius does not know that he has invited trouble in his home." Rufus asked him, "How so?" Moody looked at him as if he was talking nonsense. "You are a senior Auror. Use your brains. Voldemort does not want his true identity known. He will defy. Nightly go after Xenophilius and his family for publishing the article. It dawned on him what Moody was saying. So what should we do, Alistair? You know Lovegood does not view us with favor. Keep 2 oars posted in Ottery Street. Catchpole all the time. They can keep a watch on the Rookery and the Weasley home. If they notice anything out of the ordinary, we can apparate in with a strike team to round up any would-be troublemakers. Do not waste a moment to go to their aid. Is that clear? Rufus nodded. He said authoritatively, yes sir. With that Moody dismissed him. His next plan was to sit Barnabas Cuff to see to the security of the Daily Prophet. If Moody thought their security needed some help, he would assign a couple of oars there. Ireland. Unaware of the happenings in Wizarding Britain, Harry Potter and his friends were planning a hike in the woods. For a change they were going Muggle or as much as they could manage to do without magic, like lighting a fire with a matchstick, living in a perfectly Muggle tent, sleeping in a sleeping bag without warming charms, cooking by hands, etc. For food, the elves had produced enough for them to eat for a week even if they ate at their normal rate. Most of it was already cooked except for a few things. They left Remus and Nymphadora at the manor, telling them to take a day for themselves. Harry would call Remus on the mirror if something was amiss. They had 2 chaperones between the 6 of them. If it came to escaping, Harry could apparate. So could Neville, Bill and Fleur. If a situation came up, each of them could take a person side along and 2 of them could take an extra and apparate away. As they were making their final preparations, Hermione looked through the gear, then asked, "The snow is pretty deep out there. Do we have any snowshoes or cross-country skis?" The rest of the group looked at her like she had just grown another head. Then Terry said, "I think I know what you're talking about, Hermione, but I don't think that any of us have ever used them." Hermione explained, "They are 2 different ways of traveling through deep snow without sinking into it. Muggles use them. Cross-country skiing is a popular winter sport. The skier is propelled by means of poles and either fish scale texture on the bottom of the skis or by wax that sticks to the snow under load or slides over the snow with lesser load. Snowshoes are lightweight frames with webbed material to spread out your weight and prevent you from sinking into the snow. Of course, there are also snowmobiles, but they are smelly, noisy, and we don't have any." Harry piped up, "The Muggles I lived with never did anything like that, Hermione." She answered Harry, "Well, of course they didn't. They lived in the south of England and the snow almost never gets deep enough for the really good winter activities." Neville spoke next. "It sounds like we could cover ground more quickly with the cross-country skis. What do you think?" Hermione said, "Either one is a lot easier on you than plowing through deep snow. Yes, you can travel faster on the skis, but I must warn you that it takes a lot more getting used to than snowshoes." Hermione must have forgotten who she was talking to. None of these people ever backed down from a challenge. It didn't take 5 seconds for everyone to agree that cross-country skiing was the way to go. It took a while for her to transfigure the skis, bindings, boots and poles out of some bits of firewood. It took considerably longer for her to explain the structure of the skis, how they had to be sprung for the weight of the skier and gear, that they had to go flat under the full load of the skier's weight and be curved under half load or no load. Then she told them about the age-old pros and cons of fish scale versus wax. That fish scale gripped when pushed backward and slid forward, while wax gripped when it was pressed down but slid under half load. Finally, it was settled. They decided to go with the cross-country skis with fish scales. They set about the work of transfiguring their skis, poles, boots and bindings. The skis were the trickiest part. At first, they just copied what Hermione had done. That worked out pretty well for Fleur, Hannah and Mandy, except that Hannah got the fish scales going in the wrong direction. Susan, being more petite, needed a lighter spring to her skis. The boys all needed heavier springs to their skis, and Harry heaviest of all. Hermione made the rounds, inspecting everything and helping them make corrections until they all got it right. When they were done, Harry placed permanency runes on everything. With the gear sorted, Hermione took them all outside and started teaching them the basics. They were all enthusiastic students. It didn't take much more than an hour before they were able to make good progress on their skis without falling over. She took only a few more minutes to teach them how to go down hills while controlling their speed with the snowplow maneuver. After a break for lunch, they all piled on their camping gear and headed out into the hills. Harry led the way, making clear tracks in the snow as he went. The rest of the teens followed him in a line, staying in his tracks. Bill took up the position as the rear guard. Going this way, they made rapid progress. They found a spot some way up a hill from where they LDC nothing on the floor of the valley. While Harry was reminded of the deep valleys of the Himalayas, these had nothing on them. They were endless depths, but here, the manor was situated on the valley floor. When they found a spot big enough to pitch their tents, they all removed their skis and stuck them, tails down and tips crossed, beside the poles, in the snow. Harry and Neville started to erect their tents while the others started on their own. After putting in the fifth pole, they were frustrated with the slowness of the work. Neville asked him in an undertone, "Would you complain Mooney if I hastened the pace of our work?" Harry smirked. "Did you just read my mind? I was going to ask the same of you." They turned to find that the others were all digging holes to erect the poles. Harry whipped out his wand and cast Erectus. The tent started pitching itself. Within a few seconds, they were done. They turned to find the others looking amused. Except for Hermione, who was frowning. Harry asked her innocently, "What's wrong, Hermione?" She scowled. "We were not supposed to use magic for any of the chores." Harry shrugged his shoulders. "Fine, you and the others can do it the way you want. I am here to have a look around and enjoy this place, not to labor in erecting a tent." Hermione asked him, "How can you get away with using magic anyway? I mean, won't the ministry find out about it? We will be issued warnings for this." Harry smirked, then started saying, "Hermione, do you mean to tell me that you have not read about how the trace works? What the ministry knows is what spell has been cast in an area where there is an underage witch or wizard. If there are adult witches or wizards in the same area, they cannot tell who cast it without an on-the-scene investigation. That is why I got a warning when Dobby cast the hover charm at the Muggles' home. What's more, they don't worry themselves about it because they assume that any adult witches or wizards in the same area are supervising them. Bill and Fleur are here. We won't get any warnings for using magic while they are about. Besides, since my participation in the Triwizard Tournament, I have been considered to be an adult by the ministry. I do not have the trace on me anymore." Ronald did a face palm and said, "That's how Fred and George have been developing their products all these years." Hermione turned to him. "What do you mean?" Bill answered her, "Most of their products are based on magic. If they did not work on them at Hogwarts, it is clear that they did so at the Burrow. That means they must have found a way around it years ago." Realization was dawning on Hermione. Harry could sense a rant coming. To avoid it, he hastily said, "Anyway, Hermione, me and Neville have erected our tents. We are going inside. You, Ronald, and the others can try erecting it the Muggle way, if that's what you want to do." Bill and Terry had already erected their tents with magic. With all the other tents already up and a look from Ron that asked, "Are you really going to be the only one that does this the hard way?" Hermione gave in and set her tent up by magic too. Is Harry a cook? They had brought some cooking gear with them, but no camp stove. Hermione had done some camping with her parents, but her mother had always done the packing. She had no idea of what to do other than an open fire. It was Bill, with his experience from camping at dig sites, that came up with a solution. In a few minutes, he had dug a hole through the snow and plant cover. Next, he lined the hole with stone, all rocks which he summoned from the surrounding ground. He built the back and sides of the oven out of more small rocks and held them in place with clay, leaving one side open to allow fuel and air flow. He built a stone chimney up the back to vent the smoke just above head level. Finally, he added a cooking surface that was arched underneath and flat above. The surface was made smooth and level by adding clay to the surface. This work would have taken a skilled craftsman days to complete, and the choice of materials would have almost certainly have led to a catastrophic failure, but Bill nagged to fuse the whole thing into one functional piece of ceramic. By the time the stove was done, Harry and Ron had gathered enough firewood to keep the stove hot for several hours. Neville and Han gathered edible fruits and root vegetables. Neville's extensive knowledge of herbology helped him to know where to look and how to gather them. Hermione and Bill worked together to set the fire and get it lit. Fleur, Susan and Terry worked at dicing vegetables and making other preparations for cooking. When they returned, Harry expressed his wish to cook. When everyone expressed astonishment, he shrugged, saying that Mrs. Fig had taught him to cook when he was little. That he had cooked for the Muggles for years. That was the first time since he had left Privet Drive that Harry cooked food. Once he had asked Sirius if he needed to cook in Grimmauld Place. Sirius had threatened him at one point to not even think about it. He had told Harry that it was all right to know how to cook, but he did not need to cook for anyone unless he really wanted to. After a sumptuous dinner, they all decided to strap on their skis and go off in pairs. For some reason, Terry was showing a lot of interest in Hermione. It irked Ron. Terry was paying attention to everything that Hermione did or said. It was clear to everyone that he was hitting on her. Surprisingly, Mandy was not bothered by it. Susan, who had noticed what was going on, asked him, "Harry, Terry has been flirting with Hermione all day long, but you haven't said anything to him. Do you not care about Hermione?" Harry laughed. "She does not need my help, Sue. If it came to it, she can deal with him herself." They took their course through the woods. Harry spotted a thestral and he started petting the bony, winged, horse-like creature. Susan quizzically asked him, "What are you doing, Harry?" Harry replied fondly, "I am petting a thestral, Sue." Her eyes were spread in surprise. She asked in a small voice, "Can you see them?" "How?" Harry had a moment of pain in his eyes, but it was gone before she could notice. "They are called the Horse of Death because only one who has seen someone die can see a thestral. I can see them since the third task." Susan was opening her mouth to say something but closed as she understood what he was saying. She asked, "But where can you find them, apart from the wild, I mean?" Harry eyed her skeptically. "Have you never wondered how the carriages of Hogwarts move?" She answered, "They are enchanted to move by themselves, Harry." "No, Sue, they do not move by themselves. Thestrals pull them. Since most of the students have never seen anyone die, they cannot see them." She said, "Can I feel them?" Harry took her hand and moved it across the thestral's body, making her feel every inch of it before he brought her hand near its nostrils. Susan shuddered lightly when it breathed out. Leaving the thestral behind, they moved further into the forest. Finding a place to sit, Harry conjured 2 chairs. He removed his skis and set them up in the snow the way Hermione showed them earlier. She eyed him. "Whatever happened to going Muggle?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to sit on the hard ground in this weather?" "Because I do not see that we have brought any mats." Susan removed her skis and set them up the same way as Harry. Then she vanished one of the chairs and pushing him into the remaining chair. She sat in his lap, then cooed in his ear, "This is the perfect seat for me, Mr. Peverell." Harry quivered with excitement. She continued, "It is so peaceful to stay like this, having no trouble. Why do people turn to evil, Harry?" He took a breath before answering her. "When it gets right down to it, Sue, I think it's all about fear. People who give into evil have let fear overcome love, hope and trust. Their hearts are empty because if they loved someone, they could lose them and suffer pain. By contrast, those who choose the path of light, we know that whatever loss we may suffer, it is worth it to have loved. The way I beat Tom in our last confrontation was that I showed him what it is to love. His soul is so dark that the touch of light disabled him, stopped him and defeated him. He has no friends. He loves no one. He has only minions which he controls and intimidates with his power. The more power he has, the more people he can control. He thinks that if he has enough power, nobody can hurt him. The quest for power at any cost has made him insane. And it won't do him any good because no matter how powerful he becomes, there will always be someone who can exploit his weaknesses and blind spots and defeat him." She asked him, "Harry, where will we be living once Voldemort is dead and we are done with Hogwarts?" He eyed her. "What? You don't like Bones Manor?" She chided him. "Sure I do. But I like Potter Manor even better." He was opening his mouth to say something before she started to kiss him. Neville and Hannah decided to stay in their tent. They talked about their life forward. While Harry had his life sorted, Neville was not even close. Hannah had made him lie down with his head in her lap while she ran her fingers through his hair. Evil was intently looking at her, saying nothing. Since the silence was getting heavy, she asked him, "Neville, I assume that being Dumbledore's apprentice, you would not take an ordinary job. Being a announced as his apprentice is like saying that you are his successor. So what have you planned for the future? Will you be entering into the political arena?" Neville took his time to form a reply. I have not really thought about it. I mean, I just started having the best time of my life this year. My parents being revived, you being a part of my life are the things that I am enjoying at the moment. In the near future, we have a war to fight. We will have to stay alive at the end of this war to think about the future. If we make it through the war, I would like to teach students. She snorted. You teach? Don't take this the wrong way, but you are a fighter, not a teacher. Neville said skeptically, "Have you forgotten that Dumbledore is called the Victor of Bavaria? He is a teacher. Of all the wizards in the world, Dumbledore was the one to defeat him. When Dumbledore stepped in, the war was over quickly. Fighters like Lord Black, Lord Potter and Lord Longbottom had been fighting him, leading the British contingent. They had at times been able to injure, cause considerable damage to his forces, but he was bested by a teacher." Hannah pacified him. "All right, calm down. I was just yanking your wand, but if you feel like being a teacher, then I agree with your decision." He asked her, "What have you thought about for yourself?" She answered instantly, "I decided about that years ago, Neville. Susan and I decided that fighting was not for us. We wanted to be healers. More recently, Susan started enjoying fighting, but I cannot fight like you all do. I think I will try to become a healer. When you are teaching at Hogwarts, I will convince Poppy Pomfrey to retire and take her place at Hogwarts." Neville snorted. "She will outlive all of us, Han. I don't think that Madame Pomfrey will ever retire. But I do like your choice of a career." Hannah pointed out, "You haven't told me what you intend to teach." Neville turned to her. "Do I know anything better than herbology? I am not that good in defense. I am really pants at transfiguration. I bungle up my potions, and charms is too complicated for my own taste. Besides, there are many people better than me at charms." Hannah smacked him lightly. "Don't put yourself down. You are second only to Harry in defense. I have heard that Professor McGonagall has not had a single chance to berate you for any of your transfigurations this year. You have not bungled a single potion since Harry put Snape in his place. Charms is not hard. You could teach any subject you choose. I can sense that this war will leave places vacant for new recruits when all is said and done." Terry had decided to tail Hermione for the time being. She was not one to sit in a tent and laze around. Hermione strapped on her skis and dragged Ron along with her. Taking a look at the direction Harry and Sue had gone, she struck out in a different direction, blazing another trail through the woods. Terry had decided to tag along with them, saying that he wanted some exercise too. Mandy had opted to go with Fleur and Bill to ask them something. When they had skied along for a while, they came into a clearing. The forest looked beautiful with the view around them. The weather had cleared for a bit so they could see down to the floor of the valley, which looked like a picture on a postcard. In awe of the beauty of the place, Hermione muttered, "This looks like it has come out of a poem." Terry nodded. "Do you mean the one where the poet walks into the forest, comes upon a trail which leads into the denser parts of the forest, then sees a picturesque scene?" Hermione turned to him. "Do they have such poems in wizarding literature?" Terry waved her off. "Not really. Wizards do not get involved in such things under their own name, but many a wizard wrote poems or stories under pseudonyms. They were published in the Muggle world. I have come across such poems besides a few written by Muggles." That sparked a conversation between them of literature which made Ron feel left out. He had never indulged in literature as the other two were doing. When he had heard enough, he snapped, "I did not know that Ravenclaw read anything other than coarse books." Terry smirked. "Perceptions, Ron. They are dangerous things. Yes, we Ravenclaws value knowledge, but we prioritize things. We stop to enjoy little joys, unlike Gryffindors who believe in the head-on approach to any conflict." Hermione, who seemed to have been irked at the interruption, turned to Ron. "Out of school, we all are just children." When they returned to the manor, Ron was miffed with Hermione. She seemed to not care about it. Terry was jovially talking to her, making animated conversation. Harry noticed that a rift had formed between Ron and Hermione. That was apparently noticed by others too. Bill asked Hermione, "Did something happen between you two to set Ron grumbling, Hermione?" She seemed to realize for the first time that everyone was gathered around, leaning to listen to her answer. She said bluntly, "Ron has no taste for literature. His mood was soured when Terry started talking literature with me. I did not know that wizards liked things like this." Mooney had sensed the tension. He tried to diffuse it. "Enough about that. How was everyone's day?" Harry replied dreamily, "I had the best day ever, Mooney. I think I won't mind another day like this." He too, RNED, and winked to Susan, who was blushing red as a tomato. Ron was scowling. "We went skiing through the woods up in the hills. She spent the whole time talking to Terry about poems and stories. NK that she forgot that I was even there." Harry asked him, "Why does it matter if she talks to Terry though? I mean, she is free to talk to anyone, isn't she? It's not as if she is your girlfriend or anything." Harry had deliberately said it to provoke Ron into admitting their relationship. Before Hermione could say anything or stop him, Ron had snapped at Harry, "You know it, Harry." "Why are you asking?" Harry asked innocently. "Ron, I don't remember you telling me anything. In fact, Susan, who is with me all the time these days, does not remember anything like that. Do you, Sue?" Susan shook her head while trying to school her features into an impassive expression. "I do not remember anything like that, Harry. In fact, as far as I recall, Hermione came alone to the ball. Ron had come stag too." It was all too much for Ron. He burst out, "We have been dating since last summer, Harry. How many times have you seen us together? Why are you asking?" Hermione did a facepalm. She waited a few moments to see if Harry was going to say anything before she started to speak. "He was just egging you on, Ron. He wanted us to accept our feelings for each other. We did that." She turned to Terry. "Isn't that why you have been hitting on me the last few days? You were a willing accomplice in his devious plan, weren't you?" Terry was grinning widely. "Of course I was, though I had a hard time convincing Mandy to go along with it." Mandy zapped him with a stinger as he said this. She scowled at him. "And you have never been quite so attentive towards your girlfriend as you were to her. You will pay for this once we are back." Terry looked hopefully at Harry, who shook his head. "Sorry mate, I don't get into sparring matches with angry witches." This elicited a chuckle from all of them. Unknown Castle. The healer who was diagnosing Voldemort was knocked backwards with a blast of magic as Voldemort suddenly regained consciousness and sat up. He started bellowing, "Potter! I will kill you. I will tear you limb from limb." One of the healers was tending to the one who got blasted. Another healer scurried off to find Snape. Voldemort had the last healer by the neck and was shaking him, as he growled, "How dare you touch me? Do you not know the wrath of Voldemort?" Severus bowed low to him, "My lord. He was only trying to heal you." Voldemort released his grip and let the healer crumple to the ground. He turned to Severus. "Robe me, Severus." Severus conjured a robe which he held up while Voldemort shrugged into it. The healers had done their job well. His body was as fit and functional as ever. There weren't even any scars. Properly attired, Voldemort then asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Severus answered firmly while looking him in the eye, "Lord, it has been fully 9 days. After the battle at the Ministry, you appeared outside the castle by means of the portkey which you carry. You were badly injured. The healers had to regrow many of your bones because they were crushed badly. They could not be worked on without vanishing them." Voldemort winced at the memory. "I remember now. I was fighting Potter in the atrium. He turned out to be more powerful than I expected. We walked into an ambush that the Ministry forces had laid for us." "Did anyone else survive? How many returned?" Severus lowered his eyes. "None, my lord. Of the 60 who went with you, only 10 survived. They were all captured. 9 of them are in Azkaban for life. The Ministry has made it an offense to have the Dark Mark. It is punishable with life in Azkaban now." Voldemort remembered something. "I took the Orb of Prophecy from the brat, Severus." "Where is it?" "I placed it with Parkinson for safekeeping, my lord," said Severus. "Go. Send Parkinson with the prophecy to me, Severus. Make sure that no one disturbs me unless I call," he ordered. As Severus went out, Voldemort could not help but think about the duel which he had fought. No, it was not a duel but a one-sided fight because he had not anticipated that the brat would be so powerful. He had not even dueled with him but played with him as one plays with a child. He had answered every curse or hex with one of his own. Voldemort had failed to even hit him once in a straight, fair duel. Then there were the spells that he had performed. Nobody had ever defeated him in a battle of wills like that. He had even quenched his fiendfire. That was not an easy thing to do. The fire whip which he had used was too powerful. Voldemort had to squander much of his energy to produce obstacles to avoid being ensnared, or he was sure that Harry Potter would have beheaded him with the fire whip. Then the way he had trapped him in a ball of fire, it had even scared Voldemort. If the brat had used more power in his spell, there was no way Voldemort could have escaped it by overpowering it, but that had been his undoing. To overpower the spell had consumed a lot of his reserves. Then the mage shield which he had used to block the lightning bolt had nearly finished him off. The intensity of the bolt was such that it had jolted him to his core with the impact. The high-powered spells which followed had nearly broken down the mage shield. The boy had magically exhausted him while he looked like he could go on forever. The boy had played with him. There was no bigger shame for Voldemort in the world than to have been played by a mere boy. For the next time, he would have to be at his best to stand a chance against the boy. The only spell which he got past the boy was the Bone Breaker which he had cast after he pulled the playing possum trick. Even that had not been able to stop him. Perhaps it was not even the extent of his powers but only a part of it. Every spell which he had faced from the brat was meant to kill. It was only after putting all his power in it that he had been able to stay alive. The cage of water which he had formed to imprison him was such complicated magic that even he could not stop himself from being in awe of the complexity of it. If that was not bad enough, he had not anticipated that the boy would know anything about mind magics. And yet, he had trapped Voldemort in his mindscape so easily. Then injured his consciousness to the point of nearly extinguishing it altogether. Voldemort despised love. The boy had burned him with that feeling. It was like somebody was burning him slowly. If he had to feel one more moment of that, Voldemort was not sure if his consciousness could take it anymore. The Horntail had been the worst. It had been the most agonizing experience that he had ever felt in his life. The boy, no, he was not a boy anymore. The other man had dealt with him so brutally that even Voldemort could not match it by himself. True that he was cruel but never so brutal. He had killed every one of his foes swiftly, then moved on. It looked like the boy was making him pay for all the injuries he had ever given, for all the death he had caused, all the agony he had spread. The boy was making him live it tenfold. Perhaps that was what Dumbledore meant when he said there were worse things than dying. Suffering unimaginable torture, knowing you could not die, was one of the things worse than dying. Voldemort was sure that the boy would not have let him die before he had finished torturing him, even if Voldemort could die. At least with death, one could be liberated of the pain, but being immortal, bearing the pain was too much. For a moment during the fight, Voldemort had wished that he could die. The way he was being pummeled by a boy had been the most humiliating thing to happen in his life. He wanted to make sure that another thing like that would never happen again. He would have to be more careful next time they fought, or the boy would make him kneel. There would be nothing more humiliating than that. Once someone had told him that he would be a grand sorcerer power-wise. Voldemort had never been more elated than at that moment. The boy's power felt like it was at another level altogether. When he was studying necromancy somewhere in ancient Greece, his master had told him that a necromancer needed fear only a wizard who was his equal or better. A grand sorcerer's better could only be a mage, but the boy was more than that. He could have defeated a simple mage by use of his repertoire of dark spells and dirty tricks. But the magic that his boy was using was not accessible to an ordinary wizard, nor was the knowledge to use those magics so common. No, the boy had dabbled in his family magics, or rather one magic, i.e. the magic of Peeves. Elves, or in some other magics which were just as ancient and deadly. As they say, introspection is the first step towards reclaiming what one had lost. Voldemort was ready to admit to himself that the other man was not an ordinary wizard anymore, but his equal, or maybe his better. The only bright star on the horizon was that he had got the prophecy. At least he had got the thing he had wanted. Now he would find a way to defeat the brat. But he would have to use every ounce of his cunning and all his resources to get at him. Even if it meant killing every Death Eater he had, then so be it. Voldemort's musings were interrupted when Parkinson entered the chamber. He bowed low, presenting the prophecy to him. "My lord, here is the prophecy." Voldemort took the prophecy. He said coldly to Parkinson, "Leave me. Let no one disturb me until I call." As Parkinson retreated, Voldemort found his wand on a bedside stand beside his table. He picked it up. With anticipation buzzing through his nerves, he tapped the prophecy. Almost instantly, he knew that he had been duped. The orb fastened itself to his hand. There was a male voice instead of the female which Severus had heard. It was a male voice full of hate and venom towards him. A deep resonating male voice boomed out from it. "Did you really think that we would allow your scaly meat hooks to touch the true prophesy? The unspeakables send their compliments." From the moment that the voice began to speak, Voldemort tried in vain to hurl the orb from him. When that did not work, he tried to dispel the sticking charm. Then he ran out of time. The moment that the voice finished speaking, the orb exploded, spraying a fine mist throughout the room which quickly settled and covered everything. The acid fog had already eaten through his robes and the skin on his exposed hands and face. He screamed as the acid made itself felt, eating its way through his flesh. Severus was the first to appear in the doorway. Yelling, "Aguamenti!" he quickly sprayed down Voldemort, diluting and neutralizing the acid. He then washed down the rest of the room to prevent further damage or a fire because things were beginning to smoke. The healers arrived a moment later and started tending to the Dark Lord. They administered a draft of living death so that he would not try to kill them while they worked on his new burns. Croaker had filled the orb with acid and enchanted it to stick. Deliver its message then explode the moment it was tapped. He didn't think it would do the Snake Man in, but he was willing to give it a try. The added bonus at Croaker could not have anticipated but Severus saw was that the Phoenix Feather Wand was burnt and dissolved into nothing. The Dark Lord's wand was destroyed. The healer who was examining Voldemort reported to Severus. "That was a powerful acid in that orb. The Dark Lord has third-degree acid burns to his face and hands and second-degree acid burns to most of his upper body. It will take a day or two for us to regrow the damaged skin." Severus curtly nodded. "Do as you see fit, healer, but remember that this should be done with a minimum of inconvenience to him." The healer reported further. "He will have to be moved to the infirmary. Most of the furniture in this room has been damaged or destroyed. The room will have to be emptied, repaired and the furniture replaced before this room will be habitable again." Inwardly, Severus wanted to dance the conga seeing the condition Voldemort was in. He shuddered for a moment thinking what would have happened if he had given in to his temptation and opened the orb himself. He wanted to find the one who had pranked the Dark Lord, kiss his hand for the feat. He had hated Voldemort but he absolutely loathed that wand. Now that it was gone, Severus was gleeful. The Dark Lord was without his best weapon. Severus nodded. "Very well, you shall have to tend to his injuries in the infirmary." Ireland. With everyone's relationship questions settled, there was no more need for ploys and conspiracies. The week went by in a whirlwind of winter camping, cross-country skiing and romance. Just for variety's sake, they tried the snowshoeing too. But it just didn't have the same appeal. Only one day remained before classes resumed at Hogwarts and it was time to pack up and head back to Wizarding Britain. They had every kind of fun that they see old dream about within the rules set by Moony. Speaking of Moony, he spent most of his time lost in Nymphadora. Harry figured that he would soon have to ask for Andromeda to marry off the two of them. Harry had a curious fascination with Moony having a kid. He would spoil him rotten, but that was in the future. Nobody knew what the future would bring. All they could do was hope. The thing that Harry did most nights was stargazing. It had started without planning to. He was in the kitchen getting some hot chocolate for himself when Susan came down from her room. As he had prepared a cup for himself, she snatched it from his hands. When he protested, she cooed, "Be a dear, Harry. Make one for me too. I love when you make it." Left with no other option, not that he did not want to, he made another cup for her. He found that Susan had put the first cup under a stasis charm so it was still hot. They took their cups into the meeting room where they crashed on one of the mattresses. As always, she sat in his lap with the quilt covering both of them. He asked her, "Why are you still up? Could you not sleep because you were dreaming of me?" She rolled her eyes. "In your dreams?" "Actually yes, I was thinking of you. I wanted something sweet." Harry pulled her closer. "As it happens, Miss Bones, I was craving some dessert. May I have some now?" She melted into his arms. They broke it off. After about 5 minutes when Harry disentangled himself from her embrace, "Sue, if we stay down here much longer, Moony will come and put us in detention." She snorted. "I suppose you are right. He has been looking for an opportunity to get even with you. What do you have in mind?" He smirked. "Come with me." Pulling her by her hand, he picked up some blankets on their way to the roof. Once under the open sky, Harry spread the blankets. They sat arm in arm with each other, looking at the stars and talking. When it got cold, their joints began to stiffen. Harry dug into his pockets and pulled out some leaves which he passed to Susan while chewing a few himself. They had applied the impervious charm to keep their seats dry while they sat there. The snow had let up and the clouds had blown away. The ice crystals that remained high in the air created a rainbow halo around the moon. After getting comfortable, Susan asked him, "Was there a reason to bring me up here?" He smiled. "Indeed there was. I like the stars, the openness of the sky. It makes me feel free as opposed to being in a room. Perhaps having spent most of my childhood in a tiny cupboard had this effect on me, but I like the open sky. I can see the stars and make up stories about them." She asked curiously, "Stories?" He replied, "Yes. You see, I had no friends when I was little, so I liked to think that I knew the stars. They were my friends. I would often name one and make up a story about him. My favorite star is Sirius." She snorted. "Just because he has the same name as your father?" He shook his head. "No, but because he is also known as the dog star." They kept talking until deep into the night. Eventually they both fell asleep. They woke up from their slumber when they heard Nymphadora saying, "Oh, you two are in so much trouble." Trouble, as it turned out, was that Moony had them grounded for the day. He kept them separated. Moony told him, "Go to your room. Do not come out until evening." Susan went on a hike in the woods with the girls. Harry spent the entire day pleading with Moony to let him go out with Susan, but Moony was adamant. He had no problem with them spending the night on the roof. What he was angry about was that they did not tell him where they could be found. That made everyone worry. It was not as if they were the only ones who were found out of bounds. Once Moony found Mandy and Tay RRY snogging as if there was no tomorrow, to his consternation, just outside the door to his room. He had to tell them to find somewhere private where they would not be putting on a display for everyone else. No one had a problem with it, but decorum dictated that they should at least try to be discreet. Bill and Fleur were supposed to be their chaperones, but after the first day, they were never seen performing their so-called duties. Since Nymphadora took most of his time, Remus could only pay attention to the students. He did not care about the other set of chaperones. Bill and Fleur abided by his rules but spent most of their time together away from others. Once the students decided that they needed to find where the two of them actually went. So they followed the couple, of course. It turns out that Bill had enchanted a clearing into the perfect garden with fragrant roses blooming, the wind sweeping through Fleur's hair and the weak sunlight of winter making her skin sparkle. Bill produced a little radio from his pocket. He started playing Wizarding songs on it while they both danced slow, graceful dances. They looked so beautiful together that their radiance could blind the world. Others kept eavesdropping on them for some time before deciding that it was time they too enjoyed the music. Without a word being said, everyone led their pairs into the clearing. An impromptu dance party started. Bill was surprised when he saw the others but did not say a word. Later Bill would tell them that they were practicing dancing for their wedding. It turns out Monsieur Delacour had accepted the hospitality of the House of Weasley and the offer of the union of William Arthur Weasley with Fleur Isabella Delacour. Hermione had been skeptical when others were expressing their joy about the news. Harry sighed knowing he had a long talk coming with the ladies in the House of Weasley pretty soon, if Bill and Fleur's marriage was to be successful. Speaking of Hermione, Ever since the Y had decided to come out into the open, Ronald had started to show affection openly towards her. A peck on the cheek or a chaste kiss was becoming a common happening for them. The peak of adventure had come the day when Harry and Susan had to face mortal peril. It so happened that Harry and Susan had snuck away from the others without letting Moony know. Moony usually set some time for them to report back. He wanted them to let him know where they would be, but they wanted to take some alone time for themselves. This time they climbed to the peak of the hill. Finding the perfect spot, they sat talking. The woods were sparse there. There were little to no wild animals roaming about. They found it slightly eerie but paid no heed to it. They had brought blankets. Harry was lying on it, keeping his head in Susan's lap, talking to her. They had become so intimate with each other that they could talk through their eyes without ever saying a word. These holidays had done them a lot of good. They were talking, planning a vacation where there would be no one else except the two of them. Suddenly Harry's senses started giving him distress signals. He sat up with his wand in hand, ready to begin fighting if it came to it. It turned out that it was a pack of the most dangerous animals in the magical world, Noondoos. Harry almost yelped at their sight. His mind was in overdrive, riffling through information on Noondoos that he was certain Pashupati had given him. Chapter 47, Ireland. Harry was going through all the information which he had about the Noondoo. None of it had anything about how to actually beat one. He could not recall if there was someone who had killed a Noondoo. The mystics had told him that they had come across the beasts at times and the only way was to retreat from them because they were magically impervious to almost every spell. Harry had no hate in himself to be able to cast the killing curse successfully, so he could not kill them that way. His only option was that of side-along apparition with Susan, even if he had to bypass the war wards around the manor and apparate inside directly. Being able to apparate directly inside when it was not supposed to be possible would lead to questions being asked, but he decided that he would rather face the questions than risk getting killed by these beasts. At the opportune moment, he would apparate away with her. He had stood protectively in front of Susan, hiding her behind him, but Susan, obstinate witch that she was, had her wand out in a trice and was standing side by side with him. He whispered to her, "Stay behind me, Sue." She refused. "I will not hide. We have promised each other to face threats side by side. I will not stay behind at this moment. Now what is the plan? How do we kill them?" Harry was keeping an eye on the beasts, which had started to form a circle around them. The beasts were keeping an eye on the two of them. Harry knew there was only one way out, and it was not going to be fighting. These beasts were powerful, too fast. He maybe could get one or two at most, but there were 5 of them here. Even if he had his armor on and his silver sword with him, there was no way he could think of keep Susan from harm if they all attacked at once. He had already made a decision, but by the time he acted on it, several things happened at once. He had taken hold of Susan by her waist, then lifted her in his arms. Startled by the sudden movement, one of the beasts charged towards him. In that moment, Harry lost concentration. Knowing that apparating in that condition could lead to splinching, he changed his plan on the fly and took to the air instead. By the time the first beast got to them, Harry and Susan were already 10 feet into the air. However, Harry kept ascending. He remembered at Pashupati told him that an ordinary Noondoo could jump up to 15 feet in the air while the powerful ones could do 20. They kept rising until they were 30 feet up before Harry stopped to take a moment to decide what to do next. He could apparate from here, bombard the beasts until they were all dead or scattered, or fly back to the manor. Susan in the meanwhile had closed her eyes, clutching him tightly. She was shouting herself hoarse, perhaps scared of the claws of the beast. Harry could not blame her for losing it. He also had been freaked out when the beast lunged for them. Instead of disapparating, he had taken to the skies. Before he could decide what to do next, he could hear spellfire below him and the beast snarling in response. He started descending cautiously to find what the commotion was about. At a height of about 15 feet, he could see that 5 wizards were fighting the beasts. He instantly recognized them from their gear. Their gigantic height, resembling small mountains in appearance, leather masks and unusual-looking wands were a giveaway for him. The mystics had come to his aid. These were some of the best of their lot. Harry had seen a handful of them in the battle in Burma. He thought to descend and join in the fun. A mystic flying on a thestral met him before he could land. He shouted to him over the din, "Do not land. Get out of here, Harry. Take her to safety. We cannot keep them at bay forever." He could see that the mystics were trying to trap the beasts rather than kill them. Perhaps they did not want to kill them, or maybe they really could not kill them. He knew that a well-placed totetum could grievously wound the beasts. However, the mystics were not using any lethal spells at all. He had not realized that Susan had opened her eyes. She was watching everything unfold. Harry had understood the message that had been given to him. He recognized the mystic who had talked to him. It was Pashupati, the herd's keeper of Adrishporum, who had come to his rescue. Harry wanted to stop and talk to the man, but as the mystic said, they could not keep the Noondus at bay forever. Susan had realized that they were not walking or standing on the ground but flying. She shrieked, "You can fly." "How?" Harry shouted to her. "Keep your questions for later, Sue. Right now, we have to get out of here as fast as possible." He started flying rapidly towards the manor. He murmured an incantation so that the wards allowed them to pass through the air to land on the roof of the manor. As soon as they landed on the snow-covered roof, she started hitting him with her fists. "You idiot Harold Peveril. You could fly, yet you never told me." Not a word of warning, and suddenly we were hovering high above the ground without any support. Harry caught hold of her hands, enveloping her in a hug. He said to her seriously, "Sue, we are fine now. Calm down, and I would appreciate it if you kept it to yourself that I can fly." She asked curiously, "Why? That is an achievement that you should be proud of." Harry shook his head. "Sue, if word were to get out that I can fly, it would find its way to Voldemort in no time. I do not want that to happen at any cost. You will just tell them that we had apparated inside the manor from the clearing, and you will say nothing about the wizards we have seen." She asked curiously, "Are they your friends?" He nodded. "Yes, they are my friends. They always come through whenever I need them." When they came down from the roof, everyone was in the meeting room talking about something. Everyone went silent as they walked in. Remus noticed they looked disheveled, out of breath. He asked Harry, "Cub, where were you? What is wrong?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "We took a walk through the woods near the peak of the hill W. Here we came into contact with a pack of Noondus." Almost everyone gasped. Remus took several moments to find his voice to ask him, "How did you escape them then?" Susan answered, "We apparated to the roof of the manor." Mandy, who had been interested in the manor and its ward schemes, had studied them a little, asked her, "Susan, the manor has anti-apparition wards around it and some very hostile war wards. How could you apparate directly to the roof of the manor?" Harry answered her, "I am the lord of the manor here. There are some secrets that I do not share with others. What I will say is that even for me it took a great deal of effort." Remus eyed him suspiciously. "Are you telling the truth?" Harry looked him in the eye. "Yes, Moony, we apparated to the roof of the manor." Remus sighed. "I believe what you are saying, Harry. The Noondu incident had been a day ago. Since then, Remus had stopped all of them from going out without telling him. If they did go out, they had to take a chaperone with them. That took some of the fun out of the vacation, but after a death-defying adventure with Noondus, Harry was sure that his wish list was pretty much fulfilled for the moment. London. The last 2 days had been absolute chaos for the wizarding world since the Daily Prophet had published the story of Tom Riddle. To think that the most feared Dark Lord in recent history was a half-blood was as ironic as it could get. The purebloods who had rallied under his banner could not find a place to hide their shame with the truth coming out into the open. As it was clear, a Tom Marvolo Riddle existed. He had been the head boy during the 1944-45 school year. It was plausible that he could have been the boy who became Voldemort. That taken together with other details that the Daily Prophet had unearthed, it was clear that he was indeed the one who came to be known as Lord Voldemort in a later part of his life. The article had told of Dumbledore's first meeting with Tom, how the boy had shown a tendency toward cruelty even then. Then Dumbledore told them about how Voldemort had murdered his own father and grandparents because he hated Muggles. There had been a few more stories about his time at school. How he had worked towards building his following by bragging to be the heir of Slytherin while concealing any information about being the son of a Muggle and a squib. The black Townhouse was getting a sack full of letters every day which were being vetted by the elves. Any letter which contained a curse or a portkey was handed off to the Aurors. The howlers were chucked straw into the fire that was kept burning for just that use. Other letters were kept to be answered later. Many of the letters, however, were from ordinary wizards and witches who expressed their solidarity with the boy who lived. Many promised to stand beside him when it was time to fight. Meanwhile, Sirius had started living in the cottage on the hill for safety reasons, just in case someone remembered that the Black Townhouse used to be somewhere around Grimmauld Place and the Death Eaters decided to keep a guard. The anomaly in the house numbers would of course be noticed, making people think Muggles would consider it a mistake of the local authority while the Death Eaters would know something was amiss. Since everyone knew that Harold Peverell lived in a manor which was under the Fidelius charm, they would know that they were on the right track. No one was allowed to go out through the front gate of the townhouse anymore. They could only flow in or flow out. As it was, the townhouse was only used for meetings of the Order for the time being. Sirius had shifted Harry's trunk and other belongings to Potter Manor. He was planning to ask Hermione to live with the Weasleys until He were to leave for Hogwarts at the end of their winter vacation. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was sitting in his chair, seething. The healers had done their job well. There was no trace of the acid burn. But that was not the reason of his rage. He was reading the newspapers spread out before him. Every piece of news was a blow to him. Losing 50 followers was a loss he could bear, but the papers had dared to call him by his name. Then there was the news about Diagon Alley. It was almost pathetic as to how quickly his Death Eaters had been mowed down. The news about the war tribunal sending 9 of his followers to Azkaban promptly and sending one through the veil was worrying. It would kill the morale of his forces. Then there was the article in the Quibbler which was salt to his wounds. The article in the Daily Prophet made his blood boil. There, however, was very little information as to the whereabouts of his nemesis, Harold Peverell. The other man had beaten Voldemort so easily, which was something nobody had ever done. Of course Harsh had defeated him, but that had been obliterated from his memory. The brat had learned some really ancient magics. It worried him. What he was puzzled about was where the boy had learned it. Obviously Dumbledore would not have taught him those spells. Dumbledore himself was not one to kill someone unless he had no other choice. As he liked to say, there were worse things than dying. Severus too had missed something vital. Severus had told him that the old fool had been keeping the brat hidden somewhere but had not been able to find out anything more. Perhaps Severus was not as close to Dumbledore now as he thought himself to be. His musings then turned to the prophecy orb which he had retrieved from Peverell. The other man had played Voldemort like a harp. He fell for it. The thrice-damned prophecy was either removed a long time ago or had not ever been there. The unspeakables had even fooled his followers. He understood now that the Ministry had laid an elaborate trap to lure him out. He could see that Dumbledore's mind was behind it. He had the penchant to understand how others worked. He perhaps had changed the prophecy with the fake one which Peverell had let him take. When Voldemort had got the prophecy, he had questioned himself for a brief moment as to why Peverell would let it be taken so easily after he had brought him to the verge of death, but in his greed, in his desperation to escape, he had banished the thought. Now he understood that he had been led around by the nose regardless of the fact that he had no nose. The only good thing was that he got a sneak peek into the Ministry's capabilities and Harold Peverell's powers. He would have to make preparations for his campaigns while keeping those capabilities in mind. He was also amused that the Ministry was fighting back. They hoped that the Ministry would be able to fight him effectively in the future also now that he had seen what they could do. Now was the time to do things rather than to think. He raised his voice and called, "Severus." Severus Snape entered the chamber, then bowed low to him. "My lord." He started speaking in his low menacing tone. "Severus, what have you done about the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler for publishing such outrageous articles about me?" Severus drawled, "I had sent 5 Death Eaters to the residence of Xenophili as Lovegood to intimidate him into retracting the outrageous articles published about you, but his residence was empty. While they were scouting around the property, they were ambushed by a team of Aurors. 2 Death Eaters were killed. The Daily Prophet has a security team of about 10 wizards who are always present in the building. An Auror has been permanently posted in the building in case they need reinforcements. Voldemort growled. How many have we lost since Yule? Sirius answered. About 70, my lord. I have had forbidden them from any raids without your leave, but they did not pay heed to my words of caution. He gave such a ferocious howl of anger that it shivered Severus's bones. Voldemort tried to raise his wand to blast the wall of the room to vent his frustration when he realized that his wand was nowhere in his chamber. He asked, Severus, where is my wand? Severus hung his head to avoid eye contact while he delivered this devastating blow. He said in an indifferent tone, my lord, when the orb exploded, spraying acid everywhere, your wand was the closest thing to it. There was no way to save it. It dissolved in the acid. Voldemort let loose such a guttural cry that it rattled Severus's bones. After he had been able to control his fury, he turned to Severus. I want Ollivander here, Severus, no matter what you have to do. Now what have you done towards punishing Lucius Malfoy for his statement during the trial as was published in the paper? Severus bowed low. My lord, Lucius is incarcerated in Azkaban. He is beyond my reach. I dispatched 10 of your followers to kill his wife and son. They have reportedly left Wizarding Britain. They can be found nowhere. The Death Eaters were met by a team of 20 Aurors led by Sirius Black. They killed every one of your followers. Knowing there is no use in sending more of your followers to die without serving any, cause I have since then forbade them from launching any more attacks without your direct orders. What Voldemort did not know was that Severus had sent a letter to the headmaster telling him that Death Eaters were going to raid Malfoy Manor. Since Amelia and Moody were already getting ready to lay a trap for them, they had authorized a strike force under the leadership of Sirius Black to meet with them when they attacked Malfoy Manor. Since the manor was protected by some nasty wards, the Aurors who could not enter inside had laid traps around the ward line of the property, knowing that Narcissa must have erected the war wards. While they were laying traps for the Death Eaters, the flow regulation authority had turned off the flow connection to the manor so no one could flow in or out. They had certain knowledge that Narcissa and Draco were not in the manor anymore. When the Death Eaters came, they were cut down like the scythe going through the crops. Diagon Alley. Kingsley Shacklebolt could not understand why he was assigned to undercover duty in Diagon Alley of all places, but since it was his duty to follow orders, he was doing just that. He along with 5 other Aurors had been placed on undercover duty in the alley. They were told to keep an eye especially on Ollivanders. They were not part of the regular patrol, but they were to stay under glamour charms and mingle with other residents while keeping an eye on the citizens. Currently, Kingsley was dressed as an American in a 3-piece suit. A hat on his head, and he was as white as anyone else on the street. No one could recognize him as one of the most effective Aurors of the Ministry in his current disguise. What Kingsley did not have but Alistair Moody did was information which had came from the Order of the Phoenix. One of the Order spies had reported that Voldemort's wand was damaged beyond repair due to some incident which had taken place at his hideout. It was a strong possibility that Voldemort would try to abduct Ollivander and force him to make a new wand. He could not just walk into Ollivander's and buy a new wand like anyone else would have. There were no details as to how or when they would attack. Therefore, Moody had told Kingsley that he and a select group of 5 Aurors will be staying in the alley at all times. Another measure that the Ministry had taken was that anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards had been laid down all over the alley. They were active all the time, so even if the Aurors could not act swiftly, the Death Eaters would not be able to take him away almost instantly. One could apparate or take a portkey only at the designated points in the alley. Unknown to even Kingsley, a team of Aurors kept an eye on the designated points. Currently he was sitting in a cafe across from Ollivander's, keeping an eye on the wandmaker's shop. There were a few more Aurors undercover. Were in the different shops scattered around Ollivander's. Security for Diagon Alley in general had been beefed up. There was a regular force of about 10 Aurors placed in the alley in addition to the undercover Aurors. Kingsley's musings were broken when he heard a commotion further down the alley, but he did not move from his place. There were enough Aurors to deal with whatever was happening. When he heard spell fire being traded, he stood up from his place to go see what it was about. About 10 Death Eaters were in the alley. They were fighting the Aurors. These Death Eaters looked like EY were not here to do a raid but to keep the Aurors engaged. They were shielding more than they attacked, taking every spell from the Aurors on their shields. He knew that the Death Eaters understood that trying to raid the alley was useless now with the Aurors being so prompt in response, so there was obviously something else going on here. No one was fool enough to die for something which could not happen. He decided to stay back to watch the end game of this idiocy when something else caught his attention. Two people who were former employees of the Ministry of Magic and were on the list those being searched to be questioned had just walked towards Ollivander's. In a moment, he understood what their plan was. They were playing the game of distraction. The supposed raid was a ruse to keep the Aurors engaged. These two were sent to take the Wand Maker prisoner. He started walking towards Ollivander's with his wand raised, then noticed that Hestia Jones had also seen through the ploy. She was rushing to Ollivander's too. With a quick finite, as his features turned to normal, he ordered her, "Go to the Aurors. Tell them to use spell chains starting with shield breakers. I will handle these two." He could see through the window that the Death Eaters had stunned Ollivander. They were tying him up to bring him out. With a well-aimed stunner, one of them was downed. He could have said a dangerous spell, but there was an off chance that he could have hit Ollivander by mistake. After the first Death Eater was downed, Kingsley took cover behind a stone which was big enough to hide his girth when he crouched behind it. The other Death Eater, as he had thought, had come out of the shop to find the one who had attacked his companion rather than trying to enervate him. What a fool, As soon as the other Death Eater stepped out, Kingsley sent a bone breaker at him which hit him in the ribs. He could hear the distinct sound of his bones breaking. A stunner followed the bone breaker. The Death Eater was down. Fighting had stopped at the other end too. About 5 Death Eaters had managed to escape the Aurors by walking into the Leaky Cauldron, into Muggle London from where they apparated away. The rest were either dead or stunned and grievously wounded. Kingsley was glad that they had got 2 of them alive. Perhaps they would be able to give them some news. If not, then Moody could torture them as he wished. "Are you all right? Hurt in any way?" Hestia asked him, who was coming up from the other end of the alley. They did not even get a chance to fire off a single spell, he replied. "I took them by surprise. Now come, help me pack them up to be delivered to the Ministry." First, he bound the Death Eater who had a few bones broken. Then they went inside to find that a shelf had been appended. Wands scattered here and there. Ollivander had a gash on his forehead, but otherwise he looked unharmed. The other Death Eater had hit his head on the wall when he was thrown away, due to the force of the stunner which had knocked him out. Kingsley picked up Ollivander in his arms and carried him outside where there was medical staff tending to the Aurors or wizards who had been injured. "Hestia, after the healers have tended to this one, take them to the Ministry," he directed her while a healer was mending the gash on Ollivander's forehead. A few drops of Dittany, a spell in the old wizard, was as good as new. Kingsley enervated him. He asked, "Are you all right, Mr. Ollivander?" The old wizard actually smiled. "All thanks to you, Kingsley Shacklebolt, or I would have been standing before Tom Riddle now. Thank you for saving me." He waved him off. "Think nothing of it, Mr. Ollivander. I was just doing my duty." "Did they by any chance tell you why they were here?" Ollivander shook his head. "No. I have no idea why they were here or why they wanted to abduct me when all the treasure is in the shop. Now if you will excuse me, I have to put my shop back in order." With that, Ollivander walked into his shop. Kingsley went to go to report to the Ministry, leaving Hestia in charge of the situation. Ireland. A letter arrived for Remus Lupin on the morning when they were supposed to return to London. The letter was from Sirius. It contained pieces of rope which would act as their port keys for returning to London. None of them were in the mood to return, leaving the manor where they did not feel even a tremor of the war brewing back home, but their life was in London for now. In the meanwhile, Remus had investigated if there had been any Noondus in the hills as Harry had told him. He trusted Harry with his life, but he had to see to everyone's safety and make quick decisions if things turned for the worse. The news had been confirmed by the Aurors who were keeping guard on them. The Aurors said that they had heard spell fire and the howling of the beasts, but when they were close enough to investigate properly, the beasts were running away as if someone had chased them away. They had not noticed any other wizard or witch in the vicinity, however. That had made Remus wonder as to who exactly had fended off the beasts. This morning, Harry was already at tea. He dinner table eating breakfast with Susan sitting on his lap and table laden with breakfast when Remus came down. No one else was there. He was curious. "Cub, what made you get up so early?" He replied, "We were up sometime about 3 o'clock a.m. Since we could not get back to sleep, we decided to spend the time talking." "Talking about what?" Moony asked. "Talking about approaching Aunt Andromeda regarding your upcoming marriage to Nymphadora, of course. I want a grand wedding with everyone being invited to it. May I assume that you do not want to delay it inordinately?" Harry asked, a smirk playing on his lips seeing Moony gaping like a fish. Remus tried to control his emotions. "But why? I mean, why do you need to go to such lengths? I want just a simple ceremony." Susan chided him. "Really, Moony? You are the steward of Lord Peverell. She is a simple wedding. You should not waste all the chances of making connections that we could have. Think about how we can meet others, maybe solicit help for the war. We can invite people from other countries under the pretext of being guests for the wedding, recruit them to our cause. Not to mention, this will give me another chance to dress up prettily." Harry concurred with her. "Indeed. Think about it, Moony. If you want, I will convince Sirius to marry at the same time as you." Moony challenged him. "If you make Sirius agree to your suggestion, I will agree to be subjected to your whims." Harry smirked. "Agreed. Now where are the slackers? Will they travel on empty stomachs? Just because you do not take the pains of rotating your head on your neck to notice us does not mean that we are slackers," said Neville, who had just come down with the others. After about an hour, they were taking the portkey to London. Hogsmeade. The portkey deposited all of them outside the cottage on the hill in Hogsmeade. Harry looked around in confusion before turning to Moony. "What are we doing in Hogsmeade?" At that moment, Sirius apparated beside him. "You are going to be living here for the foreseeable future, pup." Harry hugged the man quite warmly, then let him go after a minute. "Padfoot, why are we going to live here? What happened to Black Townhouse? Or are you going to remodel it before your marriage?" Sirius snorted. "Marriage? Whatever gave you the idea that I am going to marry soon?" Before they could continue the conversation, Dumbledore had appeared among them wearing his eccentric robes. He joined in the conversation. "We can make small talk later. For the moment, Mr. Boot and Miss Brocklehurst need to get going." Bill and Fleur escorted Terry and Mandy to the Three Broomsticks. From there Terry and Mandy flowed to their houses and Bill and Fleur went to the burrow. Since there was going to be an order meeting, the children took to other rooms in the cottage. In the meeting room, Harry noticed that the table was the same as the one in the townhouse. He could not contain his curiosity anymore. He asked Dumbledore eagerly, "Professor, what has happened?" Dumbledore started speaking. "Riddle woke up about 9 days after he was injured at the ministry. He opened the fake prophecy orb which you had let him take. It turns out that it was filled with a powerful acid. When it exploded, it burned his hands, arms, face and chest. His wand was also destroyed. His healers promptly shoved a sleeping draught down his throat again. Since then, he has been without a weapon. The articles about him have been published. They garnered much attention. His followers have been discussing the articles out of his hearing. I have been inundated with requests for interviews on the subject. I suppose such requests were also sent to you, but the mail ward on you stopped them from getting through. Your father left the T.own house because the general location of the townhouse is known to many witches and wizards. They might notice the missing house and make the connection. Therefore it was thought prudent to empty the house of everything for the moment except for a table and some chairs to conduct the meetings of the order. The order has been passing information to the ministry. Many raids have been foiled due to the said information. Since the Battle of the Atrium, he has lost 70 followers. As many as 20 more have been sent to Azkaban for life, including Lucius Malfoy. His wife and son have not been seen in Wizarding Britain since. As per my information, they are hiding in a small country in Asia Minor. Now, did you have any death-defying adventures during your vacation?" Harry smirked. "Oh yes, Professor. Sue and I ran into a pack of Noondoos, but I was able to apparate both of us out of there before either of us was hurt." Sirius was shocked and asked a bit hotly, "Where were your chaperones?" Harry answered him earnestly, "It was my fault. Padfoot. I had given our chaperones the slip because I wanted to have some alone time with Sue." Dumbledore diffused tension before it could mount up. "All is well that ends well. For now, it is sufficient that none of you were hurt." With that Dumbledore took his leave while Harry turned to Sirius. "I know I should not have been so careless, but I had become overconfident. I promise it will never happen again." Sirius glared at him. "See to it that you do not break this promise, pup. I cannot even think of losing you. Now did you manage to make things happen between Moony and Nymphadora?" Harry smirked. "Call a meeting of the family, father. You will know there." A family meeting. Harry had insisted that the family meeting take place in the townhouse. For the time being, it was the current seat of residence. As such, it was also the seat of power. By evening, all the blacks were there. While Moony was not strictly a black, he could be present Beck. Oz he was steward to the lord of the house. When they all had made their presence known, Harry stood to address them. "I do not know the formalities for an occasion like this. I will come straight to the point. During the vacation from which I recently returned, I discovered the meaning of life, love and other small joys which we often ignore." He turned to Andromeda. "Aunt Andromeda, do you ever regret that you married for love?" She shook her head. "No, I would do it 100 times if the need be." He beamed at her. "That is what I thought." He turned to Nymphadora. "Will you tell them or should I do it?" She rolled her eyes. "Do you think I am afraid?" "No, I would say it 100 times that I am in love with Remus Lupin." Andromeda raised her glass. "A worthy choice." Harry started grinning. "That is good. Now we come to Sirius and Emmeline." Sirius asked him, "What do you mean?" Harry asked him innocently, "Do you mean to say that you do not wish to marry her after you have been courting her for months now?" Sirius's condition was that of a person caught between a rock and a hard place. If he denied, Emmeline would kill him. If he accepted, Harry would insist on marriage as soon as possible. But perhaps it would not be so bad after all. James had been the happiest after he had married. He turned to Harry. "I do wish to marry her, but I have yet to properly propose to her. I would like to do that with all pomp and grandeur." "I had not expected it to be so sudden." Emmeline snapped at him. "As it happens, he has just asked you. You are yet to propose. What are you waiting for?" They talked about possible dates for the wedding, but Andromeda told him not to waste his brain cells on it. She would coerce the four of them into finding a date in the near future. The meeting ended with Sirius returning to the cottage while Harry remained in the town house. Before he went to sleep, Harry received a letter from a barn owl. It was a letter which contained no crest, so he had no idea about the identity of the sender. He cast a few detection spells at the letter before he opened it. It turned out that it was a plea from a family member. "My lord, I, as a daughter of your house, am eligible for your protection. I have the right to ask a boon of you in that capacity. What I want to ask is of a sensitive nature. It cannot be asked for in a letter, therefore I urge you to grace me with a meeting in the Hog's Head 3 days hence at 8 o'clock in the evening. I swear on my magic that there is no deceit involved. I will not bring any cattle with me. Narcissa Cassiopeia Malfoy. Why nay Black Lady Regent for House Malfoy." Harry thought about the letter for some time before he decided that as a member of his house, she was entitled to ask a boon of him. He was bound to give it if it was reasonable. He wrote a reply to her immediately agreeing to meet her in the Hog's Head while once more cautioning her against trying to betray him. Before he went to sleep though, he finished writing a letter which he had been working on for the last few days and sent it with Hedwig. If things went well then within a week, the Daily Prophet would be publishing an article which would change the perception of Wizarding Britain. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was furious. It looked like he had inherited the worst sort of luck since he had been reborn. None of his plans were succeeding. And now he was wandless. His foolish followers could not abduct a wand maker, an ancient old wrinkled man at that. Now, Ollivander's shop was always guarded by 5 wizards. There were some really nasty wards seated around his shop, so he could not make another attempt at abducting him without losing more followers. There was only one way now, abducting a wand maker from out of Wizarding Britain, because wand maker in Great Britain seemed to have disappeared. He would also have to start putting his plans in action as soon as he could manage, because the amount of time he lost would be equal to the amount of time the ministry had to make more preparations. The only good news was that the giants had finally made it to Wizarding Britain at last. They would bring some much-needed relief for him and his followers. He had dispatched Fenrir Greyback with a team of 3 Death Eaters out of Wizarding Britain to find a wand maker and bring him to the castle. There would be wands needed to be made in the near future for his followers after he had broken them out of Azkaban, unless their wands could be found in the inventory of the prison. Unknown to him, all the wands in the inventory of the island fortress had been removed by the ministry. For those criminals who had been moved out of there and sent to different places, their wands had been placed in the inventory of the Ministry of Magic. For those who were die-hard Death Eaters or had been recently convicted for life, their wands had been snapped and burned. Wands belonging to wizards and witches like Bellatrix, Dolohov, Rookwood etc. had been destroyed by the ministry in an attempt to keep their wands from them. Dumbledore had used his influence as Supreme Mugwump to have other countries accept prisoners from Wizarding Britain until the time they could find another location to keep them, but only those awarded with light sentences could be transferred. Nobody was willing to harbor hardened Death Eaters and risk attack from Voldemort. A slightly positive development had been that Ermengarde was willing to take some of the prisoners, but the details were yet to be worked out. Sending someone to Ermengarde meant that they saw the saint of those people, but since Ermengarde was under the authority of the ICW, they would have to come to an agreement before anything could be done. Frank was not of the mind to let the ICW have even a bit of influence over his dealing with Dark Lord infestation. For the present, Voldemort wanted a wand and information. There was literally no news about Harold Peverell in the newspapers. Now he was wary of his disappearance. Perhaps it was time that he took some time to hone his skills so he could emerge victorious against Peverell. He was freakishly powerful. He knew of the most ancient of magics. Only with his studies in necromancy could Voldemort hope to stand against him now. London. It was quite late when Harry finally went to sleep after finishing the letters he had to send without putting up any wards. Susan woke him up with a kiss. Harry woke up bleary-eyed, his lips locked with her. He pulled her into an embrace. "That is the kind of good morning that I like, Miss Bones." She extricated herself from his embrace. She pointedly told him, "Come downstairs to the kitchen. We are leaving for King's Cross in an hour." There were 4 Aurors on duty to escort him and Susan to King's Cross. He grumbled at being treated like a VIP, but Susan pacified him by telling him that it was on Moody's orders. General Longbottom wanted him to be protected at all times. Since Sirius had disabled the flow in the townhouse, they had to either walk to King's Cross or they could drive in ministry cars to the station. The Aurors had chosen the latter. Within a few minutes, they were at the station, pulling their luggage on trolleys, entering the station. Last night, Sirius had told Harry that he did not need Harry to get up yet, but he had to get going to the ministry because he was needed there. Moony was at the Rosier estate. That left just the 2 of them. The effect of Voldemort's return was clearly visible as soon as he stepped on platform No. 9 3/4 through the barrier from the Muggle side. The mood was gloomy. The usual chatter and excitement was absent. Students were moving together in groups. No one was staying back. He entered the usual last car of the train with Susan to find that his friends were already there. Ernie, Lilith, Daphne, Conrad, Justin, Mandy, Terry, Luna, and to his surprise, Isabel McDougal, who was sitting comfortably in Justin's arms. The last compartment was vacant for him and his group, so he slipped his trunk into the overhead luggage rack with Susan's. He had released Hedwig to fly to Hogwarts ahead of them since there was no need to keep her cooped up in her cage when her rightful place was in the open sky. Susan told him that she had never brought a cage for her owl. It had traveled to Hogwarts ahead of her every year. After stowing IR trunks in the overhead compartments, they came down to the platform to wait for their friends. As expected, Neville and Hannah came together with an Auror guard. The Weasleys and Hermione came with about 10 minutes to go before 11 a.m. Harry frowned at Ron. "Could you lot not come sooner?" Ron grinned. "What? And break with tradition?" This elicited laughter from others. He also noticed that this was perhaps the first time that Molly Weasley had not come to see her children off to school. When he asked, Ron told him that she was making preparations for Bill's wedding, even if half-heartedly. If things go off without a hitch, then Bill and Fleur will be married sometime during Beltane. Luna Lovegood came to see them as the train was leaving London. When she saw him, she asked directly, "The Byongoma tells me that you met Noondus during your vacation. Did you like them?" Harry tried to adopt a serious demeanor for her. "Luna, I like the Noondus well enough but not enough to try to pet one." That brought a smile to everyone's face. The prefects joined them about after an hour. As soon as they walked in, Ronald started saying all conspiratorially, "Guess what happened just now?" Harry was indeed curious. What happened? Malfoy sat quietly in the prefects' meeting. He did not raise his voice even once. He even tried to hand in his resignation to the head boy who refused. He has not been talking to Parkinson either. Something about her father being a coward, Ron told them gleefully. Harry thought over his words for a minute before he started speaking. "I imagine his fath. Being sent to Azkaban had this effect on him. I had also heard that Parkinson is on the run, perhaps in hiding with Voldemort. Without his father behind him, Malfoy cannot go around bullying others. If people actually knew about how quickly his father had been bested, it would make him feel even more ridiculous." Hermione asked him, "You never told us about the battle in the atrium. What happened when you were facing him? Were you scared? What spells did he use? How did you counter them? How did you injure him?" Harry glared at Ron, who clamped Hermione's mouth and murmured into her ear, "Hermione, please breathe. You are getting into a rant." Harry was smirking. "I can see that you remain as inquisitive as ever. Okay, to satisfy your curiosity, I will try to answer some of those questions." He turned to Susan. "I know you have wanted to ask me but you didn't because you want me to tell it in my own time." He started retelling of the battle in the atrium. The battle was only 10 days ago. But it feels like it was another lifetime. Most of the details are hazy. We had cast so much magic that day that I am sure Voldemort would have been magically exhausted for days. As for fearing him, I would accept that I was a little scared, but then being scared is natural. We laid a trap for him. When he appeared, I simply stepped out from under the disillusionment charm I had used, said to him, "Hi Tom." He looked furious because I had the nerve to call him by his real name. What I remember clearly is that I drew first blood. There is nothing else I remember for certain. From what I heard from Headmaster, he had about 100 broken bones, innumerable bruises, lacerations, a nasty concussion, 2nd and 3rd degree burns. I was the lucky one. I escaped with only a bone breaker to my OFF hand and magical exhaustion, which was cured by the next morning. It was the most arduous duel that I have fought yet in my life. Despite using magic, it took them 9 days to cure him. Harry deliberately left the part about mind magic out. He trusted his friends, but he was not going to create an opportunity for news about what he had learned from Tom during that encounter to get back to him. Hermione protested. "Harry, that is not fair. You have barely told us anything." He looked at her curiously, reading her surface thoughts. "Hermione, your mind is still an open book. Even though I am not casting a spell, I can read your surface thoughts. Until you are proficient in occlumency, I am not giving up a single detail. It is for your protection as much as it is for mine." Something different happened during that train ride. Neither Malfoy nor any of his cronies turned up at their compartment for their obligatory visit. In fact, Harry was pretty bored without the ferret coming up. He went to look for him. Malfoy was in a compartment with other Slytherins from his year. They all looked pretty subdued. Malfoy was sitting by himself looking out of the window. Parkinson was sitting cozily with Nott. Every now and then, she would give a glance at Malfoy, who seemed to not care at all. Crabbe and Goyle were there sitting in their places, perhaps waiting for Malfoy to do or to say something. Harry remembered that the Malfoys had not been seen in Wizarding Britain since Lucius had been convicted. From what the goblins had told the Ministry, House Malfoy had no liquid assets in their vaults to pay the fine. Frank had wanted to seize the assets, but Narcissa came out of nowhere with a check for 2 million galleons. She had disappeared again the same day. Some spies of Dumbledore reported that she was headed to somewhere in Asia Minor. He would know the truth for certain within 2 days though. Leaving his musings for later, he went in search of others. He was hailed by a lot of Dents who were on the express, including the Muggle-born who had come to the ball. Sirius told him that all of them had been taken to their residences by the members of the Order to safely escort them, and to see where they lived in case they needed to visit them sometime soon. The low winter sun had set hours ago by the time that the express pulled into Hogsmeade Station. There were the carriages with their lamps lit, lined up to take them to the castle. One of the carriages was taken by Harry, Susan, Neville, Hannah, Ronald and Hermione. One strange thing that had happened was that the carriage did not take them all the way up to the castle but stopped at the gates. On the gate there were 8 Aurors who were going through people's trunks to see if they had brought any dark magic items with them to the school. Harry had never been more thankful than that moment for the space under the Fidelius charm in his trunk. At the last count, he had a sword, 2 wands and 5 grimoires stored in that area. He was also angry at Sirius for not telling him about the beefed-up security at the castle. Filch was looking truly evil with the probity probe in his hand. The way he was jabbing everyone thoroughly. Harry was sure that the caretaker was really enjoying the work. The Auror who was checking the trunks was now looking into Harry's library. Many of the books which were from the Black Library had caught his eye. He was reading their titles, frowning. When he had looked at all the books, he called over his supervisor showing him the books. Harry heard mutterings of dark magic and something that sounded like confiscated. The Auror supervisor, who by his looks was somewhere in his 50s, asked, "Whose trunk is this?" The tone of his voice suggested that he thought himself to be on a higher pedestal than whoever owned that trunk. Harry normally had no problem with pretenders, but this one rubbed him the wrong way. He carelessly stepped forward and said, "If you had looked at the crest on the trunk, you would not need to ask such foolish questions." The Auror recognized him. He immediately bowed low. "Lord Peverell, is there a problem with my trunk?" Harry asked. The Auror said hesitantly, "These books are on dark magic, Lord Peverell. I fear we have to confiscate them." Harry sighed, thinking about the argument he would have with the Auror just for a couple of books. Just the Moody was seen coming towards the gate, growling, "What is the matter here?" The Auror showed the books to him. He retold everything he had just said. Moody looked at the Auror as if he was speaking a different language. "Who gave you orders to confiscate books? If these are not cursed, then return them to their place. Let them go in. There are a lot more students to come through." He turned to Harry. "Come along, lad. Bring your friends. I will escort you all to the Great Hall." As Harry stepped past the gate, he could feel that there was something very nasty, hostile around him. It looked like it had surrounded Hogwarts like a gigantic dome. It was overbearing on his senses. Harry faltered for a moment. Moody asked him, "Felt them, did you?" Harry asked him confused, "Yes. I felt something." "What was that?" Moody grimaced. "The war wards of Hogwarts. They are nasty, hostile at first but not so once we have been given admittance. For us who are extremely sensitive to magic, we can feel them on our skin more sharply than others. The headmaster has access to these wards. They can only be activated in times such as these. These wards will not allow anything to fly from outside to inside the castle grounds, nor allow anything to go out except owls or thestrals or hippogriffs. If anyone with hostile intentions tried to enter by force, they would be incinerated. Within an area of 2 kilometers in all directions, Hogwarts is now impenetrable except by the leave of the headmaster." Susan asked him, "How could you feel them?" "I mean, I felt a slight tingling on my skin, but I did not falter." Moody smirked. "It varies from wizard to wizard. Sometimes, their power also matters. The more powerful the wizard is, the more they would be sensitive to magic." They all sat at their tables for the feast. Dumbledore took to the lectern as soon as they were done with the feast. He peered over at the students through his half-moon glasses before he started addressing them. "I know most of you have spent the winter vacation hearing all sorts of things about a boy called Tom Riddle. He lived in this castle, walked these corridors, studied among the students, turned to evil later. He is so evil that he is indisputably the worst Dark Lord of modern times. Yes, there was a battle in the Ministry Atrium. I hope none of you will inundate Mr. Peverell with requests to hear about it. Further, security around the castle has been increased. The war wards are active. No one can go out of the castle unless I permit them to. No one who has hostile intentions can enter here without my leave. Aurors are stationed around Hogwarts. I ask you all to cooperate with them. They have been asked by their head to not be lenient in dealing with those who disobey their orders. I would urge you all to not go looking for trouble. Lastly, Merlin forbid, if any one of you is found with a dark mark, then you will immediately be carted off to Azkaban, since the punishment for being a Death Eater is life long incarceration in the island fortress. Now off you all trot to your beds to get rested for lessons which resume tomorrow. Chamber of Secrets. The first thing he did that night was to go to the Chamber of Secrets. As he had expected, Vikram was there waiting for him. As soon as he saw Harry, Vikram whipped out his wand and sent a curse at Harry. Harry, however, was alert. He dodged the curse, which to his horror was an entrails-expelling curse. He sent the same curse at Vikram, who swatted it away with ease. Harry asked him, "Were you trying to kill me, Professor?" The other man snorted, "Hardly. It was not even a challenge to you. I just wanted to know if you had become lax with all the holidays and lack of practice." Harry shook his head. "No. I did not tell anyone, but I had not been feeling my full strength until the ball. Charrick told me that it can happen in cases of severe magical exhaustion. The only cure is lots of rest, so I was keeping away from all practice." The mystic nodded. "How was Ireland?" Harry had a pleasant expression on his face. "Awesome. I truly enjoyed it. What was Pashupati doing there though? And how the Noondoos got there?" The mystic replied, "He was there on orders from Guruji. Mystics had been called from Adrashpuram to be around the manor where you had stayed. The Noondoos were escaped from the nearest magical reserve where they are kept contained. Pashupati told me that you did the right thing when you came across the Noondoos, but why did you let her know that you can fly?" "What else could I do?" Harry asked him. "I had lost concentration. I could not apparate, so I had to fly. However, be assured that she would never say a word about it." That night, Harry kept dueling with Vikram for 2 hours before he decided to go to sleep. It had been a tiring night. He could hear his bed calling to him. A bear. Bed, as it turned out, had to wait for him. Harry came across the strangest sight on his way to the Gryffindor common room. On the 7th floor, he saw a bear going in the direction of the room of requirements. He could not understand how a bear could have entered the castle despite the security measures in place. He decided to transfer into Blizz and follow the bear quietly. He did not want to kill the bear, and if it came to a fight with wands, he may accidentally end up killing it. The only way was to subdue it. With his padded foot, he followed the bear into the room of requirement. He decided to give it a fright. He raised his head and gave a mighty growl. The bear almost fell on its hindquarters in its haste to turn towards the snow leopard. The bear looked eerily familiar to Harry, but he could not understand why. The bear, thinking there was a threat to its life, swung its mighty paw towards the leopard. But the leopard was as nimble as it was powerful. It dodged the swipe aimed at him before taking a swipe with its own paws, no claws. Soon there was a fight going on, with neither the bear giving up nor the leopard willing to step back. They could have gone on for longer, but a cat jumped between them, looking angry, meowing loudly. Harry was caught up in the heat of the moment. He was about to strike the cat but noticed the markings around its eyes. At the last second, he stayed his paw. The cat turned into Professor McGonagall. Of course, who else could it be? She was glaring at both of them, looking extremely angry and displeased. Her mouth resembled the thinnest of lines. She had her wand pointed at both of them. "Really?" she barked. "Was it so hard for you to stay out of trouble for an hour?" Ari realized she was addressing the bear. She then turned to Harry. "Now, Mr. Peverell, will you transform on your own volition, or do you want me to do the honors?" Harry transformed at the same moment as the bear. He was astonished to see Neville Longbottom. "How?" he asked in surprise. "When did you become an animagus?" Neville was grinning. "Uncle Algie started the training last summer. It was taken over by Professor McGonagall when I came back to school. Today was the first time that I transfigured. She went to fetch some potions for me. I decided that there was no harm in having a look around. I never noticed you coming behind me. I see you have kept this a secret from me, mate. Was that the first time you transformed today? Let's see who remembers it." There was an indication. That there was at least a student going through the process of becoming an animagus in one of the previous chapters. When was it? Can anyone give me the general idea? This chapter marks the end of the first part of this story. The next part will not be so long. It will more like feature important things. I would not go into day-to-day details because that gets arduous after some time. Keep enjoying. I have heard so many hateful things about the pairings I did. I was disappointed with it. I do not think that Susan is worth of all the hate that some people chose to give her. True, there was not much to the start of their romance, but romance was not the focal point of this story since the start. I hope you all would like what is there in the coming chapters. I know there are a lot of open ends in this part. I want you all to compile all those open ends and make a list. I want to see how many of you have paid attention to them. In the next part, which I have named Harold Peveril and the Order of Snow Leopard, I will be closing the ends one by one. Chapter 48. Hello guys. Lord of the Mystics here. While this is not a chapter, but I am here to have a heart-to-heart with you all. IKN. How many of you did not really like this story much, but this has been loved enough time to make me feel overwhelmed. I had never imagined I can write something which would be so well liked. Now that we are done with this part, I want to ask you all to do a small favor to me. While I know I do not get much in way of reviews, but I want you all to list your favorite characters and your favorite moments so far. I would love to know it. Second thing, I know I left a lot of open ends in this part. I want you all to drag my attention to such open ends so that we may be sure of having closed all of them. I would be grateful to you all. Love to you all awesome readers. Yutharth. Chapter 49. A lot of people have been asking me if I abandoned this story. In fact, some of the regulars of this story did not read the next part, and I was counting on them to do so. I have not abandoned this story. This part was finished and I continued the story in Harold Peveril and the Order of Snow Leopard. The story is on my profile and updating regularly. Thank you all. Here is the link to the preview. S13,455,978/1, Harold Peveril and the Order of Snow Leopard. Chapter 50. So, I have been thinking to redo his entire story and its subsequent part. There would not be many changes, but there are things which can be fleshed out. What do you people suggest? Chapter 51. Reading all the reviews, I have decided to rewrite this FIC again. Several things will change considering that they could not be explained satisfactorily, however most of the story will remain intact. Thank you all for your support.